This is Mr. Hibbs. The room is really quiet tonight already. Start of the year for everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And at this time, I'll call to open session the meeting AISD Board of Trustees at 7:04 p.m. on January 15th, 2015. I want to thank everyone for coming out to be with us this evening. We'll start the meeting with the opening ceremonies. Please join Dr. Reich in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You're already standing, Dr. Reich. What a good way to do it. Please be seated. At this time, would you please silence all cell phone and electronic devices to avoid disruptions? And if you would, join me in a moment of silence. I would ask you to please keep in consideration some deaths we've had of students and employees this week. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we get to start off, if it's not given away already, with these lovely students in front of us. We'll start off with our first program or presentation, and our performance tonight is by the Seguin High School Choir, and leading them tonight is Miss Mariah Spirey. Mariah, take it away, please. Thank you, Mariah. And guys, don't leave yet. Let me brag for just a second. Under our new head director, Stanley Moody, and tonight, as you see, our new associate director, Mariah Spirey. And let me just brag on Mariah. She's a Lamar High School graduate, so we always like it when we can hire our own back here in the AISD, and many of our staff and many of our fine arts wonderful performers come back and work for us here in the AISD, which says a lot. But the Seguin Choral Program seeks to provide a multifaceted music education with emphasis on building character through music participation. Let's brag about them for a second. With over 200 students and 9 performing ensembles, the Seguin Choral Department has established itself as one of the premier choral organizations in the state of Texas. Students in the Seguin Choral Department maintain active performance and competition schedules both as ensembles and soloists. The Seguin High School Chamber Choir has been selected as a performing choir for the 2010 Texas Music Educators Association Convention in San Antonio, truly the most prestigious ensemble recognition in the state, which is a huge award to get. The Seguin choirs are consistent recipients of UIL Sweepstakes Awards and received Best-in-Class awards at festivals nationwide. The Seguin Chamber Choir has been awarded the Performance of Distinction Award at the American Classic Chamber and Madrigal Festival for the past 3 years, and in 2009 ranked first place at this other prestigious competition. Individually, some of these students from the Seguin Choral Department consistently placed in the Texas Music Educators Association Region 5 All-Region and All-District Choirs, have been members of the All-State Choir, and have placed as finalists for regional conferences of the National Association of Teachers of Singing, and earned numerous superior ratings at UIS solo and ensemble competition. Most recently, Chloe Rente, a Seguin Choir senior. Is Chloe here? Wave your hand, Chloe. Wave big so everyone sees you when we get to brag about you. Chloe, Seguin Choir singer, placed first chair alto number 2 in the All-State Women's Choir. And Chloe, I just asked for a solo right now. I'm totally kidding. She wasn't prepared for that at all, even though I know she probably could do it without a doubt. Chloe, congratulations. To the rest of Seguin, congratulations. You guys are the fine, upstanding young women and men that we love to see. So congratulations to Seguin, and thank you so much. I love choirs. I just wish I could sing. I know I couldn't sing like that. They sound amazing. You guys are great. Yeah, I won't sing, don't worry. That won't happen. Next, we'll move on to our next item, which is a wonderful night of recognition when we get recognize our student of the month. Each month, the Board of Trustees chooses one student to recognize, so it's a pretty big honor from one of our high schools. And this month, we get to recognize a student from Martin High School. And our student of the month that we get to recognize is one we've seen many a times. He performed at our board Christmas party, and we've seen him around town many a time. So at this time, I'd please call up our student of the month for the AISD Board of Trustees, Benedict Onwuka. There we go. I got it, Benedict. Took me a second. Come up to the podium right there. You can go to the podium right there. See, Benedict, this is where we make you stand here and we get to brag about you for a minute. So, and you've deserved every second of this.
Turn face to face.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
There's always more people online. Go with that one right there. So Benedict represents all that's great about Martin High School. He's a well-rounded student, truly well-rounded, participating in track, choir, many AP courses, and even Martin's heckle squad, which is a good thing. It's a group of students who attend athletic events and cheer the Martin teams to victory, and you can hear them at any game that's out there at any time cheering for Martin. Last year, after an injury while Benedict was running track, he worked with the guidance of his doctor to make an artificial knee joint. Benedict is the first chair in Martin's UIL Regional Choir. As well, he still manages to excel in AP classes such as AP Calculus, AP Biology, AP Government, and AP Macroeconomics. Benedict plans on a career in the biomedical profession after attending the Cockrell School of Engineering at the University of Texas at Austin. Benedict, you've proven to be an amazing, amazing young man. At this time, I'd love for you to have you introduce anyone, any words you'd like to give us, and then Ms. Roddy, a few words after that, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I thank you for rewarding me this honor. I'd like to thank my mother for teaching me how, to be able to realize what my values are in life and to find my true place to set myself to when I reach into the real world when I get older. And every day I just like try to be like the best I can be at everything I do, so I can show people that, you know, it's good to be happy. And always have fun with what you do, no matter how busy it gets, no matter how stressful it gets. I just want to know that it's always possible to, you know, to do all the things you do and still have fun with it.
Perfect. Yeah, I believe it. Benedict, I've never seen you without a smile, so I know you're living by that. Miss Roddy, any words? You always have some words. Come on. Yeah, come on.
He said exactly what is true about him. He does always have a smile on his face. He's in so many different clubs, organizations at Martin High School. He's on student council. He's in choir. And this week we had a tragedy at our campus, and the choir, the chamber choir, came and sang Amazing Grace. And I just watched him. He's
Awesome.
just amazing and wonderful person.
Perfect.
So just want to recognize what a happy, good guy he is, and we love him at Martin High School.
Perfect. Thank you, Miss Roddy. And Benedict, you're not done yet. You're not done yet. Stand back up there. At this time, Dr. Cavazos would like to come down and recognize you for all the wonderful things you've done for the AISD Student of the Month.
Thank you. But wait. Thank you.
And Benedict, on behalf of the district, we have a plaque you can put up. We also have a pin that only Board of Trustees can give out. It's a board pin. At any time you can wear it. You can wear it on your ID badge. You can wear it every day, or you can just put it in a bag or a box, wherever you want. Congratulations, everybody around you. Let's get some pictures. Next, we get to recognize, as a school district, we can't do these things on our own. Students like Benedict, our teachers, everyone strive, but we've got to have support from the community. It's a critical facet to our district, and one of our main strategic plan goals is how do we increase that. And one of the ways we like to do now is we like to recognize outstanding organizations in our community. And tonight, we have the honor of presenting the Community Engaged for Excellence Award of Appreciation to the Optimist Club of Arlington. Chuck, would you please come up and stand here while we get to brag about you for a second. Let's talk about the Optimist Club of Arlington. Accepting the award tonight is Chuck Lawrence, immediate past president and governor-elect of the North Texas District. Since 1945, the Optimist Club of Arlington has been an engaged supporter of our Arlington community. With over 250 member volunteers, the Optimist Club of Arlington is the largest Optimist Club in the world. Directly supporting our learning community, the Optimist Club provides several opportunities to recognize and celebrate our students and teachers. Each November, the Optimist Club celebrates our area youth, accumulating a youth appreciation banquet honoring a high school, and junior high student from each of our AISD campuses. The students are accompanied by their parents and their school principal. The high school students are each presented a scholarship to be used at their college of their choice, and junior high students receive a gift and plaque honoring their selection. The Optimist Club proudly presents over $10,000 in college tuition scholarships each year. At the Youth Appreciation Banquet, the club receives an Arlington ISD Teacher of the Year with their campus principal. Every March, the Optimist Club sponsors their local contest. This is how terrible! I'm missing that one tonight. This is an opportunity for students to share their speech skills at local competition with the opportunity to advance to district competition. Students compete for scholarship opportunities with the potential of being awarded $25,000. This past year, the club reestablished the Optimist Club of Arlington Junior Olympics, and last spring, the track and field event was made available to area students in 3rd through 6th grade. Students compete for place medals and ribbons, with every child being recognized. In addition, school team trophies are awarded. Junior Olympics organizers are excited about the event this upcoming spring. With the motto, bringing out our best in kids, the Optimist Club of Arlington continues to be an organization that is committed to the youth of our community. And all these things we talked about, you also have to mention the work Optimist Club does for our local sports. You ask any child, and most of them have played at some point in Optimist football, Optimist baseball, soccer, all the different organizations that your group does. I know I'm the product of an Optimist Club here in Arlington, playing football and baseball with the organization. So we can't thank you enough. It's been an amazing organization. You're not just a one-year partner, you are a true long-term partner to this city and help drive our students on those after-school times to help them go even farther than what they think they can be. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Chuck Lawrence, immediate past president and governor-elect of the North Texas. Chuck, a few words, anyone you'd like to introduce?
Thank you. Good evening, President Hogg, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Cavazos. I would like to introduce, we have a couple of our board members here. Our president-elect for the upcoming year is Richard Jablon, and current vice president on our board of directors, Zena Lawrence. Okay. On behalf of the Optimist Club of Arlington of Directors and its 300-plus volunteers, I would like to thank you for recognizing our ongoing efforts in servicing Arlington's youth. We look forward to continuing our partnership with Arlington Independent School District, working together to bring out the best in kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck, and don't sit down. We'd like to come down. Dr. Cavazos and I would like to come down and give a token of our appreciation. If you need a picture, Miss Roddy's good at it.
Okay.
On behalf of the board, we'd like to present you all a plaque. Please put it up, and also present you with board pens. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you to the Optimist Club. Next, we'll move on to the Martin Luther King Celebration Art and Essay winners as we come up on this wonderful celebration weekend and day. Presenting this, our celebration, is Mr. Lin Wynn. Good evening, Mr. Wynn.
Good evening, President Hogg, Dr. Cavazos, and members of the board. It is always my pleasure to be here this evening to recognize our amazing students and the winners of the MLK Art and Essay Contest. I am proud to say that we had over 500 plus entries this year. As part of the MLK 4-day celebration, our students are challenged to create, write, and reflect upon this year's theme, Advancing the Dream, Our Greatness, My Service, a theme that reminds us to come together as a community, and not only to reflect on Dr. King's dream, but also to fulfill and advance his dream through our actions. What a great opportunity for our students to make a difference in their lives through their talents while making a personal connection to Dr. King's legacy. Students, we are very proud of you, and thank you for sharing your artistry with us. At this time, it's my pleasure to announce our winners. For the essay winners, unfortunately, they're not here tonight. They're at home writing a paper. So, but they're not here, but I'm going to recognize them anyway. Our third place winner is Alexandra Milishkovich from Arlington High. Our second place winner is Davina Lufulobu from Arlington High. Our first place winner is Matthew Birch from Sam Houston High School. Let's give them a round of applause. Our art winners are here. Our third place winner is Skype Napier from Lamar High School. Skype, come on up. Our second place winner is Lam Duan from Martin High School. And our first place winner is Alexis Nava from Venture High School. Currently, we have the students' artwork showing at TCC along with the Smithsonian collection right now. So it's there for the weekend to be on view. And it'll be also at the banquet tomorrow night to be on view during the gala. Okay. So let's give these students a round of applause. And just to let you know, Alexis's design will be on all the T-shirts, all the publications throughout the weekend. So we're very excited for him, and they're all phenomenal artists. So we're really excited. So thank you again.
Congratulations.
Also, I'd like to take the opportunity to recognize the parents of these amazing students. If you're a parent, please stand. Of these students. Parents, thank you for supporting your child and their endeavors. It's because of you that they're here and successful tonight. And also, board, on behalf of the MLK board, we have T-shirts for you tonight. And so, if Leslie would help me with the T-shirts.
And show one of those to the camera so everyone
Yes.
can see what Alexis is drawing. It's going to be everywhere. I don't know if you knew it's going to be everywhere. You get a lot of coverage with these. I think it's a nice honor. MLK Banquet each year has a student drawing that's that goes with the theme. So perfect. Thank you. I like them, Alexis. They look good. Congratulations, young man.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Wynn.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Let me take a minute. Congratulations to the students. The drawings are amazing. We see them every year. They're truly, it shows the fine work that goes into our fine arts programs and how talented you guys are. The essay written are way above and beyond what I think anyone thinks a high school student can write for essays. They're truly amazing, passionate essays. And I must take a minute to thank Mr. Wynn and Ms. Johnson and some other of our staff that works on the MLK board. You guys do a wonderful job. It's one of the best banquets that's held to honor one of the country's greatest ever leaders in the history. So I thank you all for your work, and thank you for your commitment to Dr. Martin Luther King. Thank you. And it's a pretty fun banquet we go to tomorrow night, so I give them that a lot of credit. So next we get to go up to the Section E, United Way Arlington before and school after report. I have Ms. Carrington and hi, Ms. Jensen, Ms. Cynthia Jensen presenting tonight. Ms. Jensen?
Thank you very much, President Hogg, members of the school board, Superintendent Cavazos, members of the staff, as well as members of the audience. I hope that you find all of this information enlightening. It's my distinct pleasure to present to you the 2013-2014 out-of-school time report for Arlington, Texas, as approved by the steering committee of United Way Arlington. Just as a matter of introduction, these are the primary partners that we work with, and I believe we have Roberto Aguirre, CEO and President of the YMCA of Arlington is here tonight. Anyone from Boys and Girls Club? Girls Inc.? Any of the other entities? Well, thank you for representing. As well as staff of the AISD participate in this process as well. So without further ado, just a few of the highlights and key points from the report. I guess the big news this year was we saw increases everywhere. We saw increases for on-campus programs, larger increases for off-campus programs, and even the summer programs saw increases in number of students participating in out-of-school time programming. Some other news is that we continue to have a large number of schools, predominantly in East Arlington, that do not have an after-school program. Certainly, Cookin is a little bit different and may not be, but for the sake of accuracy, including that in here. And sadly, a new one on the list this year is Barry, a longtime Girls Inc. site no longer being served there. So I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. But here's the long and short of it, if you will. If you can see the graph clearly, you can see mostly the top thicker line represents off-campus programs. Again, programs where students end the day of school and get onto some sort of transportation or walk to a program that's not on the campus. The skinnier line that looks like it's going more down than up, although there is a little uptick, are the on-campus programs where students end the day at school and then move to either a cafeteria or a gymnasium and are cared for by the providers on our list. So again, some real trends emerging here. By and large, families choosing off-campus, less expensive, frankly, programs than the on-campus programs, which are licensed by the state as required by the school board and a bit more expensive. The providers have generated these recommendations, and to be clear, these are not specific to the school district. These are for our community at large. They're for a number of groups that could need to take action. But included among the recommendations are things like we've really got to get a plan together about how we're going to address these schools, particularly with 2 new elementary schools coming on board in the future, how we're going to address the needs of children in these after-school time hours where we need to keep them safe, away from bad behaviors, and improve their academic performance. We've also worked, some successful and some not, and again, this is not just for the ISD, but how can we better improve if more people are going off campus for programs? How can we make the transport to those programs smoother? You know, certainly the Y, the Boys and Girls Club, and others have buses, but is that enough? Some places the youth walk, and some places they walk almost more than a mile to get to an off-site place. The providers have taken on as a goal for themselves that they would like to see themselves do a better job of engaging the parents of the youth that they serve with. If you've ever had a child in any after-school program, you know that you're most likely to just interact with the program when you're picking up your child and you're wanting to get home and get dinner on the table. So how can these providers do a better job of integrating parents in the program? They're going to have to be very creative in that regard. And then lastly, as a recommendation from the United Way Arlington Steering Committee itself is, can we develop some sort of priority system for the schools, the elementary schools with no after-school care so that we can have a sense of when funds are available, when resources come online, which one's ready first, because it's not all equal. There are some schools that the parents have said we wouldn't use an after-school program. They'd prefer their children to go home at the end of the day. So, and not on this list, but worth a mention is Wendy Carrington, the Dropout Prevention Coordinator, facilitated me to speak before the junior high principals and had a representative of the provider speak to the elementary principals. Interestingly enough, the junior high principals are very desirous also of after-school programming for their schools, feeling a real need that at the end of the day, they need things for their children to do too. So again, this is a community issue, and we need to work with the community to figure out how we can put this together. A few final pieces of feedback from the providers is that just to note that communication with AISD has just improved and increased over the last year especially. And the providers are also committed to participate in any way that they can in schools that don't have any programs, whether they would be invited to a literacy night or any kind of fair, just to be a support. And then lastly, just a point of note that it is a challenging it is a challenging system, and they are often they often experience turnover because of the part-time nature of a lot of these jobs, and still get the job done though. But just something to note. I'll just say, you know, the AISD school board is not the only place where we want to deliver this message. So, you know, if you have contacts for me, or you have other groups that you want me to come and bring this information to, I would certainly be glad to do that. And I'll take any questions at this time.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Is there any questions from colleagues? As we have a detailed report. Ms. Jensen, let me just mention, as the chair of United Way Arlington, who I work with you constantly over this, as our United Way Arlington Steering Committee really picked apart this. This is an important document the district uses. We know we need to do more and find more ways to provide service with our providers and increase our out-of-school time. It's a fluctuating number that we need to increase, plain and simple. We need to do more, figure out this, and as we work on some partnerships coming up in the near future, I think we have some ideas, but this report is critical, so I have to thank you and all your work you do for United Way and all the staff and the steering committee, my colleagues on the steering committee with me. Out-of-school time is critical. As we've talked about, community partners from organizations to our after-school providers of care are critical for what our students are doing, because we have them for a fair amount of time in the day, a majority of the day, but what they do in those extra hours can make all the difference in some of our students' worlds. So I thank you for committing the amount of time you committed as a United Way organization towards this type of program and report to give us very detailed statistics and information so we can see where we can improve in this program. So I thank you for that. Any questions from colleagues? Perfect. As we go in this report, Ms. Jensen will be pulling out more as we start up also our new long-term continuation of our strategic plan. This report's going to be critical for us. So thank you so much for your time in presenting this tonight.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll move to appointments, and then we'll take a short break after the appointments. So I see Benedict. I know with all his AP classes, he's got to do some homework tonight. So I understand that from where it is. So at this time, we'll move on to appointments, and Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. I'd like to recommend that the board appoint the individuals discussed in closed session for principal of Wimbish Elementary, assistant principal for Workman Junior High School, and assistant principal for Marymore Elementary.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we accept the administration's recommendations.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hibbs and a second by Ms. Pena. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. 7 trustees present, 7 trustees voting in the affirmative. You guys are official. Dr. Cavazos, please introduce.
Thank you, President Hogg, and it's my pleasure to present the new principal for Wimbish Elementary School, Ms. Carrie Pride. Carrie attended Abilene Christian University and received her Bachelor of Science and Dallas Baptist University for her Master in Education. Most recently, the interim principal at Wimbish has been an assistant principal at Seguin, a counselor at Gunn, a counselor at Nichols, a special ed teacher at Martin High School, has also served as interim at Seguin. And so, Carrie, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say?
Thank you. President Hogg, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Cavazos, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the privilege and honor to serve principal at Wimbish Elementary. I've had the privilege of working as the interim principal at Wimbish this fall, and I honestly share with you that there is not a more professional and dedicated faculty and staff. I feel humbled and honored to be their principal and to work with them to provide and ensure that our students progress academically, socially, and emotionally so that they will be prepared for success at the next level. The opportunities in AISD and the direction of our district has never been more vast and more exciting than it is today. I'm very excited about the future of AISD and the implementation of the strategic plan, and it is my commitment to the staff, students, and community of Wimbish Elementary that I will work diligently with you, all of you, to prepare our students for success so that the door of opportunity continues to widen as they progress to the next level. I'd like to thank Dr. Hobrook for your confidence in me, mentoring me, your professionalism, continued support, and example of leadership. To Mr. Hill, thank you for your confidence in me, continual support, being an incredible example of leadership, and pushing me sometimes forward when I didn't want to be pushed. To Seguin Nation, the last 7 years have been an amazing experience being a part of your family. I treasure the time at Seguin. You're accomplishing great things, and I am so proud of the work that you are doing. To Mr. Nix, principal of Seguin High School, thank you for your leadership, encouragement, and support while serving you at Seguin, as well as this year as interim at Wimbish. I appreciate your open door policy, and this fall your open phone line. So please don't change your number. I will greatly miss my Seguin administration team, faculty, and staff, but the relationships and friendships that I have built will remain. I would also like to thank a few elementary principals that have been official and unofficial mentors to me. Dr. Matt Varnell, Selena Bastidas, and Raquel Leiker have just taken me under their wing, have been great support for me this fall. You guys are the best, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Last but not least, I want to thank my family for their unconditional love and support and recognize them. My mom, Myrna Ward, my sister and brother-in-law, Carrie and Kaylin Winkle, and 2 of my 3 sons, Richard Pride and Reed Pride. My baby that's in college, Ross, is at school at Hardin-Simmons, so he couldn't be here tonight. Awesome. Again, thank you, and I'm very excited. Go Wimbish Warriors!
Next, I'd like to introduce the Assistant Principal of Workman Junior High School, Ms. Clarita Thompson. Clarita attended University of Alabama and Grand Canyon University for her master's. Most recently, a math instructional coach, and has been a teacher at Mansfield ISD and training specialist, as well as a teacher at Workman. Clarita, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you. To President Hogg, to the award-winning Board of Trustees. I stole that line from Ms. Acosta.
Still a good one.
Still a good one. Still a good one. And Dr. Cavazos. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to serve as the Assistant Principal of Workman Junior High School. I would like to thank God for this tremendous blessing. I am honored to have been selected, and you have my commitment to serve the faculty, staff, students, and community members of Workman Junior High School as I uphold the district's beliefs, vision, mission, and goals. I would like to introduce my wonderful husband, Major Forrest Thompson, Jr. So glad you were able to make it home. Our beautiful daughters, Ebony and Asia. Thank you all so much for your love, encouragement, and support. Thank you for inspiring me through this journey. To my mom, Ms. Pauline Russell, who is smiling in heaven right now, I'm sure. She instilled in me the importance and value of education. I am who I am because she was the strong and remarkable woman that she was. To my aunt, Ms. Josephine Smith, and my dad and stepmom, Mr. and Mrs. Pitts, who are watching in Detroit, Michigan. Thank you so much for your inspirational words, love, and encouragement. To my family and friends, Latricia Smith, my sister-in-law, Pamela Thompson, thank you for your continued support and prayers. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have assisted me in my journey to become an administrator. To Mr. Tapia, thank you for your leadership. To Mr. Peterson and Mr. Collado, thank you for modeling daily what engaging and effective assistant principals who truly care about students can accomplish, and thank you so much for sharing your wealth of knowledge. To Mr. Nix and Ms. Muldrew, thank you both for your demonstration of positive, effective leadership and for your continued support throughout the years. I am blessed that our paths crossed many years ago in the hallways of Workman Junior High School. To Ms. Acosta, I have learned a tremendous amount from you in a short period of time. Thank you for being a mentor and an exceptional leader. You demonstrate daily what an amazing and collaborative leader you are. I am honored to have the opportunity to continue to work and learn from you. To my Hutchinson family, thank you so much for always being such a wonderful team. Our students are blessed to have you. And to my new Workman family and Mrs. Bradley, thank you for the opportunity. I'm truly looking forward to working with you and our students as we work to empower, engage, and inspire our students to reach their maximum potential. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce the assistant principal at Mary Moore Elementary, Ms. Bailey Morris. Bailey attended University of Central Florida for her Bachelor of Science and University of Texas at Arlington for her Master of Education in Ed Leadership. Most recently, a third grade teacher at Mansfield ISD, has taught kindergarten and third grade at Burleson ISD as well. Bailey, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say?
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much, President Hogg, the wonderful board, and Dr. Cavazos for this wonderful opportunity to serve at Mary Moore Elementary. I know that Arlington ISD is doing wonderful and incredible things, and I cannot wait to be a part of the campus of Moore Elementary and join all these wonderful faculty members as well as all the fantastic students and support them on their journey as they continue to grow and to be able to participate in these wonderful things that we've seen from these high schoolers today. I wouldn't be here today without the wonderful support of my family, my wonderful parents and in-laws and extended family all in Florida, and then my husband who is away and out of the country currently, but also to the wonderful coworkers and administrators that I've worked for all these years, always pushing me forward all along the way. Thank you so much, Ms. Vardy and Ms. Gilbert, for serving as administrators, letting me take those roles and to really support me in this journey as I continue to grow and to learn. They have taught me more than I can ever thank them for publicly. I'm really excited by this opportunity to join Dr. Buell on the staff, and I cannot wait to see the exciting things to come from Moore Elementary. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Vassos. And I don't know who has a bigger smile, the appointees or their mentors, when they see their appointees. And I think you all hit it right on the head. The mentors are the ones who help you get there. And so it's important to thank them for all the work they've done. Also for your families for allowing the time. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Major Thompson for giving up your wife at the time and also your service to this country. Thank you so much for your dedication. You got a good wife there. She's doing a good job. So thank you, sir. It is our custom, if our appointees would please follow Mr. Kale on the lobby so we can have a receiving line and welcome you and congratulate you personally from the board. If you would, keep the board meeting rolling. Please let the board members go first, and we will reconvene at approximately 8 o'clock. Now call it back to order the meeting of the Board of Trustees, 8:05. Up next, we have a public hearing over Texas Academic Performance Report. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg, and this evening we'd like to present the TAPR report, and Dr. Barlow will start us off with that presentation. Dr. Barlow, welcome.
Okay. All right, good evening, President Hogg, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. Thank you for having a few minutes this evening for us to share the TAPR report with you. I'll present sections 1 and 2. Ms. Powell will present section 3. So we'll go ahead and get started. I will make a couple of references to some of the slides as we go through the report, just to kind of highlight a couple of areas. So first, what is the TAPR report? The Texas Academic Performance Report describes the educational performance of a district. And I've noted there that the AISD portion of this is 20 pages, whereas the campuses, if I combine all the campuses together, that's over 1,000 pages. So you can see the magnitude of this report. We're going to cover this in about 5 or 10 minutes. So you can see we're going to do a lot of highlighting here. It is intended to inform the public about the educational performance of the district and of each campus in relation to the district, the state, and a comparable group of schools. So some of the components of the TAPR report is there's a district performance, district bilingual ESL performance, and district profile. So we'll talk a little bit about Section 1, the district performance. Our current state of assessment, or actually this is last year, we've actually made, the state's made some modifications this year, but last year we had the STAR M, which falls under that 2% rule, the STAR Alt, the 1% falls under the 1% rule, and then also the end-of-course exams, which we hear quite a bit about through the news media, which that includes Algebra 1, English 1 and 2, Biology, and U.S. History. So this is our accountability rating from last year, which we should be very familiar with. We met standard last year, and just a quick review of the indexes, index 1 through 4. First, we have student achievement, and the district scored a 73, where the standard there is a 55, so we met the standard. In student progress, index 2, we scored a 40, where the standard there was 16. Index 3, closing performance gaps, we scored a 37, where the standard there is a 28. And index 4, post-secondary readiness, score of 65, where the standard is a 57. Distinctions earned, there's only one available to districts throughout the state of Texas. We didn't make that distinction. We'll also talk about distinctions, though, that the campuses can earn later in the report, and we'll show you where the campuses earn several distinctions throughout the district. So just another quick review of our campus ratings. With our high schools, we had 7 out of the 9 that met standard. 2 of those were improvement required. That was Sam Houston and the Newcomer Center. Our junior highs, all 12 out of 12, met standard. Elementary campuses, we had 49 out of the 51 that met standard, with 2 of those needing improvement, and that was Wimbish and Webb. Accountability system safeguards for the district. The safeguards are kind of a replacement or a kind of a merging of the AYP data from the USDE. It's a little bit different than what we've seen over the last several years with respect to AYP, but basically in the performance rates, we met 91% of the safeguards, participation rates 100%, graduation rates 89%, and then the limits on alternative assessments 100%, which is about a total of 93%, and that's probably about average for most districts. Very few districts get all 100% of those safeguards. So another quick review of our data here for our individual tests, and I'm going to make a couple of comments as we go along here. I'll use this projection over here, is that this is the all subjects in the satisfactory standard. And what we've done is we've done a comparison between 13 and 14. I'm not going to read through all the numbers. The main thing I want to concentrate on is the difference from one year to the next. And so these next several slides, they're formatted exactly the same way. They're just covering different subjects, and all we're going to concentrate on tonight is just the difference from one year to the next. And so when I look at, this is the all subjects area, satisfactory standard, you can see we're staying pretty steady. We've lost a few points in some areas in our all students, lost 2 points here. American Indian lost 3 points. But you can see in special ed we gained 4 points, but basically overall pretty steady. If I move on to reading, this is the same exact format, same report. It's just looking at reading scores. Here we lost a few more points district-wide from 13 to 14. You can see here 6 points in all students. We lost 6 points African-American. You can see across the trend line there, 10 points here, Pacific Island. That is a small population, though. Sometimes just a few students can move it several points. Mathematics, same thing, holding pretty steady. Lost a few points, 9% there in Pacific Islander. Gained 4 points here in special ed. And the rest is pretty steady within a couple of points from last year. But now we look at writing, where we actually had some gains. All students, 6 points. African American, 9 points. 8 points here in Hispanic. 4 points in white. Lost some ground there, American Indians. 2 races, 9 points. Special ed, 12 points. So you can see some double digits there actually in some areas in writing. So some nice gains there in the writing area. And then here in science, same trend, or same idea. We're looking at the trend. Steady in some areas, in the white, pretty steady, lost a couple of points, maybe 5 or 6 points in some of the areas. Over here in special ed, you can see we gained a couple of points, but basically staying pretty steady, maybe lost a few points across the board. Social studies, very steady in some areas. You can see 0% gain, 1% gain, lost a few points here in American Indian, 12% gain in Pacific Islander, and so forth. So you can see there, it's kind of varies from group to group. I want to spend a little bit more time and some detail on these next 4 slides, because as we start looking at comparing ourselves and really understanding what our data means to us, sometimes it's beneficial to run different models where we're looking at maybe different districts, different size districts, districts that look, that have a similar student makeup as we do, maybe with our economically disadvantaged, mobility. Those are probably 2 indicators that I spend a lot of time on just because that has such a great impact on student scores. So what we've done here is we've looked at post-readiness secondary, the post-readiness secondary, post-secondary readiness standard, if I get that stated correctly. And what we've done here is we've picked districts throughout the state. So you can see them listed there. We looked at districts that were within 15,000 students of our district. So we took our district enrollment plus or minus 15,000. And so that gave us our set of districts here. And you can just see them here, Brownsville, San Antonio, Aldine. So we're trying to get districts of similar size. Then we looked at economically disadvantaged percentages and mobility. And I've just listed these here. So we didn't use these to really do any filtering or controlling. We just listed those as numbers there so that we can use those as we put the data in perspective. But then let's go over here to this far right column. We can see this is the actual percent of post-secondary readiness that each district had. You can see us right here in the middle. So I'm going to start with Arlington. You can see our enrollment there is just over 64,000, economically disadvantaged 68.5%, and then our mobility right at about 20.8%. And you can see our score there of about 38% with respect to post-secondary readiness. So what I want to point out here is that these are ordered in by economically disadvantaged. So you can see that out of these districts, the most economically disadvantaged is here at the top, and the least is here at the bottom. And if I look at the post-secondary readiness, and if I was to take out these red scores for just a moment, these scores right here would almost identically match this, but going in the opposite direction. So you can, make a couple of examples, if I'm looking at San Antonio, they're at 93.4%. They have the lowest post-secondary readiness, minus the pink ones. That's 21%. And then if I go all the way down here to Frisco, 11.3% economically disadvantaged. And they had the highest at 71%. So we can see the strong correlation or negative correlation between district size, economically disadvantaged percentage of the students and our post-secondary readiness. So that gives us an idea sometimes when we're trying to control for different factors within a district to really get an idea of what our scores look like. So now when I look at the order of these, again, these are pretty much in order from least to greatest now, but let's spend a little bit of time with Arlington, and let's look at Arlington and El Paso. We're pretty much at the same economically disadvantaged percentage. Arlington has just 1% less than El Paso, but we have just a little bit more mobility. So really these are probably very good comparison districts just based off of those 2 indicators. And our scores are almost identical here. You see a 38 and a 39. So if I'm looking at this and I'm saying, well, what would really be a good benchmark score for us to achieve with respect to size, economically disadvantaged, and so forth? If I look at this next district here, Garland, 42% would be a really nice benchmark there to achieve with respect to post-secondary readiness. So when I want to go into the next slide, I want to change this up just a little bit. And then we look at exceeded progress. So that was, the last slide was just where are we with respect to scores. Now let's talk about, are we actually making some gains, and are we exceeding progress? And so when I look at these scores, these are the same districts. They're in the same order here with respect to economically disadvantaged, but now look at where Arlington is, and this is on exceeded progress with reading. With Arlington, we're actually here at 18%. We're ahead of these scores right here, which we should be because we have fewer economically disadvantaged students here than they do. But we've also made some gains with some of the districts that have fewer economically disadvantaged students than we do. And specifically, I mentioned Garland a while ago that I said that would be a nice benchmark. You can see we're actually gaining faster than they are because we had 18% exceeded, they had 17%. We also tied here with Northeast and Klein and actually surpassed Louisville. So it's just another way to look at our data with respect to how to really put ourselves in perspective with respect to the student demographics that we have in the district. So go to the next slide here. This is the exact same slide. It's just mathematics. Everything works here the same way. Here again, you can see that Arlington is at 20%. We have a higher percentage of all these districts. We've also surpassed Garland again, tied Klein, and also surpassed Louisville. So I would say that we're making greater gains faster than some of the districts that even have less economically disadvantaged students than we do, which that's a really, really good thing, I think. And then this next slide, I'll spend just a few minutes on this, and then we'll go through the rest of the report, is that this is on our higher education exams. So this is class of 2013, and just a quick way to read this report is that we look at our AP IB tested students. So we tested 19.5%. We had 54.8% of those students that were at the criterion, or that they passed in a sense. SAT, ACT, we tested 61.4%. The students that were at or above the criterion there were 27.5%. And then you can see the average scores here, 1435 and 20.8. What I want to point out is that with our AP-IB exams, we scored 54.8% students passing, and the state had 50.9, which is much higher than the state. The same thing here with the SAT, 27.5 versus 25.4, and then you can also compare the averages there. So we're higher than the state in all of those areas. Now, when I first look at those scores, the first thing I would think of is, well, but we tested fewer students, and we know that as we test more and more students and we test 100% of the population, then we regress to the mean. So when I first look at those, I said, well, okay, but we tested fewer students. Does that have an effect? Because not all students are required to take those exams like they would be with the STAR. So we did a little bit more analysis, and what I wanted to do is now a similar analysis as what we did a while ago with respect to, well, let's find all the districts who tested about the same percentage of students that we did. And let's find all the districts who have about the same economically disadvantaged makeup as we do. That would be a reasonable comparison. And so you can see the numbers here that we did at the bottom. Economically disadvantaged, we found the districts that had between 63.5 and 73.5% economically disadvantaged. That would be reasonable. We're at about 68. And then the percent that tested, and we did SAT here. Percent tested was 56.4 to 66.4, so basically plus or minus 5 what we did up here with the percent tested. So trying to find a group of districts that were similar to us in percent tested, similar to us in economically disadvantaged. Out of those, we found 27 districts. Out of those 27 districts, we were still well above all of those districts and actually being second highest out of those 27 with respect to SAT, ACT. I think that's an outstanding accomplishment right there, that comparing to similar districts with respect to tested, that we're second out of those 27 districts. Okay, so I'm going to move on from there. Distinction designations, we have them listed here. We had 34 campuses that received at least one distinction designation. You can see the types of distinctions listed there. We have reading ELA, mathematics, science, social studies, student progress, closing performance gaps, and then that post-secondary readiness you can get at both the campus and the district level. I'm not going to read through all the campuses. I'm just going to kind of click through the slides here and make a couple of points on each slide, and then the board and the audience can read through as they wish. So reading ELA, these are the distinctions. We had 18 campuses. You can say we had 2 at high school, several at junior high, and several at the elementary level. Mathematics, we had 17 campuses, 2 at the high school, several at the junior high, and again, several at the elementary level. Science, we had 18 campuses. We had Seguin High School and about 4 junior highs and several at the elementary level. These are distinction designations. Social studies, 7 campuses. We had the Seguin High School, several of the junior highs, and one note there is that this is not eligible at the elementary level since we don't test social studies at the elementary. Student progress, 13 campuses. You can see them listed there. Closing the performance gaps, 12 campuses. Again, you can see them listed. And in the post-secondary readiness, you can see 12 campuses, including both junior highs and elementaries. And this is the only one that's also available at the district, which we didn't meet at the district level for the distinction. Okay, then the last few slides here on sections 1 and 2, or section 1 right now, four-year graduation rates. This is just a simple comparison between the 2012 and 2013 cohorts. You can see we're staying pretty steady, actually making a couple of gains in several areas. Lost maybe 1 point there in our white students, but really across the board, gains in all the others, especially over here at the ELL level. They have double-digit gains there, which I think that's very nice there. Okay, section 2, bilingual and ESL, just a couple of slides here. Bilingual education, the satisfactory standard. Again, this is 13 to 14. Comparing, had some nice gains there, 7% in all students, 8% in reading, 6% in math, 11% in writing, and then it looks like we lost a little bit there in science. And then ESL, same setup there, same format, 2% gains in all students, lost a couple of points in reading, steady in math, some nice gains there in writing, and then pretty steady, -3 and a +3 there, +2 there in social studies. And then just one last slide here on, we have several types of accountability measures now, getting much more complicated as we move forward in time. And so it's just kind of a summary of those. With respect to academic accountability, we met standard, financial, we were superior achievement. And then you can see these are those new ones with House Bill 5. I'm not going to read through those, but we were at least recognized in all of them. And 2, we are exemplary of the wellness and in the second language programs. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Powell.
Thank you, President Hogg, board members, Dr. Cavazos. Section 3 of the district profile presents information on staff, students, and finances of the districts, and also presents data on the state as a whole. The student data comes from the fall snapshot from the last Friday of October 2013. And so our membership on that date was 64,629 students. The membership is just slightly different than enrollment. Membership represents the students who are eligible for state funding. Our actual enrollment at that date was 64,688. So we had about 59 students that we served in some capacity who were not eligible for funding. And these are typically students who may be homeschooled or in private school and come to us strictly for special ed services for just a very brief period, maybe speech-only service, something of that nature. You can see the ethnic breakdown of our students. We're very ethnically diverse, as we know, and very much mirrors the state breakdown. One thing that we always talk about and point out are the 3 items at the bottom. Economically disadvantaged. 68.5% of our students were economically disadvantaged at that October snapshot date in the fall of 2013. That number continues to climb just a tick each year. And you can see that that is a greater percentage than the state as a whole. And then English language learners. We have 26% of our students are English language learners compared to the state, and then our at-risk percentage is a little bit higher. At-risk kids, that classification is based on the 13 criteria that the state sets forth. Interestingly enough, economically disadvantaged is not an at-risk criterion. English or limited English proficiency is. So one of the reasons that you see that our percentage of at-risk kids is greater than the state as a whole is because we have more students who are limited English proficient than the state as a whole. We talk about that because that has an impact on the programs we provide and the needs our kids bring to us. This pie chart is just a graphical representation of that ethnic breakdown. Again, you can see that we are very ethnically diverse. Our Hispanic students make up the largest portion of the school district. In terms of staff information, this is staff from all funding sources, including grants. Again, this data is from October of 2013. At that Friday snapshot, that last Friday in October, we had 8,055 students, and you see the breakdown by the different categories of employees. Interestingly enough, you know, we have, in terms of the instructional staff, the teachers, we look very much like the state as a whole. We would point out that at the central administration level, the portion of our staff that's in central administration is half the state average there. And so the greater bulk of our staff is in that professional support, the teachers, the campus administration, all that, that have the classroom impact. In terms of students per teacher, very similar to the statewide average, 15.7, and that's just straight enrollment divided by number of teachers. And then if you look at average years of experience, we look very much like the state. Our years of experience with our district is a little higher than the state, so our retention rate is a little better than the state as a whole. That instructional staff percentage at the bottom, our percentage is 67.1% compared to the statewide total. It's a little less than 65%. That represents the total staff, the calculated man hours that are spent in the classroom. So that's teachers and classroom teaching assistants that are part of that. In terms of finances, in years past, in the old AEIS report that is now the Academic Performance Report, the expenditure information was listed within the body of the printed report when you go online and print it out. Now what you see at the bottom of the report, there's a link that takes you to the financial information. So this information comes from our 2012-2013 audited financial statements. And so this represents our data as of June of 2013. So it is a little dated. But this is the most current set of audited financials that TEA has for all school districts. So that's why it's part of this report. For all funds, again, this is all funds, includes grants, not just general operating fund. We spend, on average, $7,756 per student. You can see that that is less than the statewide average. If we were able to spend the statewide average per student, we would be spending another $37 million. The way the state funding system works, we can never raise that kind of additional money under the current funding system. One thing that's very telling to point out here is that even though we spend less in total per student, we spend a greater amount than average in classroom instruction compared to the statewide total. And we spend well less than half of what the state average is on central administration. So again, you can see as you look down through here, the bulk of our dollars are focused in those instructional categories. You see that here takes the same information and looks at it in terms of percentages, the percent of our total budget spent in these different functional categories. We spend 62% of our budget on direct classroom instruction, and that's a greater percentage than the state as a whole. And so that's something that we're very proud of. We think is very important. In terms of looking at the instructional expenditure ratio, again, this is looking at our dollars that are allocated toward direct classroom instruction. We're at 69% compared to 63% across the state, and our fund balance as a percentage of the budget was 28% compared to the statewide average. So with that, Dr. Barlow and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
This time, do we have questions from colleagues? Dr. Rush.
I was hoping somebody else would ask so that I didn't have to go first. I have a question, I guess, for Kevin. First off, thank you for the information.
Sure.
Some of it is things that we've seen, but
Sure.
You've broken it down and presented it in a different way, and I really appreciate that. The perspective against other districts is very interesting and refreshing. I have a question related to that versus the other results with math, writing, science, reading, et cetera. The percentages compared to other districts where you said that we were ahead 1%, 2% was very good. And I agree. My question for you is on the other ratings of science, social studies, math, where we were down 3-5% in different categories. The way you presented it was much more of changed a little bit, but not that important. And I'm trying to understand at what point, the way you presented it, the way I'm reading that is that the level of lack of a better term, statistical significance is not as strong for those, seeing those percentages were higher because of the way you presented that it, we're basically the same, changed just a little bit versus the other representation against other districts where we changed and we're ahead by 1 or 2%, and that's worth noting.
Sure.
Versus we're basically the same, if it were to be the same. So can you kind of talk us through that
Sure.
and explain that to us?
Sure. Well, yes, we went through the slides quite quickly, and if we spend a lot of time on those slides, there are some areas there that we'd probably want to spend a little bit more time on. When we start talking about the 5 or 6 percentage points up or down from one year to the next, that probably does need some more attention there. The ones that I guess, and as we went through the slides, that were probably more stable, if I'm talking about up 2 or 3 points or down 2 or 3 points. Once we get past that, yes, those are probably areas that we might want to spend a little bit more time in. So as we compare with other districts then, certainly the same thing with respect to looking at districts when we line them up. But now we've got this kind of a comparison of 15 or 20 districts, and you can almost see that those levels between, from 40 to 42 to 44. And again, those are just kind of benchmarks. I didn't mean to imply that there was any sort of statistical significance or not, statistical significance. That wasn't my implication. If I did that, I apologize.
Oh, no, that's fine. And with us being very benchmark-driven, scorecard-driven, quality improvement-driven, do you have recommendations on pieces that might be included into our next set of metrics to help achieve, and what would be an acceptable target to reach for as far as in comparison to other districts, say, for next year, 1%, 2%, or is 2% too bold, or is 3% okay? Those kind of things. Do you have any information there?
Sure. Actually, that's a great question. And no, I don't at this time, but I've already thought about that in the short time that I've been here in the last couple of months. Is that really when I'm setting benchmarks, I like to do a similar process as what we just did when we're comparing with other districts, because then I'm looking at really kind of population data, either statewide or whatever, and it gives me a better idea sometimes of what is a meaningful, achievable benchmark that once we meet that, well then we can say, yes, we've achieved this level. Now what's the next benchmark? And so it breaks it down a little bit in incremental steps as we move forward. Sometimes when we talk about we have 40% here and we're going to achieve 70%, well that's, in 1 year, sometimes that's, 40, 30 points, that's a huge gap there. But we can break it down and make it more meaningful and achievable, then certainly that's, in my opinion, a better strategy sometimes. No, I do not have that information yet, but certainly that would be something that we would be interested in investigating.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Ms. Mays.
Thank you. Kevin, for you, I just wanted clarification. Sure. On the district accountability rating, the distinction that the district did not earn, was that post-secondary readiness?
Yes.
Did I pick that up in what you said? Okay. And then, I am definitely not a statistician, that's for sure, but when you were pointing out on the readiness standards that we were going over with the number of enrollment and comparing them to other
Yes.
districts that had similar enrollments, the one thing I do just want to make a comment about, and
Sure.
you can clarify my comment because that's why you're here, the correlation between being economically disadvantaged and the percentage for the post-secondary readiness, I'll just use that as an example, although it seems to be pretty much the same with the others. You're correct. For some of the other ones, and you use Garland as a for instance, that our percentage in our post-secondary readiness is about the same, maybe 1 point higher. And you said that was good to be a point higher, and I agree. But then also my eyes go up to the top, and I'm looking at, for instance, Brownsville ISD, which has about 30 more percentage points more economically disadvantaged, but yet they're only 1 point below us.
Yes, yes.
So can you speak to that as well?
So the idea of that analysis was to kind of show that relationship between economically disadvantaged and the percentage, and how those are in reverse order. And I think that goes back to Dr. Reich's question about, how much gain really there makes a difference. Is that statistically significant or not? And it's not so much that the presentation was to show that it's statistically significant as it was just to show the correlation. And so 1 point, yes, they would be 1 point below. I don't remember those numbers on that particular slide, but they may be 1 point below us, and then we're 1 point above somebody else. But the order there was really what we were trying to demonstrate. And the key factor there being is that there's quite a bit of research that shows that impact of the greater the percentage of economically disadvantaged students that you have in a district, well, then it's going to have an effect on your scores.
Okay, and I guess that is a good point to make, considering that looking at here, we are over 60%.
Sure.
So however we move forward and whatever standards we're trying to meet, then obviously there needs to be some aggression there. Okay, and then I had one more question, but this
Sure.
would be for Cindy. On our operating expenditures for all funds, our student support services, can you just give a few examples of what some of AISD student support services would be?
Right, that category will be counselors, caseworkers, that sort of thing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Is that it, Ms. Mays? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
And I guess, I think that we also have in there nurses in that category.
Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, President Hogg. I'll take Dr. Barlow and Dr. Cavazos. 500. We'll go with just one of these charts. I've got the reading satisfactory standard. On these first several charts, it appears that across the board, our scores went down between 2013 and 2014 as a district, right? Because these are district numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm assuming that Dr. Cavazos and the schools have the individual numbers for their schools, so
Yes.
that all of our schools didn't go down, say, 6%. Right? There's some that went up and some that went down.
That'd be correct.
So then can we look at, isolate the schools that need help, pair them up with the schools that did really well and get some benefit there?
Yes, and that's part of the work that the network meetings and the area superintendents do in particular, is to make sure that they're calibrating their practice, right? And so they meet as groups in networks and different schools to do classroom visits, walkthroughs, and things like that to calibrate their services to students, basically. So yeah, that's a strategy we use.
I mean, some of these numbers are concerning because it's all down, where they ought to be all the other way. Thank you, Dr. Barlow. Thank you, President Hogg.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Mr. Hibbs.
Appreciate the presentation. Obviously, when we look at some of the categories, and I understand where Pacific Island, we've got such a small,
Sure.
that number could weigh. Like I'm looking at the reading that it's a minus 10%. When I see a trend across all of the categories, whether it be all African American, Hispanic, white, so on, American Indian, that seems to be the trend that I concern myself with the most.
Sure.
And it does concern me that when we look at the reading, the mathematics and the science, particularly, that those are numbers that we're not satisfied with, that we don't want to see an entire category
Sure.
going lower. Is this a tracking that would be new, that would be based upon what we have in the new testing that may be the reason that these numbers look, because it's the first time that we've tracked or weighed against the most current test?
Well, they're certainly tweaking every year on the assessment process. I don't know that I could speak to anything in particular that would have the effects that those numbers, that you're seeing in those numbers. I mean, certainly I can go back and look at it, but I don't think there would be anything in the changes from the test from one year to the next that would explain all of those drops.
Yes, well, again, my biggest concern is on those three categories, or, writing. Wow, what a great story that is. But when we're talking about the reading, the mathematics, and science, it looks like trending from year over year wasn't something that is too stellar. And I would like to, and I'm sure that it's happening, but have the assurance that that's something that is being addressed, and how we're preparing for this next year, and trying to meet these very same standards. Another area, and I just want to just kind of wrap this up on this one, as we talk about post-secondary readiness, and, absolutely, we've got almost 69% economic disadvantage, and we're with the 20% mobility that's in there, giving us a score. I think is that 38%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a long way from Frisco. That's 71%, and of course they only have 11% economic disadvantage. What we deal with is what we've got in this district, and our district is almost 69% economic disadvantage. Sure. I know from a board standpoint, I know from the administration standpoint, and I know from each one of our campus standpoint, we're going to work with what we've got. And at 69%, we're still going to strive to make it to where a Frisco is or surpass at 71%. So we're not going to be, comfortable until, we move those numbers, and we think that we can do it. And I think that we've got the people in place. So I want to make sure anybody that's hearing this or looking at a slide will say, because of the makeup of that district, it can't be successful, and that's absolutely not the case. We've got great successes that are happening. So at the end of the day, I think it needs to be clear that, sure, our driving factors through our strategic plan is to move this district forward. And I know that that's exactly what we're doing, and by showing full transparency here, I think is the way that we get to that point. Another thing, this would go for Ms. Powell. You picked up on something. You don't have to get up. I'm not going to ask you a question on that. She talked about instruction, classroom instruction, and if you look at it, 62% of our dollars are spent on classroom instruction, whereas the state average is 57.2. In this last series of elections, especially in the primary elections, there was a lot said, as it concerned school districts, and talking about that we were overstaffed at the administrative level. Obviously, in our district, that's not the case. State average is 3.2%, and within the Arlington School District, we're 1.2%. If anything, I can tell you, because I see these individuals working, and literally the term "fingers to the bone" is what's happening. We're so lightly staffed. There's people doing 3 or 4 jobs, and I think that we're doing our best to rectify that. But it needs to be clear to the citizens of Arlington. We don't fall for this trap that they see on a political ad saying that school districts are loaded in waste at the administrative level, because that's not the case, especially within our district. I think that we've done very well in that area, and I did want to make sure that we point that one thing out. Sure. I appreciate it.
Can I make one point of clarification? Just, I don't want the impression of the report to say that when we reach that benchmark of say 42% with Garland, that's the end all be all. Yeah. That would just be that next milestone, and then you'd certainly want to go past that. So I want to make sure that that wasn't the intention of that slide. So.
We got it, Mr. Barlow. we got to have goals. We got to get to certain points. Ms. Sullins.
Thank you, President Hogg. Dr. Barlow, I'm always concerned about state accountability tests and if they're properly aligned and calibrated to meet and measure our student achievement. And I noticed in particular the performance of special education across several categories to be sharply lower than the rest of the students that are measured. And it begs the question to me, is this in some way related to the STAR modified 2% rule or the STAR alternate 1% rule? Are the tests properly calibrated to measure our students' achievement?
That's a great question. I think that the way tests are calibrated, I feel confident in the way the state calibrates the tests and they do the field testing and so forth. I feel confident in that. Sometimes it's, are we getting the right students placed in the appropriate testing environment? And I don't know enough about what we've done with respect to testing in this district to really have an opinion on that just yet. But I think with respect to the calibration and the scaling and the norming and so forth, I feel pretty confident that the tests that we're getting from the state are meeting those standards.
So that's more of a district thing to make sure that we're can you just give me a quick overview of the STAR modified 2% or the alternate 1% rule? Does that revert to student volume?
Yes.
Or?
So typically, or historically what's happened, and certainly as we move forward, things are changing all the time. But historically what's happened is that if you had more than 1% of your test takers that took, say, the STAR alt or the 2%, the STAR modified, then the student, it has no effect on the student. The student test, they get their scores, has no effect on the student. However, for the campus or for the district, after you go over that 2%, well, then they would not count those as passing for the district or the state. And so if you have too many students in that, then that could have an adverse effect on your scores, district-wide or campus-wide. However, on the converse of that, if you didn't put enough students in there that really needed to take those assessments, then you may have the reverse effect also, because students that needed to take those assessments may not be successful, whereas they, because they were taking the incorrect assessment.
So the question would then be, do our students exceed the 2% and 1% rule? And so some of those students that in another day would be taking a different test are in those ratios that are lower, or in those standards
that would be a possibility, yes.
That doesn't seem fair.
It's really, yeah.
That doesn't seem fair to me. I mean, I know it's a state thing, but it seems it should begin with student need, and what the student need is, and what the best test to fairly measure their progress.
Sure.
So, but that's not a question I know for you or for us, but just my commentary.
Sure. As much as I feel like the calibration at the state level is done very well, the 1%, 2% rule I think has some arbitrary meaning to it in some ways. So yeah, there's some challenges with that.
Thank you, Ms. Solons. Fair or logical? Doesn't make sense. Ms. Pena.
Okay, well, maybe this will logically lead into what I'm going to ask next. First of all, tell me what a grade placement committee is.
Grade placement committee? So that would be students who at 5th or 8th grade who didn't pass the math or the reading assessment. Then they would go, if they don't pass that, so you have 3 opportunities at 5th grade and 8th grade. And if you didn't pass that particular test after those 3 opportunities, then the grade placement committee at that campus would meet to determine if that student would go ahead and advance to 6th grade, or to 9th grade. And so many years ago when we had, many years ago when we had the, you can't go into the next grade until you pass the test. The alternative to that was the state wanted there to be an option that if the teacher, the parent, and so forth felt like that student really needed to move on to 6th grade because they were being successful in other areas, well, then that grade placement committee is the one that would make that determination.
So even though it's not fair, the STAR failures can be promoted by the grade placement committee.
Yes.
And there is actually a category that says these are STAR failures, but they're being promoted to the next category. So
yes,
let's see how much. Okay, and then we keep track of STAR students. Yeah, what I said was true. STAR failures. I mean, they actually have a category for that. STAR met standard, they failed in the previous year, so they're promoted to the next level as well, which means that they, in the opportunity to take the test 3 times, during one of the 3 times they took the test, they passed?
I'm sorry, say the category again?
It's the STAR, they met the standard but failed in a previous year.
So if they had failed in the previous year, so they didn't pass during those 3 administrations, but now they're in the assessment for the next year, so say a 6th grader, but they passed for that year. So they didn't pass the year before, but now they've passed in the
So they
the next
promoted
year.
them anyway.
Yes.
So by the grade placement committee. And then there's a percentage of those that were retained in the grade they didn't pass.
Yes.
Okay. And so this committee's one making the determination based on the criteria you stated.
Yes.
Okay.
The committee would meet on that and make the decision, yes.
Well, there's the logical or illogical part I was trying to show. We have these categories and they don't seem to be fair or a little bit arbitrary, but there are people who are trying to make some relevance to that decision.
Ms. Pena, that's why I'm thrilled that we are looking at local accountability systems in addition to what the
Yes.
state gives us, because I think that gives us the best look at what's going on with our students.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Pena. Ms. Solons, I agree fully. Dr. Barlow, these numbers that come up aren't surprising. They aren't satisfactory, but I think the number that we've got to look at is that progress piece on there of where we achieve. I personally don't like just the comparison of other with low economically disadvantaged. I think it's a real comparison. I understand that. But as Mr. Hibbs stated, it's not just what we're striving for. We've got to strive for the other pieces. So I think it's a critical factor, and the progress is the piece. And that's one where I would remind us, it's a state assessment. We realized with the new legislative session, this could totally change again next year.
Sure.
And that's problem with our Austin legislators is they decide, oh, we have a new group, now let's determine what's happening. And as a local board, how do we determine that we're truly making progress, which is what local districts have to do and strive for it. And with a consistent measuring scale for what we judge as one part is state test, which I agree it should be, but multiple areas to make sure the progress is being made. And consistently, Dr. Cavazos, his staff, and our teachers and our staff in the schools are making continual progress as an organization. That's what we have to strive for. I think this shows that. And Dr. Cavazos, a couple of minutes or words, do you think we're making that progress of where we need to be on this TAPR report?
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that as 1 or 2 percentage points really up or down is pretty stable, and I think that's the real point. Even if it's -1, if it could be +1, we have the same reaction in terms of it's still stable because of the volume of students that are tested and things like that. But I think you're right, Mr. Hogg, that when we look at different measures, this is one measure of students' performance, and it's just one. It's an important one, but it's just one, and that's why our strategic plan has a number of metrics and things like that. But tonight we're talking about this one because it's a state report. But I think in some areas we're showing some very good progress, like writing and things like that. But the stability, I think, is the more of the point, and the fact that needs to accelerate.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Dr. Barlow, thank you for this. It's in our public hearing. These are always critical factors for us to discuss and review and go forth. Thank you, Dr. Barlow. At that time, it's into the public hearing. Before we go into open forum for agenda items, we'd like to say, I see some Boy Scouts in the audience. Would you please would have the Scouts stand up and say what troop you guys are with and what badge you're working on to be here? Introduce yourself.
I'm Caleb Crater with Troop 379. I'm working on Star Scout.
Okay.
My name is Sam Davis, and I'm with Troop 379, and I'm working for my first class, and we're working on the communications grant badge.
Perfect.
My name is Sebastian Martinez from Troop 379, and I'm working on Tenderfoot for communications.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thanks for working hard in our community, and thank you to the leaders that are out there and for the troop being there. It's an important factor of doing that, and this may not be the most exciting. Yes, sir, please.
They're also from Swift, Duff, and South Davis.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for good. I forgot that point. Thank you for that. So, thank you. Yeah. I consider them all together. I know they were there. So thank you for being here. I know students, not maybe the most exciting board meeting we're facing right now, but these are critical factors, and this is what we work on every day to make sure your teachers we have the right things and you're getting the best education possible. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you for the leaders for being here tonight. Next, we'll move to open forum for agenda items. This is a routine part of the board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. The segment of this meeting provides citizens with the opportunity to share their views and with trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It's not intended to be discussion or debate, and trustees won't reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at individuals will not be tolerated. I have 2 cards from our audience. When your name is called, please step to the podium. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. A lighted timer on the podium will assist you in pacing your presentation. Yellow light illuminates when there's 1 minute left to complete your presentation. Then where light comes on, please start to end your presentation. Our 2 speakers, first up will be Jessica Levy, and second will be Jeffrey Harris. Jessica represents UEA to talk about School Board Appreciation Month. Ms. Levy, how are you doing this evening?
Great. Hope that you guys are doing well too. President Hogg, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. On the agenda tonight, at the beginning, starting with the opening ceremonies, I saw appreciation, and of course at the end with the superintendent report, you have recognition, and I just want to make sure that you all are recognized. It is School Board Appreciation Month, January, and I'm here on behalf of UEA to say thank you. This is a time of year that we reflect on the last year and all of the hundreds of hours you've put in making AISD a premier school district. I again want to congratulate you on being named TSTA's Texas Outstanding Board, and I look forward to attending your reception later this month. As custom, to recognize your dedication to our school district, Arlington UEA is donating $400 to both the Aware and Arlington Education Foundation in your names. I want to thank you guys again for all of your hard work, and I look forward to working with you more over the next year and getting into those pink numbers. That's where I want to be. I want to be pink, so you have a great evening.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Levy. And you mentioned recognition. We are doing an event on January 29th. To recognize School Board Appreciation Month and also our board winning the Board of the Year for the Texas Association of School Administrators. Up next is Jeffrey Harris with for UEA representing student-teacher ratio. Good evening, sir.
How are you? President Hogg, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos. Tonight I would like to bring an issue that is very important to our teachers in our school district, and that is our student-to-teacher ratio. We know that multiple studies show that especially in lower socioeconomic school districts, class size matters. In one such study, a noted researcher from Northwest University found 2 most important things, that the payoff from class size reduction is greater for low-income and minority children, and while any increases in class size will likely be more harmful to these populations. 2, that even the finest teachers are limited in what they can do when they have large class sizes. We typically have a staffing ratio here at AISD. I believe it is 22-to-1 for elementary, 25-to-1 for our junior high, and 27-to-1 for our high schools. Now, I find this interesting, though, that we still have 1 art teacher in a junior high that has 38+ children in it for all of the classes. While this is an outlier number, we still need to look at our overall numbers and to get a better reflection of reality. The strategic plan calls for 100% of our students to reach their full academic potential. Can this actually happen with overcrowded classrooms? As teachers, we are asking the board to reduce the class sizes on the secondary level. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. That's the end for our open forum for agenda items. Next, we'll move into action item A, consider a charge of 2015-16 Financial Futures Committee. Committee Chair, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, President Hogg. This item deals with just the charge to the committee, and it's been published, and the board has a red line copy tonight. I will highlight a few things that are different from previous charges. One is a section that deals with review each of the following in order to assess the impact that each item has on the 2015-16 general operating budget and provide input on each as appropriate. This is part of the actual charge to the committee. We'd like them to look at the academic services priorities and operational efficiency priorities presented to the committee by the district. The FFC will be given these priorities, and we want them to look at those and study them. Second one is check out the current staffing methods in relation to state education law and current administration protocol. Third bullet is compensation and benefits, including the salary market studies, performance pay systems, health insurance, and our wellness plan. And the fourth critical bullet is looking at the operating costs associated with our bond projects that will be completed prior to and during fiscal 15 and 16. The entire charge will be posted on the website. And coming from committee, I'd like to bring this to a vote.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Barron. I have a motion coming from committee, not requiring a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. 7 trustees present, 7 trustees voting in the affirmative. We have a charge for the committee that's our group and board's done much work on. Thank you to the committee for that. Next, we'll move on to appointment of the 2015-16 Financial Futures Committee, and appointment of a 2015-16 Financial Futures Committee Chairman. Back to you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, President Hogg. I want to thank all the citizens who applied for the Financial Futures Committee. We still need a few more. From a couple of networks, the principals have been contacted to see if we can dig up a few more loyal citizens to give some of their time to us for the Financial Futures Committee. What I'd like to do is read the list of names that we're asking you to appoint to the committee tonight.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Barron.
In no particular order, although it looks like they're by high schools. Justin Chapa, William DeKine, Nick Heiser, Charles Brady, Shannon Hanrahan, Harry Flood Jr., Danielle Carey, Claire Miller, Jeffrey Levy, David Wilbanks, Ann Mason, Robert Brewer, Giles Hawkins, Greg Meyer, Tony Pompa, Gara Hill, Jacqueline Eccles, and Jeffrey Harris. Those are the folks that we would like the board to approve to be on the Financial Futures Committee. And to go along with that, the board committee is requesting authority from the board to, as we get further people to apply, to allow them to be on the board without bringing it back for a vote.
Perfect. To reiterate the motion is to approve the names as read for the committee with the extra representatives being approved by the board as board committee as vetted from that committee.
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you. Any further? Do I have a motion? It's from committee?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. We have a motion from committee, not requiring a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Reich.
Committee chair maybe should be added to that motion.
We could do the committee chair now or as a separate vote.
Either way.
Oh, I would say let's do it as one motion.
Okay, then the
good call, Dr.
The board committee has chosen Mr. Tony Pompa, and he has agreed to accept the responsibility to be the chairman of the Financial Futures Committee if that's what the board wants.
Perfect. Thank you. I have a motion to accept the names as read. I'll authorize the board subcommittee to approve any other members, or if any members step off, I think that board subcommittee should also, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. And then also approve Tony Pompa as the chair. Any further discussion? Since we have a motion and a second from the committee, please vote. 7 trustees present, 7 trustees voting in the affirmative. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Pompa, on being the chair. I see a couple of our committee members. Thank you for your service. Mr. Harris, Mr. Chapa. I think that's all I see. I'm sure everyone else is watching online. Thank you. Next, we'll move in to consider order of election for the school board. I need to have a motion to call a trustee election on May 9th, 2015. Do I have a motion? We have to call an election, so I would appreciate a motion.
I have a motion to call an election as stated.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Sullins and a second by Mr. Hibbs to call an election. Further election, a general election is hereby ordered to be held on Saturday, May 9th, for the purpose of electing members of the Board of Trustees of the AISD District to fill places number 1, 2, and 3 on the board. The main early voting sites for all voters residing in Arlington Independent School District, including the portions of the district that lies within the City of Arlington, City of Dalworthing Gardens, Tarrant County portion of the City of Grand Prairie, and the Town of Panteagle will be the following locations: Tarrant County Election Center, 2700 Premier Street, Fort Worth, Texas, 76111. And between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, beginning April 27th, 2015 through May 5th, 2015, between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. on Saturday, May 2nd, between the hours of 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. on Sunday, May 3rd, 2015, and between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. on Monday and Tuesday, May 4th and May 5th, 2015. Applications for a ballot by mail for voters residing in Arlington Independent School District shall be mailed to Early Voting Clerk, P.O. Box 961011, Fort Worth, Texas 76161. Applications for a ballot by mail must be received no later than the close of business on Thursday, April 30th, 2015. The word election may be amended at a later date to include early voting sites added or deleted due to joint elections with other political subdivisions. Issued this 15th day of January, 2015. More information can be found on tarrantcounty.gov, I think is where you can go to get the election information. At this time, we have a motion, and who's second? Mr. Hibbs motion, and Ms. Solon second? Is that correct? Ms. Solon's motion and Mr. Hibbs second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. 7 trustees voting. 7 trustees voting in the affirmative. We will have right now pending an election and start taking ballots, applications. Apply. Yeah, packet pickup. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. Next, move in to consider authorization of the use of surplus general fund balance and improving in real estate sale and purchase agreement for the acquisition of real property and improvements. At this time, I would be willing to take a motion.
President Hogg, I'd like to make a motion to consider authorizing the use of surplus general fund balance and approving a real estate sale and purchase agreement for the acquisition of real property and improvements described as all of Track E, Block 2, a Parkway Central addition, in addition to the City of Arlington, Texas, according to the revised plat thereof recorded in Volume 388-159, page 57, Plat Records, Tarrant County, Texas.
I have a motion by Ms. Solons. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hibbs. Any discussion on this property that's been discussed? Seeing none, please vote. 7 trustees voting in the affirmative. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move to discussion action item. Consider staffing ratios for 2015-16 budget. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. And as part of our preparation for staffing for our schools, we want to present our staffing ratios and ask the board to consider those. And Mr. Kale has a presentation regarding those staffing ratios.
Good evening, President Hogg, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos. Thank you for taking the time this evening to go through this presentation. We'll start with really the foundation of what we're doing here, which is board policy local, and staffing ratios need to meet or exceed state standards and be approved by the board before the staffing process begins, so that's what we're here to try and achieve this evening. We'll start with a pie chart that really breaks out the significance of what we're talking about with regard to staffing. 83.3% of our budget is made up of payroll, and then you can see the smaller slices of the pie there, but a significant amount to make sure that we're on task in terms of what the board intends pertaining to ratios. From an overview perspective, campus administration and the district departments, HR, curriculum, instruction, and finance, we work collaboratively together to ensure staffing is aligned with the priorities of the strategic plan. Student enrollment and program needs are the driving components to that staffing process, and staffing of teachers is based on district enrollment projections, and that's a formulaic process that we'll take you through here in a minute. Some key points: elementary staffing is in fact driven by state compliance ratios as well as some district initiatives. Secondary principals do have discretion in terms of subject area, how to expend their local full-time equivalents to best meet the needs of the individual campus. And then secondary staffing is also driven by a master schedule, which can be fairly complex and handles multiple variables in that process. The elementary staffing formula itself, we project that in terms of enrollment for each campus each year, and then we apply those formulas within the HR group to yield the numbers of teachers per grade level. And those ratios, both historically and current recommendations, pre-kindergarten at 22 to 1 in compliance with the state ratio, kindergarten through fourth 22 to 1, and then the state compliance requirements stop at fourth grade, and then the district has previously implemented a 26 to 1 target at fifth grade and a 30 to 1 target at sixth grade. We're actually proposing this evening that the sixth grade ratios drop down to 26 to 1, mirroring what we do in fifth grade as well. So fifth and sixth grade, if that were approved, would be the same. So to further explore that change, the impact of a 26 to 1 ratio and a 30 to 1 ratio, based on the 2015-16 projections and forecasts that have been done through our finance group, it appears that we would need about 205 full-time equivalent employees, and at that 26 to 1 ratio, that would staff the needs of the campuses. At a 30 to 1 ratio, you'd only need 184. The delta, or the net between those two, is 21 full-time equivalents, and at a run rate on average of about 54,400 in terms of what that difference adds up to. Now, for sixth grade, if in fact we do make that modification and that 26 to 1 ratio, I anticipate we would need to leave some bandwidth for exceptions. The ratio, if we do go to it, wouldn't be state mandated per se, it would be district driven. And as a result of that, you may have some possible facilities limitations for additional sections. You may have administrators who choose not to disrupt current instructional models as we go through leveling at the very beginning of the year, where it may be deemed by that particular administrator that it doesn't make sense to redistribute classes a few weeks into school for one person or one child over, and then finally maintaining consistency in current classroom environments might be taken into consideration as well. So I guess what I'm pointing out is that while we're recommending to go to that ratio, we're also recommending to go to that ratio with judgment and allow that judgment to apply as we start to implement something that is new and different. Some more information on elementary staffing formulas as it pertains to art, music, and the PE rotation. You can see effectively a ratio of 1 personnel unit per subject. Campuses that have more than 800 students are staffed with an additional PE or music teacher, and then orchestra teachers are itinerant between 2 or 3 different campuses, and that's why that's a percentage ratio that's up on the chart. Our secondary staffing formula, I promise not to get the calculator out and do the math there for that formula, but what's really important is that we do use the same formula for each campus, and we utilize the average class size and schedule type to calculate the number of teachers that are needed, doing that with, in fact, those variables that are below: the projected student enrollment, the total class periods, the average number of students per class, and then the classes taught by each teacher, and each one of those is built into that formula and ultimately produces the intended staffing at the high school or the secondary level. The staffing calculator is applied to projected enrollment in junior high and high school to the extent that teachers who teach core subjects teach 5 out of 7 classes or periods. If you're an elective teacher, it's 6 out of 7. And then principals are required to justify the need to fill vacancies. So just because a position opens up doesn't mean it's necessarily filled. Again, trying to apply logic to the formula as well as, and not just get caught in doing numbers. So if you're over and you don't necessarily need another English teacher just because an English class opened up, doesn't necessarily make that the right full-time equivalent to replace, as opposed to using that resource in a different way at the same campus. And the same thing applies at the high school in terms of that justification, but because of the master schedule and the complexity of that, it's not necessarily just core versus elective, it's actually combined, and a teacher will teach 6 of 8 periods. Class sizes for 2014-15, you can see what target is or was, as well as actual. And there's some interesting information I think that you can pull from this. You can see a couple things. First of all, target class sizes are based on teacher units allotted through local funds only, and so that's that middle column. And actual class sizes, or the far right column, reflect teacher units allotted from all fund sources other than special ed. You'll notice that the target class size across the board as you go row to row is actually higher than the actual class size. So in terms of the number of students that ultimately are in those classes, well, we staff it to it, the staffing target or ratio target actually ends up being consistently higher than the number of students that are in those classes. Special education staffing is a different element of this discussion. Special education resources are provided by formula, but our intent is to allow for the flexibility based on student basis or programmatic needs. There's absolutely needs to be an emphasis on needs-driven resources in this particular area of staffing in the district. And procedures for requesting resources incremental to the ratios really need to be easy enough that it can have a quick response, and it's an area of improvement and opportunity, but the intent is to have that at the discretion of the SPED and the Chief Academic Officer so that those reviews can happen expeditiously and be moved into the HR group and get fulfilled. Special education district ratios are also supported by that recent study that just got completed by Stetson & Associate. We thought we might see different recommendations or different findings, but in fact, they're pretty consistent and reinforce the ratios and the models that we have in place. Some additional considerations for special ed. We're absolutely moving the district toward more inclusive practices with regard to staffing and special education. At a level 1, whether you've got weighted student counts using eligibility categories and instructional arrangements, whether it be emotionally disturbed or deaf and blind or the other category, their ratios do exist for that. At a level 2 consideration of trying to use judgment and applying in balance with formulas, you're looking at services and support analysis by the individual student and program because those needs will vary significantly in these areas. Research regarding best practices for utilizing paraprofessionals and research regarding best practices for high-yield instructional strategies. I'm well aware that Ms. Long and her group are using those to determine what is the most effective and efficient way to staff in this particular section of the district. So when you break this out in the next 3 slides, I'll really take you through the 3 levels within our school district. Both the programs and the allocations, starting with elementary, you've got your alt curriculum, ABLE-Cs, highly structured alt curriculum, and then resource. And from an allocation perspective, 1 teacher, 2 paraprofessionals for every 8 to 10 in alt curriculum. For ABLEs and Cs, 1 teacher and 2 paraprofessionals for every 5 to 8. And then on a resource or support facilitator, 1 teacher for every 15 students and 1 para for every 3 teachers. You'll see those numbers change a little bit as we go now into junior high, but you'll see the same cascading effect to some degree. Alt curriculum now has 1 teacher, 2 paras for every 10 to 12 students. ABLE-Cs, 1 teacher, 2 paras for every 5 to 8, and then resource, 1 teacher for every 20 students, 1 para for every 3 teachers. Finally, high school, same 3 groups, 1 teacher, 2 paras for all, 1 teacher, 2 paras every 5 to 8 students for ABLE-Cs, and then 1 teacher for every 25 students. And again, that number of students cascaded up from elementary all the way to high school, where it ended up at 25. And they also have 1 para for every 3 teachers. Campus support staffing formulas as we move out of the special education discussion. Obviously, a principal at every high school. Academic deans only apply in the high schools where you have 1, and then assistant principals formulaically based on number of students as you look across the different levels of the district. And counselors, you've got 1 at the elementary, but in fact at junior high and high school it is based on a formula that has to do with student contact hours, number of minutes, hours a counselor spends with those students. Trying to cover the other positions as well. You can see the secretaries are obviously, but attendance clerks formulaic in terms of numbers and size, and then the breakout of 1 or 2 depending on the position and the location. Same thing, athletic coordinators, attendance officers, librarians, all the way through pre-K TAs and kinder TAs in the areas where it applies. Not a lot of change, I don't think, from what we've done in the past. One of the notes that has been at the bottom of these slides throughout, in order to continue to balance that message, I guess, that I'm repeating, is that we want to be formulaic and consistent, but we also want to be able to apply judgment. And so you'll see it where it says adjustments to formula for all positions may be made based on campus-specific needs, and that's trying to maintain that balance. Finally, I think we're getting to the end of this to cover most of the positions now, but from cafeteria monitors back up to SROs, not any real significant change from what we've done in the past. Custodians are based on square footage, cafeteria monitors based on number of students in the elementary schools. Finally, our MPE schools, our campus principals that are MPE status have the opportunity to exercise specific autonomies in an effort to increase the level of their academic achievement at their particular campus. They can convert full-time equivalents to a discretionary budget, change the number and type of staff at staffing, define or redefine roles and responsibilities for staff positions, and then also putting together a formula for them to make it easier to bring in those candidates that they think are in high demand, and we want to cut down on the administrative process and give them some guidelines of what would be acceptable to make an on-the-spot offer. That is a presentation for this evening, so I would be happy to entertain any questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Coe. Any questions from colleagues? Ms. Mays.
Thank you for that presentation. Elementary staffing formulas, 6th grade, the target and the average. I just want to say yay. I like to see that, and I hope a lot of 6th grade teachers are going to be excited to see that as well. Using judgment for the exceptions for the 6th grade, question there is being able to use that judgment, will they have to get approval, or can they make that decision within their own elementary school?
I think the intent was that we use the basis of the formula, and that if a particular principal had a request for an exception, that it would come through his or her respective area superintendent for review.
Okay. And then also on the impact of the 26-to-1 versus the 30-to-1, appreciate the fact of putting the numbers there, but hopefully I'm speaking for the rest of the board and also our superintendent. When we do say we want 100% of our students to be able to get a good education in the classroom, if that means attaching more dollars to it for staffing, I think we're all okay with that, if that's what the need be. So once again, I'm just very happy to see that. For elementary staffing formulas, there was a note that said campuses in excess of 800 students will be staffed with an additional PE and a music teacher. 2 questions there. One is why would art not be included to have an additional teacher if there's more than 800 students at the campus? Was there a reason?
That did not come up for discussion to my knowledge. Some of this is historic. That just wasn't a discussion item. It's certainly something we could consider and discuss.
Okay. Or maybe even look at to see if, you know, if it's applicable to PE and music.
I understand.
Maybe it's applicable to art as well. Also, for the PE assistant, if there's an excess of 800 students, then the PE gets another PE teacher. So they'd have 2 PE teachers and an assistant. Do they still keep the PE assistant if you hire another teacher?
Are you? I want to make sure I'm where you are.
Yes, I'm on elementary staffing formulas for art, music, and PE rotation. Yes.
Okay, so forgive me, the question one more time. If they get another PE teacher?
Right. It says campuses in excess of 800 will be staffed with another PE teacher. So they would have 2 PE teachers, and would
Right.
they still have a PE assistant?
Yeah, it's an addition to head count, not a deduction from another full-time equivalent.
Okay. And I think I had, okay, I'm sorry, just have to say kudos once again. Yes, we have to have ratios and staffing formulas, but I think allowing and being transparent to say we will allow some flexibility if there is a purpose for it, I really like seeing that too, because a lot of times there are reasons why we might need additional teachers, and there might be reasons why we may need to have a lower staffing ratio in that class. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Mr. Hibbs.
Appreciate it. Ms. Kell, thank you very much for going over that. I agree with my colleague, Ms. Mays, and I believe that going to the 26-to-1 ratio at sixth grade is the right thing to be looking at. This, Dr. Cavazos, this past, I guess right after the first 6 weeks, we had the leveling of classes that we had, and it was primarily at the sixth grade level, correct?
That's correct.
And so what this should bring is a minimalization, if that's such a word, to having those type of leveling where it won't be so drastic. I think we had 3 campuses that we had to make changes after the first 6 weeks. Is that correct?
Yeah, and just for clarification, I think there's 2 issues that were involved in what occurred last year with some of those concerns. One is we'd prefer not to have to do any leveling after the beginning of school if we had. And,
right.
And to the extent that we had actually a pretty small number of campuses, percentage and numerically, but we realized that any leveling is more than we prefer. That being said, leveling per se is a result of the fluctuation of enrollments that are occurring
from campus to campus, right.
Yeah, especially right at the beginning of the school
Right.
year, and where you have to modify. I think what this relieves, if the board were to approve it, is there's a difference between leveling at 30 and leveling at 26.
Right, right.
And while you still may not be able to completely 100% control whether or not you have to level to a different number ratio, I think the pain factor of leveling to 26 versus the pain factor of leveling to 30 is significantly different.
Right, and that's what I was getting to. We may still have to find, leveling at one place or another, but when I looked at the numbers, we had 3 schools and dramatically, I know at Wimbish, we were pushing the classrooms.
Right.
With too many students in there, and we just had to do something. And unfortunately, that meant a change from another school. I think that getting this and adding those additional teachers, especially at those schools that we know that we're seeing increases in population, it eases the situation dramatically.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate that.
I'm glad that we're able to do that and we can help in that respect. One last thing, I just want to make sure that I know that we are going to be working very diligently for kindergarten and some of the assessments and testing that they're having to do. The elementary staffing formulas for TAs, I just want to, 1 to 4 sections is 1 TA. I know there's opportunity for additional TAs if needed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and that's part of the almost every slide is that we have situations in kinder where maybe they don't qualify for some services and things like that at that point, but we do need to have additional resources, and we wanted to make sure it was transparent that we had that option to do that.
Okay, yeah. In a perfect world, I would like to see 1 to 3 rather than 1 to 4 sections myself for that, where we are at 1 and then make that jump to the next. It's hard to do with 4 sections just to have 1 TA in my view. That's my own personal opinion, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbs. And Mr. Hibbs, quick recommendation. I think staffing something we need to get into more as we build a new strategic plan. I think your point's well made and well welcomed. So I think it's something we need to take a little deeper dive in. Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Hogg. Mr. Kale, I had a question. I definitely like the move to the 26 on the 6th grade versus the 30. Had we looked at, with 21 additional teachers, that's 21 additional classrooms, have we looked at this, obviously budgetarily, have we looked at it spatially?
We have not looked at it spatially, and some of that is to the extent of we're still trying to get our arms around forecasted numbers and where the moves are, what's going to require more, what's going to require less in terms of space. Absolutely needs to be looked at. That's why we were trying to leave some contingencies and flexibilities with the space limitation comments that were made. Needs to happen. It'll happen as in unison with the forecasting and the staffing process. We'll know immediately if we have issues. I just don't have that data compiled yet.
Okay. I think I could speak for the rest of my colleagues here that we like the reduction. We would not like to see an increase in temp buildings to handle that.
Yes, sir. Understood.
And I do have a related question to that, and this might be for Ms. Powell, actually, on the numbers. With the 54,484, I assume that's an average number that you're using. So that's about 1.1, 1.2. Okay. Extra. My question, I guess, for Ms. Powell is the actual number this year is 24.3. So would I be correct to assume that we have at least that much extra surplus already in the budget for this year's staffing, saying we were at 30 versus the 26 and we're actually at 24?
I think we have a lot of opportunity to make this adjustment. Some of that 24.3 number is generated by other resources such as Title I, state comp, what have you, where schools are using their supplemental funds to buy additional teachers and pull that down. And so they may choose to continue to reduce their class sizes even beyond the 26. They may choose to use those supplemental funds differently. But I think back to your original question, I feel like we've got the margin to be able to accommodate this right now.
Yeah, okay. And looking at likely what would happen next year, if our trend stays about the same, we budget an extra 1.1, 1.2, we'll likely end up in a surplus considering, or with the assumption that attendance numbers stay about the same and enrollment stays about the same in that cohort, in that grade. Would that be right?
You've got to look at the whole budget and what other choices we may make and what property values do and what have you. I think everything staying the same, we're going to be close. But we know that we'll make a lot of other decisions and property values will change. So I can't say definitively yet.
Okay. All right. That's a good poker-faced answer. I like that.
Come on, Dr. Rice, you're not going to get a CFO to fully commit to that
That's
just
right.
yet. So
well,
let's be realistic.
I feel pretty comfortable. We'll be okay there. So I do appreciate the information. I do have another question on all the ratios and the formulas in general. Have you looked at what other districts do, specifically districts that would be similar, perhaps even outside the state, districts that might be similar demographically, not sure, but also ones that we would consider high performing? Do they have different formulas, different class sizes, anything like that? Have you done that at all?
We've just started. It's absolutely the right thing to do. The level of depth that we should get to, we've not gotten to yet, to be candid. But I can't agree with you more that we should know what our best practices are, and we have every intention of doing it. So.
Okay, and I speaking to what you said, President Hogg, that's definitely something that we'll be looking at with strategic plan. To look at the whole big picture, to benchmark. If we want premier, there's probably some things we can cherry pick here and there that we're not realizing at the moment. Thanks.
Perfect. I think you're right, Dr. Reich. I think it's worth taking another deep dive as Mr. Kale, 6 months in, as we start evaluating the analysis of where we are, what we're doing. I think it's a critical factor. Mr. Kale, I got 2 questions. That 54.4A, is that including all benefits and everything for the average, or is that a per? It's not. It seems low because that's not our normal everything cost.
That is the average base salary, and that is calculated at the average of all the teachers that we had in place this fall.
Why would we use that number and not our full cost of an employee
when we
number?
budget for those other areas, we budget for them uniquely. We trend them out based on participation. We apply it then to the staffing that we anticipate.
Okay, that's fair. And I know you're building into the budget as we come up. So this will get a deeper dive. So I appreciate that. I think the 26 to 1 is necessary. This is one of those things we probably should have done a couple of years ago. I'm glad we're finally doing it now. Let me ask one more quick question. I hate staffing formulas that say if you go over by 1, you add it. I think that's ridiculous because you got to look at trends of what's happening on numbers. And I see that with this in the elementary staffing, art, music, PE rotation in excess of 800. Is that a set rule or is that a estimation? Are we looking at trends? Because the worst thing, while it's great to say, yeah, we want another one, if we're 801, I don't want to add someone then have to move them because the next year they go to 799. I hate exact numbers. I like to see average and exceptions.
I understand. And in this particular process, I use this phrase repeatedly with regard to this process. There's a science and there's an art. And the science is the formula, and that gives you the basis for consistency, and it gives you the foundation for equity. And the art is making sure that you don't add somebody because it went up on one day and then you have some transiency and then the next day it's back and you're overstaffed and you're understaffed. And at the same time, I will tell you that we either, in my opinion, we either have a ratio or we don't. So we also have to be careful that we don't go too far, and this is my art comment again, slide too far away from, well, you're only 1 over, you're only 2 over, because then rightfully so, I think you get the feedback, well, wait a minute, is our ratio really 26 or is it now 28? And so I think it's a foundation that you have to apply judgment to. And so you stick to the number, to the intent of staffing to it, but in terms of either additions or reductions, you have to see a consistent period of time where it's in place and it's above, and then you do the right thing and staff to what you said you were going to staff.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear, Mr. Kale, because I think it is a trend. The worst is, while it's great in theory, you don't want to be moving teachers in and out. We know that's not quality for an education or a school. I also think, while we need to have our schools as equitable as possible, Dr. Cavazos, just a clarification, you always have the authority to decrease if a school's under that need for a staffing ratio.
That's correct. And we do that if we need to.
Because there's times when a school needs that, and you need to make those moves. So with that, I think we have a good discussion. At this time, it's a discussion action. Dr. Rush?
Sorry, just want to keep
One
talking.
quick thing.
I want to expand on Mr. Hibbs' comment on the kinder TAs, the 1 to 4 versus maybe modifying that to 1 to 3. I personally, I'm prepared to say let's vote on this. Seems good, but I'd like to have the board consider a 1 to 3 versus 1 to 4. It's been an issue that's been discussed for years to have the support at that level, and with our strategic plan, with the varying diversity that we have in our kinder population, it's an awful lot. And I do agree with Mr. Hibbs that 1 to 4 is a little tight. It would be a little bit more helpful to adjust that ratio. So I'd like to just see what the board says, what you all think, and then maybe perhaps make a motion with that included.
Let me ask some comments from colleagues. Ms. Mays?
So then if we did 1 to 3, then would we do 4 to 6?
I think keeping 1 to 3 in those intervals. So 1 to 3, 3 to 4 to 6 would go with 2, or and then if you have something in excess of that, I don't think that we have that very many places.
Because then we have 7, 8, and 9, 10.
Yeah.
So at what level would you? Yeah. So at what level?
Yeah.
That's today, or the proposal today.
I think the adjustment is 1 to 3 for that first section, that we go with 2, and then from 4 to 6 or 4 to 7 we go to 3. That would be the adjustment. I think that once you get up to that, now you've got at least TAs that can transition between different classes. What we have in sections 1 to 4, which I would say is a good number of our things, we only have 1 TA. So we don't have an extra one to be able to transition between classes. When that, say if a TA is assisting a teacher that's doing some assessments here, and another teacher needs to leave a room or something, you don't have anybody there. So I'm just thinking that at least at that bottom section, you need a bare minimum, and I think that bare minimum is more 2 than 1. That's at least my rationale on this thing.
Okay. So 1 to 3, 2 TAs, 4 to 7, 3, 8 to 10, 4. That's kind of what you're envisioning.
Okay. Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
Ms. Mason?
And I would also say that if we want, we could have Dr. Wirtz come as our Chief Academic Officer, maybe speak to this a little bit, because this is just something that we're impassioned about, but having a little data to back it might be better.
And here he comes.
While he's coming down, can we, Ms. Solons?
Thank you. It's interesting to talk about this, and I want to make sure that we always have enough support in the classroom, no matter what. Certainly with our early learners, certainly with all of our learners, and I'm not sure as trustee I know how to know what that number is. And so I'm very pleased to see, and thank you very much for talking about the art and science of this, because I believe there's many cases when these ratios need to be adjusted in an individual classroom, particularly with early learners. We talked about this in committee, especially students that are incoming into the district are very early learners that may not have been identified yet for emerging service needs. And so therefore I see sometimes that pre-kinder or kinder grade may be needing some more support, going right along with what you're saying. But I got to say, as much as I like to see the support, I don't know how to pick what that number is. Is it 1 to 4? Is it 1 to 3? And so.
Yeah. I will say that when it comes to choosing ratio specifically for a teacher or teachers, assistants in the kindergarten grade level, we do have more of a formula of a rubric that we try to use to establish what number a school should actually get. So this gives you this general idea of a 1 to 4 section. I think when we think about adding, I think we have to really think about cost and benefit analysis. I'm kind of with you. We don't necessarily know that necessarily adding a TA is going to actually increase services to students, and it would have a significant financial impact we'd have to consider by even adding 1 section for each of the elementary schools. So when we assign TAs or we identify the number of TAs that would go to each specific school, the general amount is about 1 to 4, and the primary reason why we have a specific number of TAs at those schools is to accommodate their ability to have a conference period and for them to receive services during the school day, and for students to go to a specials period, because we have students in our elementary schools from grades kinder or sometimes pre-K all the way up to 6th grade, which creates the need for a specific group of TAs around the kinder grades. But you are correct. We would need to do a little bit more of an analysis to identify whether if we add another TA, while it will impact day-to-day operations in the school and in the classroom, provide maybe teacher more access to the students, whether the actual benefit is worth the cost, that's something we would have to actually look at. Yeah.
And in addition to that, the additional TA or not, is it a year-long deal? And if it is, and I'm all for it, certainly whatever the support level is needed. But I know at the beginning of the school year, kindergartners, pre-kinders are coming into the classroom. They have a lot of classroom management to get the, and then also there's a lot of assessments and getting the
Yes.
Sometimes it's getting started. And so, and I find, and I hear a lot from kinder and pre-kinder teachers that's some challenging given the amount of other requirements we have for the teachers, which I'm all for, but I want to make sure that they have the support to do their
Well,
job exceptionally well.
Yes, I will say there is some unique challenges or support needs in the primary grades, specifically at the beginning of the year. As you note, students entering kindergarten, many of them have not been to school before, and so the teachers utilize that support to help students learn the routines, how to be in school. And then there's also universal screeners that the teachers conduct in the primary grades, which are unique compared to the upper intermediate grades at the elementary level, because they require face-to-face one-to-one time with each student to conduct those assessments. And so the TAs can also assist in that area. So there is need for a teacher's assistance in the primary grades. They do impact learning. The question it originally asked was, if we reduce that ratio to a 3-to-1, for example, will that create a significant benefit in services for students? We would have to do some analysis on that.
I would be really interested in that. And Mr. Hibbs and Dr. Reich, I certainly agree with your thought process here. Just I don't have, I wouldn't know where to set that ratio this evening, but I certainly would want to make sure that we have adequate support throughout the year if there's a cyclical need at the beginning of the year, and I think that it's something worth looking into more.
And can I add one thing too? You did specifically just ask whether it's annual, and all of these are annually reviewed. So it really depends. For example, even in this example, which is a 1-to-4 ratio, that number of TA assignments that a staff would receive would vary from year to year, depending upon the number of sections that actually we projected at that school each year. Yeah.
I understand that from the ratio part, but moving into the art part that Dr. Gill talked about earlier, that that maybe we might have some other adjustments that need to be made certain times a year, certain times of situations, certain times of students that need different needs.
I'd like to interject real quick. What I was specifically looking at is 1 to 3, and then the 4 to 6 just be bumped up, where I just think that beyond 3, you can have a TA that can split between 2 classes. Splitting them to 3 is you're asking a third of a time to be shared between 3 classes. 4, I think you're just asking too much, and I agree. That's why I'm not really concerned about the other sections going down. 4 could easily slip into 5 and 6, and you've got 2 TAs being able to split between 6 sections. But between 1 and 4, I think that's just a strain. And I know that the majority of my emails that I received at the first of this year in the first 6 weeks was from kindergarten teachers.
Sure.
And they were just saying, I need a little bit of help.
Mm-hmm.
And from between 1 and 3 is the only thing that I'm really concerned about on this chart. I'm not concerned if we pump everybody else up. I think those numbers probably would be fine for all the rest of the sections. But just 1 to 3 and then 4, 5, 6 gets 2. Because how many schools do you think that we only had 3 sections of kindergarten?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head. I would have to look. Most schools that I know of don't have 3. Most of them are at least 4, and sometimes up to 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if this is the case, then it might just be a situation that we're just helping out those few.
And I will say,
then the others are getting, a adequate number of TAs.
I think one thing that, one point of interest that might be worth noting too is that we're in the process of evaluating our universal screeners and the level of testing and the redundancy that's taking place right now at the elementary level. And I think that's something to think about. For example, at the beginning of the school year, this school year, if you were a kinder teacher in some schools, you may be testing 3 different times, and sometimes four times in some cases. And we're identifying those areas of redundancy right now. now and working to correct that for next school year so that we can provide some testing relief to teachers so that the need for TAs specifically to adapt their classrooms for a testing environment is not necessary. The goal would be for the TAs to actually help them instructionally, not just working with students while they're in fact testing them during the beginning of the school year. So even whichever ratio we end up landing on, that is our work right now in the Academic Services Department, and we do intend to reduce the redundancy to help in that area.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Worst. Ms. Mays.
Yeah, the only thing I was just going to say was if my math is correct, based on the artistic suggestion we made, it's actually 1 TA less. The ratio that you have up there would call for 10 TAs. The one that we just suggested would only call for 9. So I just wanted to clarify that because we were talking about spending more money and adding. Actually, it's 1 less TA, but you're given more at the 1 through 3. You're given the 2, 4 through 7. You're given 3, 8 through 10. So no one's really losing one. Everybody's pretty much still at the same, and it's actually 1 less TA. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. And Dr. Wertz and to my colleagues over here, I agree. I think it needs to be reviewed. Do I think it needs to be looked at tonight? Because I don't think anyone knows actually what the numbers are tonight, because I sure haven't seen them. So am I comfortable adding that TA right now? No, because if you see down at the bottom, additional TAs are allotted if necessary. Well, what's that necessary? What's that number? What's it based on the Kinder TA formula? Is that an impact? And then I would ask Dr. Wertz and them to allocate dollars. Is that a bigger impact, or would decreasing that K teacher ratio to student a better impact and better use of the dollars? I think that's something that has to be evaluated. Mr. Hibbs, I think it's a fair point. I think it's time to review and looked at.
Again, we're not looking at adding a TA. We're looking at changing the sections from 1 to 3, and then the next one would be 4 to 6.
Right.
So the TAs would remain the same. There's no change, and we're just asking that we change the ratio of. For 1 to 3, we think that's manageable. We don't think that 1 to 4 is manageable.
I understand that, but if you decrease that ratio, it could, if you're looking at numbers, increase the amount of TAs. It could. Because if you go to 1 to 3, and at 4 they're getting 2 TAs, then you could have an increase. And once again, I think it clears up the point that numbers need to be looked at and evaluated. Well, in theory, to add it on to last second to a staffing ratio, I don't think it's been reviewed enough to even consider adding that on.
I'm feeling more and more like I want to dig my heels in on this versus letting it go, just because the percentage, it's not equitable. Right now, 5 to 6, 7, 8, 9 to 10 sections. It's
no one. I don't think anyone disagrees with that, Dr.
So and we're just balancing. And with that, and like what Mr. Hibbs said, the number of schools that actually affects, we don't know. It might not be that much with this year's numbers. I'd almost like to ask that as an item to look at those actual numbers.
Don't disagree with that at all.
And just keep it as a discussion instead of voting tonight and maybe next time.
Or you could approve the ratios for the others and bring that back on another agenda item.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just balancing that percentage, that just to make it equitable amongst all those categories.
I think that's great, but I don't think anyone sees the numbers. I know I haven't seen the numbers.
Right.
Am I comfortable adding that to something that we vote on without seeing the numbers? No, I'm not.
Sure.
With the numbers that come out and with the recommendation from staff, if that's where those dollars should be allocated, great, I'm all for it. I think it's important, and I think it's a fair point Mr. Hibbs made. 1 to 3, yeah, that makes sense. I see your logic and I see the theory, and I fully agree with it. But without the numbers, I'm not going to vote for it tonight.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a lot of research. I mean, that'd be pretty easy for you guys to come up with that.
But I think it's not just evaluating that. It's also saying, is that where you want to allocate the dollars, or is it a TA? You know, listen, I think there could be a dollar number, and who knows what it is. Ms. Mays. Turn your mic on, please, ma'am.
Yeah, if we're just discussing, just one more point I would like to make is we're making that suggestion, and I agree we need to see dollars, we need to see what the impact would be, but I mean, that's pretty much what gets said every time. This isn't a new issue. I mean, the teachers have been talking about needing TAs for years, so I guess the point I want to make is if that's what they're saying, let's go ahead and get the numbers and make a decision so the teachers know that this is why we're making a decision, and we're not saying, okay, well, let's just get the numbers and look at it later, and then we're into next year's staffing saying the same thing. So I just want to make that point, that we are hearing what the teachers are saying. So if we're going to do that, let's ask for that information and make sure we follow up.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mays. Mr. Barron.
Thanks, President Hogg. I'd like to go ahead and vote on it as presented. Direct the superintendent to check it out and come right back to us in another meeting or second meeting after that, and we can change it.
Agree. Mr. Barron, is that in the motion?
I move.
You can just, it could easily be.
It's a motion.
Administration's recommendation.
Administration's recommendation.
Perfect. We have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Barron and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Rush?
Clarification, with direction to the superintendent to bring that back to us.
To be
right away.
reviewed.
Okay. All right. I'm good with that.
With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. 7 trustees present, 7 trustees vote in the affirmative for staffing ratio. Thank you, Mr. Kale. Next, we move to schematic design for new elementary school, Workman Junior High site. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg. And at this time, I'd call Cindy Powell to the podium to introduce our presentation for our schematic design for our new elementary schools. Cindy.
Yes. President Hogg, board members, Dr. Cavazos, we have 2 new elementary schools included in our bond program. Each of those schools will have a capacity of 900 students, and each one is scheduled to open in August of 2016. One will serve North Arlington, the other will serve East Arlington. The one in East Arlington will be located at the Workman Junior High School site on that campus, north of the existing building. And it will relieve Amos, Bergen, Foster, Goodman, and Morton. The elementary school on the north side of town will be located at property that we own at Baird Farm Road, and will relieve Ellis, Larson, and Sherrod, and also absorb students who today live in the Rockmore attendance boundary. So tonight we have architects from the 2 firms that have been engaged to design these schools, and they will share with you the schematic design for both schools. The schematic design is the first stage in the design process. And so once we have board approval, the architects will move on there to design development and then ultimately to construction documents. And so it's our anticipation that we will come back to the board in June with contracts, construction contracts to approve for both of these projects. The programming on both of these schools is the same. They're both intended to have a capacity of 900 students. We've given the architects the same information about the kinds of spaces we want in the schools and the number of classrooms per grade level. So what you'll see is different looking designs, but the programming that's provided for within each building is the same. So the first one we're going to discuss is the new elementary school at the Workman Junior High site. Corrigan has been retained to design that school, and we have with us Beverly Fornoff to show you the schematic design for Workman. I'm sorry, and Steve Halsey. I didn't know Steve had come in.
Thank you.
Didn't mean to leave you out there, Steve.
That's fine. I understand. As I said, it's Steve and Beverly. We're here with Corrigan, and we're very excited tonight to be able to present the design for this new elementary school. So I'm going to let Beverly, as the architect, let you walk through the school.
Okay. So first we're going to start with just a schedule overview, and this is, we are going to issue this project as a competitive seal proposal. So we will bring that construction contract to the board June 25th, so we can start construction July 1st and complete construction by July 1st of 2016. This is just an overview of the site plan. Workman Junior High is actually located to the south of the site. That is actually the existing parking lot that you see on the aerial. The site also is next to Center Street on the west and Volunteer Street to the north. On the east side, that is an existing drive to the Workman Junior High School site as well. The site is relatively flat, so there'll be really minimal demolition for this construction. The new drives for the campuses are located to create intersections with existing neighborhood roads on both Center Street and Volunteer. There is ample stacking space provided for parent drop-off along the perimeter of the building and a small drop-off lane to the south of the site. There are parking lots also located on the west and the east side for easy access for the faculty. Visitor access would be on the west side. The main entry of the building, you can kind of see it, is located sort of central south, and that'll be your visitor parking area. And then, like I said, lots of space for faculty to have access into the building. The overview of the building is the two bands to the north are the classroom bands, and then the larger volume spaces are to the south, so your media center, gym, and your cafeteria, which you'll see in a second. Let's see. There's a playground for the younger students that are located by the classroom block on the east side, as well as a play field with a playground and a play court area on the east side as well for the older students. So the building is oriented along a north to south access. That provides plenty of light into your classroom blocks, which are the orange blocks on the north side of the site. Each classroom block has its own collaboration space with the adjacent faculty workroom. On the first floor are your lower grade students, kindergarten, pre-K, first and second. On the second floor is your third, fourth, fifth, and sixth grade students. The gray block kind of in the center, that is your administration area. There's a little bit of administration on the second floor as well, including an assistant principal office. Your main entry is just south of that gray administration block, and your tall volume spaces, your media center, cafeteria, gymnasium, also located on the south. Fine arts rooms, including your music and strings, are across from the gymnasium. The art room is between the two bands on the north side, kind of separating those out. That also has access to that exterior courtyard on that side, on the east side. A special feature of this campus is we do have a tiered seating stair that we're calling it a learning stair. It's open into a multi-purpose space, and that's located directly to the east of the administration block, and that can be used for just extra teaching space outside of a classroom. The connected directly to the east on the outside is the outdoor learning space, and that's between that courtyard between the kindergarten wing and then your cafeteria. So these are our pretty pictures, our perspectives. Gives you a good idea of what the building will look like. This is the aerial. You really see the massing. Your classroom blocks are the two that are on the left side. Your main entry has that large canopy across it. That's your main entry. Also your media center space with your gym over to the right. And this is your drive-up view. So once again, there's the media center. Lots of glazing on that west side, but we are looking at different options for louvers to try and alleviate any of the sun's rays in the afternoon. And then your entrance is directly to the left of that media center block. Once again, classroom blocks to the back side. And there's a close-up again. And then this is that outdoor courtyard that I discussed earlier, between your kindergarten classroom block on the right and your cafeteria on the left. This is a sunken tiered seating space, and there's also some additional smaller group seating that could be in the back side. That glass block or that glass face is your indoor tiered seating, so there's a kind of a connection between the indoor and the outdoor there. Okay, and that's really the overview.
Oh, we're going to have questions.
Yeah. Any questions? That is perfectly fine.
Miss Pena.
I have a fear of tornadoes. There's a lot of glass here. Where is the safety area?
Can you go backwards?
Okay.
Let's go back to the floor plan. There's a lot of glass in the areas, but the central cores of the facility is where the the safety areas are to the building. So just like we did when we did the Timber Oaks facility, we have the spaces that you can see that are
Yeah, this isn't detailed enough for me to see very much of the specs on it.
Sure, sure. Well, in the core areas right here, as we had before when we were doing the Timber Oaks, these spaces that are in here are all central and all hardened areas where the administration is and the open areas, as well as these corridors are protected from each side. The classroom wings themselves, they have the punched opening windows. The big glass windows are the big areas right here and the big areas in the media center. So cafeteria area doesn't have a lot of windows except to the courtyard area, and then these central cores are very hardened by the walls that are all around them.
So the administrative offices do not have windows looking outside?
They have windows looking outside here, the little punched windows, but the main part of the glass of the building, the big expanse of the glass, is right there at the media center and right there, and then the punched windows are there on the north side.
So, but how many kids can you fit into that small a space?
Oh, thank you. That's even better. Well, that's what I was saying, is at the core of the facility right there. This main central hallways, which are in both of them, see all the corridors that are here, 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 and here? Those are the hardened areas. The glass is there and there. So this area right here is very protected from, and
so the doors on
structural-
the outside do not have glass windows?
The doors on the outside do, but those will have vestibules, so there'll be a second door on the interior of the
Those doors right there?
Yeah.
Those doors,
There will
those
be
will
doors
have
right there.
secondary doors as
Yes.
well?
Yes. As we continue through the design development and through the construction documents of this as well, we are meeting with the security department of Arlington, and we'll really flush out those areas with the district and get a count and everything like that.
Because this won't be the last time I ask this question.
No, that's fine.
And when I go to the building, I will ask the question, where's the plan?
Understand.
Because we need to make sure our kids are safe from those type
Absolutely.
of events.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. Ms. Solons.
Thank you, President Hogg. Thank you for being here this evening and your patience with us. We have a lot on our agenda this evening. This is a new idea for us to put an elementary school. We already have a school on the same property. I wonder if you have something that may help orient me on where this is going to sit on the full property and how we're separating the elementary students and from the workman students and.
Well, this is the site plan, so north is up. So this is the parking lot that's at the Workman site right now, and Workman's, the building is actually right down here. So when we're working with the other architect who's working on the Workman project right now, coordinating the site planning. So Workman has the areas of the drives that are here now and up in front and around this edge. And then this is really their play fields are an open space right now on the northern side of Workman. So we're intending for the main entries and the main drives to be up here and the play areas to be back here. And this drive that you see that's going right through here, that's going to be transversing the entire site. We're talking to the other architect in the other school, and we're anticipating that this drive's probably going to get a little wider and serve both schools and really be the big thoroughfare. It's not a thoroughfare, but the big wide space that will divide the junior high school kids from the elementary school kids and give that, with the fencing around there, give that separation between the two schools. Workman's going to be facing down here for its main entry, and then this school's going to be facing Center Street to separate parents and traffic as well.
And there's nothing on that particular corner of the lot right now.
Just
Is that correct?
play fields.
Soccer, right,
Yeah.
that's where the
And
fields are.
Ms. Solons, think of it this way. We've done this, it's with Mary Moore, correct? Mary Moore and Bowles are on the same side, so it kind of works in a little bit of the same model of how they work. And I think it's worked fairly well down in the southwest portion of town. to have that.
That's great. I just needed to orient myself
I
a bit.
agree. I think it'd be worthwhile to see just the entire orientation, if staff could send that as a document, just to show the entire site plan for that whole location. Anything else, Ms. Solons?
Yes, I'm looking forward to getting it built.
Perfect, yep.
So are we.
Uh-oh, Bob Carlisle has something. Yes, sir.
And speaking of that, when we got this presentation tonight, when we're ready to do the presentation at Workman, what our plan is to show an overall view of both schools at that time.
As we also work on the Workman edition.
Yes.
So that
correct.
makes perfect sense, Mr. Carlisle. Ms. Pena?
Do y'all know what 10 killer birds are?
10 killer birds?
Yes. They're birds that feign injury and around their nesting area, and they typically do their nesting in the gravel where the parking lots could be, because their eggs are such small size, they mimic the gravel. And why I bring this up is because that property in particular, and they're also birds that are supposed to be protected. That property houses those birds. We had an instance years back, I'm the one who's been on this board the longest, years back, where on that particular property, there were birds nesting, and we had some work going where they were doing grass stuff, and they inadvertently killed some of the nests. So I will ask you to please be careful, because on that property in particular, there are those birds that nest there, and I tell you, they're hard to identify their nesting because they are very small, gravel-looking eggs. But you will see the birds because they'll walk around like their leg is hurting them, and they want you to chase them.
They're the kind that kind of run around on the ground?
Yes, it's there. That's the parent that's trying to get you away from their eggs. Okay.
Ms. Payne, remember, we're talking to the architects, not the builders.
But just so they know, whatever you do, the timing has to be right.
They're just designing. We'll tell the construction company not to kill the birds. Dr. Reich. I've never heard of that bird in my entire life, so I got it, Ms. Pena. Dr. Reich, go ahead, please.
Okay, I nominate Ms. Pena as our official.
Dr. Reich, go ahead, please. Your next question.
Okay.
Dr. Reich, go ahead, please.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I don't recall what the capacity was for this building.
Yeah, it's 900.
900? Okay. President Hogg, you're distracting me.
Dr. Reich, you can't stop thinking about these birds. And I'm actually going to drive out there tomorrow.
Me too.
Maybe
we'll go together.
If Ms. Pena tells me I won't go to jail, I may step on a few. So, Dr. Reich, go right ahead, please.
Can you give me a little bit more information with the spaces in between the corridors, I guess second grade and kinder, some of those green spaces, will those be utilized as outdoor learning areas?
Yes, they can be, and we can, when we go through the designs, we'll probably work with the landscape architect to really make those nice spaces and accessible spaces for the students.
Okay. And can you go, it's really helpful with the pointer, I was struggling earlier. In regards to collaborative shared space on the inside, can you point those out with the pointer?
Right there. All of this light blue space.
Yeah.
At each one of the grade levels is the collaborative space for the grade level.
Okay. Okay, great. And are there, in this phase of the design, are there windows planned along the hallways for the teachers to be able to look out into that collaborative space at all?
We haven't gotten that far along yet, but that will be a discussion that will happen.
And then on the sunken stairs, what kind of capacity are you projecting there?
For the exterior stairs?
For the courtyard area?
That would probably be enough for 2 classrooms.
Okay. Yeah, that's neat. And we'll have fencing all the way around, just like any of the other elementary campuses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, at this point, I like the design and think you guys have done a really good job with it, and look forward to just a little bit more solidification on here.
Thank you.
Great.
So, thank you, and good luck with the birds.
Thank you.
We'll try.
Move on from the birds. Ms. Mays. You're the architect. Don't worry about the birds. Ms. Mays.
Okay. Just clarification on the very front where the entrance is. Go back one more slide. There we go.
Okay.
I see the ramp where you can get on for like wheelchair
ADA.
accessibility. So you would go to the left to go up, and it's there's no stairs there.
Right
Yeah,
here
right
is your
there.
entrance. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then for the and then go 2 more slides where we see the outside collaborative learning area.
Oh, back the other way.
Backwards.
There.
Right there. if that is going to be a collaborative work area, is there a way that we may be able to have a ramp also go down?
Yes,
If
absolutely,
someone
it's
wheelchair
required.
wanted to go down?
Yeah, and
Great.
we'll work on those.
Ms. Mays, I think that's all, everything's gonna be all ADA standards,
yes,
which
it has to be.
they can't build it if they don't meet it. So, especially with new buildings.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Mr. Barron. Just move,
Don't get
Mr.
me-
Barron, move on.
Don't get me going here.
Move on.
Since we're on that picture, part of our discussion when we got the first briefing was that we would like to see this thing be coverable, because many months of the year it will be unusable because it's so hot. So that's something to think about as you get into the design.
Absolutely.
And I have two real questions. One is, will there be a fence separating the elementary school from Workman? Where you said that street would get widened?
Yeah, this street down here
Yeah,
that
will
we
there
have
be-
right now will.
Will there be an east-west fence there?
Yes, just like at your other elementaries to separate and secure the sites.
Okay, and, I know. Is media center a fancy word for the library?
Yes, sir.
Could it say media center library or something on that thing so that I don't get too confused?
Mr. Barron, I think some of the trend has kind of been to call them media centers, and kind of go away from the term library, which I think is the new trend. We can call it whatever we want once it comes down to that stage, but I think
What are we going to call the librarian?
you can still have a library in a media center as a whole.
That's it, folks.
Steve Beverly, let me ask quick questions. Just looking at that schematics, I think it looks good. Ms. Pena, I think it's fair on the safety to talk about that, and I see some areas that seem fairly bricked in as a whole. So as you get into the design, I know you'll take that into account. One question on this schematic design, it looks like you'll be able to designate off, because I know with renting of schools, and as people rent portions of the cafeteria and gymnasium, will that be able to be blocked off so that the rest of the portion of the school, specifically some of the offices and then into the classrooms, can be blocked off?
Absolutely. You see the design that has all of what we call these the public functions
Right.
versus the educational functions back there. This is divisible, where you can use the media center, the cafeteria, the gymnasium for after hours and just rent that out, or use that on weekends for little dribblers or whatever you want to, and not open the rest of the school.
And as I know, this is the original schematic design also, while I don't have a fear of tornadoes, just want to make sure they're safe, but I'm also have a fear of not being energy efficient in a building, because that is a fear of high electricity bills, which is a bigger fear than I have for anything else.
Sure.
What has been taken into account so far for this? Have we got to that standard yet of the design? I think the glass is a big portion to assist with that. So how much natural lighting, especially in classrooms, those things have been taken into account?
It's one of the balances that we do in the designing of the facility,
Okay.
because we know that's as critical as making the facility look really nice and have a lot of openness. So there's a balance that we're working with our mechanical engineer to make sure that the building is as efficient as it can be, but also have an aesthetic that you're gonna, and your public's gonna approve.
Perfect. I think that's fair and approval. This is not to you guys, but as we get, Ms. Johnson, I think we've really got to put a focus on some of our signage for this building, especially with dual location. I think signage is even more important to designate between the two. Also, some type of consistent signage as we more move into our schools. As Mr. Hibbs worked a lot in the past for marquees and those items, how do we get communication out, more digital communication, and also I think signage of the AISD to designate. As more charter schools come in, I think you have to designate the brand a little more. But with this one, I think signage to truly designate between Workman and the other one, I think is a critical factor.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Esch?
Talking about energy efficiency, are we trying to target any kind of a LEED, or I don't remember what the other category is, status at all? Or like we did with Adams, we didn't actually go for the certification, but we got
we
pretty
have
close.
we have our internal energy efficiency standards that we have, and that's basically based on the CHIPS program, which is the Collaborative High Performance Schools. And if you'll note, our Adams Elementary School is our cheapest building to operate in the district.
Yep.
We've done a good job. We use that same design criteria on Timber Oaks, and then we will use that same design criteria with these.
Good. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Rice. Ms. Mays.
I just have one other question, since we haven't seen, and this may be more of a, a Bob question. Haven't seen how we're going to do the remodeling on the Workman School itself, but having two buildings on the same property, not saying that they have to look the same, but seeing the current Workman we have, this is drastically a different looking building on the same property. So just didn't know if we're going to have anything to kind of flow those two buildings so they look like they're both AISD.
I think what you're going to see when we do the Workman project, part of that project not only is an addition, but we've got our condition and deficiency money that we've got. And we've got a large amount of money for the replacement of the paving and the parking at Workman. And I think you see when we pull these two designs together and do that site overlay, that it's really you're going to know where the front doors are, and it's going to be significant. I think you're going to be wowed when you see that these two placed together.
Okay, and that'll be great. Just I guess the big thing that popped out as we're talking about the pretty windows here, when the current Workman has no windows at all,
right,
pretty much facing. So that's the only reason I'm asking.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mays. Beverly, Steve, thank you so much. And I think remind all my colleagues, we do have projects assigned to some board members to really be able to take a deep dive as we come into this. As we have numerous projects going on, we have each other up here to really take that deep dive during some of those meetings. So I thank you guys for that, and we look forward to multiple other times of seeing you as this process goes on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
I've now lost my agenda, but I know, I think the birds ate it, but I know we're moving on to Baird Farm Road Elementary School. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg, and we'll ask Cindy to do her introduction of this one.
And I will proceed with the.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Ms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been thrown totally off track right here. So at this time, it is a discussion action item. If we approve the first steps of this process, we can take a motion. So at this time, I'd be more than willing to entertain a motion. Ms. Sullins, do you have a motion?
Yes,
I don't know
I'd like
if I trust
to make a
that.
motion to approve the schematic design for Workman Junior High site as presented by administration.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Helms. At this time, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. 7 trustees present, 7 trustees vote in the affirmative. Thank you so much to Corrigan. Thank you guys for all your hard work on this. And next, we'll move on to schematic design for elementary school Baird Farm Road site. Ms. Powell.
President Hogg, board members, Dr. Cavazos, this second school will be the one built up north on our Baird Farm Road property. And again, it will relieve crowding at Ellis, Larson, and Sherrod and absorb kids from what is today the Rockmore boundary, since we're converting it to a Fine Arts Dual Language Academy. Wanted to apprise you that we are talking with Boys and Girls Club about the possibility of that organization having a presence at our elementary school on that Baird Farm Road site. What we've discussed is the possibility of them having roughly 7,000 square feet in which they would serve our students, all grade levels, not just elementary school, in after-school programs. And so the Boys and Girls Club is talking about this possibility among their board, and we plan to, in the next 2 weeks, know from them for certain whether they are going to participate in this project or not. So what you're going to see this evening from Perkins and Will with the schematic design are 2 versions of the schematic design for this elementary school. One that assumes that Boys and Girls Club does want to participate in the project, and the other that assumes that they are not. We need to go ahead and present this to you all so we can continue our planning work on this, and we have had multiple conversations with Boys and Girls Club, and we've discussed that we need to know by February 2nd so that we can continue on with our design development. So with that, we have Patrick Glenn here this evening with Perkins and Will to share with you the schematic design on Baird Farm Road.
Thank you, Cindy. Good evening, President Hogg, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. Really want to thank you for the opportunity to come in and share our work. Also want to make a comment that we've really enjoyed working with Bob and Javier and their team through this process. Before I get started, I would like to introduce my colleague, Charles Brandt. He's the project manager on this project. So. As Beverly mentioned, their schedule, we've got a very, very similar schedule, and assuming the next 20 minutes go well for us.
You're nervous now, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think you'll be okay.
We'll be scheduled to finish documents in the middle of May and bring back a GMP recommendation in June and start construction basically July 1st, and just like the other project, finish up a year later and open for fall of 2016. I think anytime we begin this design process, we like to start off with a very simple diagram that academically will drive the planning. In this diagram, it's just divided into three simple components. You got public spaces, you got private spaces, and then you got some shared spaces in between. You can almost think of those spaces, public spaces, being the noisy spaces, the loud spaces, the private spaces being the quiet, more student-focused study spaces. It's also, we've also started to think of how the building footprint will sit on the site and trying to implement a strong east-west axis to try to implement some sustainable passive features and to limit the east-west exposures. From that, we start to break down this diagram and start to add some programmatical value to it. You can imagine that public bar having the cafeteria, the gym, and this is where we start to insert the Boys and Girls Club. The academic house is the private spaces on the southern part of the site. And we start to identify where the main entrance might be and where the drive approach is and how you might move through the site and move through the building. So if you can kind of have that diagram in your mind, you'll start to visualize how it might lay on the site. So this is Baird Farm Road on the right-hand side. This is the main entrance into the facility. The main entry to the school is in this location right here. We've got parent drop-off on this side and bus drop-off here. We do have a secondary entrance on the north-hand side that basically would lead you into the gym and the Boys and Girls Club, and then a secondary entrance that leads you straight into the cafeteria. The classroom bar is on the southern part of the site. It's the little bit more private side. The views, the more dominant views into the site really are going southbound on Baird Farm Road, looking straight in. This is really where you visualize and can see where that main entrance is, and that's why we've pushed this bar back a little bit and really opened that aperture up, really providing a very welcoming entrance plaza. The back half of the site is a little bit more private. We do have a lower playground area and an upper playground area. We do have an outdoor learning area in this location here. It's really protected by the two building wings. And then the drive goes all the way around the site. We've distributed teacher parking on the south side so they can actually have their own faculty entrance and get closer to classrooms. Certainly we've got a number of spaces on the north-hand side of the site for public, and certainly visitors is there as well. So as Ms.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you tell me, is the water tower then on the top
Water
left?
tower is about right here.
Okay, thanks.
So as Ms. Powell mentioned, we do have two versions of this design. That one includes the Boys and Girls Club and one that does not. So this version, the Boys and Girls Club, is in this location right here. So you can just imagine if that were removed, we'd be able to truncate that bar, move it back. We'd be able to flatten out the fire lane road on the back side. So moving into the floor plan, you probably see this more on your leave-behinds than you can on the screen. Again, that main entrance is right here, nestled between the two bars. The gymnasium's on the front corner. This area in blue is the Boys and Girls Club. Again, that secondary entrance, whether you're going into the gym or into the Boys and Girls Club. And then we've got the music and strings program right behind the platform and the cafetorium and the kitchen. So again, it's really strengthening that very public bar of that original diagram. In the center, again, a central administration along with teacher lounge and workroom areas in this location. The media center is right there in the heart of the school. Once you come straight in, you're basically right on access to the media center or the library. And then certainly we've got 2 academic houses. This right here is the pre-K and K academic house. It's actually the closest to those 2 protected playground areas. And then this academic house has the 1st and 2nd grade kids. Each academic house does have the teacher workroom, student toilets, collaboration areas. And then the upper floor, again, is just a copy of those academic houses. We've got 3rd and 4th grade kids in this location and 5th and 6th grade kids in this location. The 2 science classrooms and the art room are centrally located in the facility. So again, this plan was with the Boys and Girls Club, and what that might look like without the Boys and Girls Club, again, this bar just truncates and gets closer. We'd still have the strings and the music program right here, right behind the platform for the cafetorium. So that's really the only difference in the plan. Upper level pretty much stays the same from the previous version that I just went through. This rendering gives you a bird's eye perspective of the massing and how it might sit on the site. Again, Baird Farm Road is in the foreground, and again, there's that main entrance and view into the site. You can start to see the main entrance articulated here with a large roof overhang. It travels across and turns the corner and becomes an overhang for the secondary entrance, and then continues down and provides a little bit more human scale entrance for the cafeteria that's towards the rear of the facility. All these renderings that you see on the screen or in your booklet have the Boys and Girls Club. So we don't have 2 separate renderings. We just brought 2 separate site plans and 2 separate floor plans. You can start to see the academic bar on the left-hand side of the screen. We're starting to have a little fun with the window placements, whether it's a creative rhythm or maybe even introducing some color in the glass, or maybe it could be color in the interior walls where you see that through the glass. This is a rendering of the main entrance. You're on access with the central administration, protected over that roof overhang, the gymnasium on the right-hand side. Again, what's in the foreground on the left-hand side is that academic bar where the 1st and 2nd grade students would be on the lower level, and then 5th and 6th would be above them. And this rendering is really on the more private side. You start to see the 2 playground areas. This is the library off in the distance. This is the other academic bar. This is where the kindergartners and the pre-K students would be able to come straight out and access those playground areas. You start to see the cafeteria off in the distance on the left. This would be some glazing where you could actually come out straight out from the cafeteria into this area. And this is certainly the kitchen, so it's a little bit more solid on the left-hand side of the screen. And the last rendering we have is really a southwest view. You can, again, still see the cafeteria and the kitchen off in the distance in the background. But then you start to see the south side of the classroom bar. We've really tried to minimize the windows and the window openings on the south side just for sustainability. So there are very, very modest openings on that south side. And with that, I'll open it up with questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Very, very good presentation, good designs. Ms. Mays.
Good evening again. Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you. In our subcommittee meeting, I asked if you could bring back what it would look like on the plan without the Boys and Girls Club, and I appreciate you doing that. And I just want to confirm that is that like a retaining wall?
This right here would be a screen wall just to not only hide the surface entrance, but also to keep the kids not get too curious going around that wall. It really helps contain this area.
Good. Thank you, because that's what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
And I think that was my only question.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Ms. Stallings.
Thank you. This looks great.
Thank you.
I'm excited to see more about it. I'm certainly glad to see that we're looking at partnering with the Boys and Girls Club. I think that's wonderful. I'm glad you brought both layouts for us to see, and glad to see that that's a workable option. I think that's a great opportunity for our students and families. I was curious about the the adjacent properties, what would be done between the adjacent properties and the school, just a fence. I know that there's a strip shopping center towards the back, and that would there be anything in addition to a fence between the school property and that?
And Ms. Solons, you're mainly asking about the faculty parking area, that southern portion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we certainly have a perimeter fence, but we could add some heavy vegetation, some trees to give a little bit more visual obstruction between the two properties.
I think that would be great to consider. So.
Sure, we can certainly do that.
Patrick, I might add in, that faculty parking is actually, because of the grading of the site, is going to be elevated up a little bit. So they would have, if someone
that
was
would
to come in
help.
that backside, they'd be over fence and climbing up the side.
Oh, that's good. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, the high part of the site is in this location, and the low part in this location. That's why you see the number of stairs on the front entrance, just because that finished floor elevation is raised up a little bit.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Solons. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, President Hogg. One thing we need to point out to the rest of the board is that entrance to the facility is only from the east. And there is no road that goes all the way around. It's kind of like what's at Blanton, where you can't go around the building, because we don't own that bottom right corner.
Yeah. That right there.
Okay.
So to further explain, when you do come around, teachers being able to park here would have to go back out the way they came in. And this large area right here is a turnaround for a fire truck. Now, we did locate and align that drive straight up with that drive in case there ever was an opportunity to acquire that property, or if you could come to an agreement where you had access through that property.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Yeah, I think that's it for me, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Pena?
I
see them out there. They're cringing. I see both of them cringing, Ms. Pena. No, stop it, Ms. Pena.
But I don't know that that's a fact.
Patrick and Charles will never come back and work with us again.
Feel like I'm on candid camera or something.
Yeah, it's not a joke, Charles. Patrick, it's real.
Okay.
What's the 6 to 12-year-old area? I thought the whole school was that.
Ms. Pena, can you turn your, I don't think your mic was on.
On the plans, it says a 6 to 12-year-old area, but
Yeah,
I thought the whole school was a 6 to 12-year-old.
This area is the Boys and Girls Club. So this is the 6 to 12 area for the Boys and Girls Club, and this is the teen area. You do have a learning center here and 2 multi-purpose and a little, like 3 offices right here. So that 6 to 12 area is part of the Boys and Girls Club.
Ah, okay, and I thought they were at that other end where you're cutting off. If we didn't have the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah,
so you just moved it over.
Yeah, what we would do if we did not move forward with the Boys and Girls Club, this area that I'm trying to highlight in light blue, I would slide it out and then slide the cafeteria closer to the gym.
Gotcha.
That's what we would do.
Okay, thank you. And like I said, I really don't know if there are parakeets up in the water tower.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. Dr. Rush.
Thank you. I do want to note that on the southwest view, there are birds in the sky.
Dr. Rice, your question, please.
On the playground space, the playground view, with the road that is right there, where I guess it would be for the teachers primarily to go back to their parking, what will we have set up as far as safety things? Because we have that playground and then there's additional play space on the other side of the road, right?
Yeah, play fields on the other side of the road. We actually looked at, early on in the design, trying to take this road all the way around so it basically encompasses that play area. But the site grading over here gets pretty steep, and it would probably be cost prohibitive to actually bring that road all the way around.
Okay.
As far as safety features go, it's something that we can certainly look into in the next phase of the design.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, might warrant it. I can't think of a school where we have a road in the middle. So, okay, that'd be something worth looking at. And then I wanted to, I like the design overall. I do want to say on the southwest view, which is, I guess, the backside of the classroom spaces there where the teacher parking lot is.
Yes.
There's something about it that strikes me wrong. It seems almost apartment complex kind of looking. And I don't know, I'm not an architect, I don't know how to address that, but it's, I might just be nuts. I might be the only one up here. It just, I don't know, something about it struck me. I just wanted to make that comment. Otherwise, I think the design's great. That I know that space is a difficult space. So I really appreciate what you guys have put together on here. I guess in relation to what we talked about with the other group, with Corrigan on their collaborative spaces, could you touch on those a little bit more on the inside?
So you can see the light blue area here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Those will just be open up to the main corridor hallway.
Okay.
And then we've got 4 more on the upper level as well.
Sure, sure. Okay, excellent. That's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Ms. Mays.
Okay, can you go back one more slide where we've got the Boys and Girls Club? Right. Okay. I don't see on the plan, but maybe it is there, the separation between that long hall space, for instance, for after school, to make sure that none of those students are going throughout the school that are visiting on the public area?
Similar to Corrigan's design, this design can also be zoned off or locked off in this location here, where this part of the building could be open either after school, on the weekends, and no one would be able to move further into the facility in that location right there.
Okay. Thank you.
Good question, Ms. Mays. One real quick thing, I know it can be added, but I see, I don't see a door going from kind of the Boys and Girls Club area except for the gymnasium to allow them access to the outdoor learning center.
Oh, out here? We can certainly add that.
Yeah, I figure that's an easy piece to add. I think it looks wonderful. Good job to you two gentlemen, your whole entire team. I think it looks
great,
wonderful. I think it's a very good design. I love the look of it. So, as we all know, this is very early stages.
Certainly
this
is.
process. Lots of things can be added. I haven't even gotten into my fencing question, which I love to ask about fencing. Fencing's my little personal thing. Bob Carlisle's laughing back there. It's a big deal to me. I think it makes a difference in the neighborhood. So, with that, I thank you, gentlemen. At this time, we'd be more than willing to take a motion and accept this first level approval.
President Hogg, I would move that we approve the schematic design for the Baird Farm Road site.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hibbs, and I think a second by Ms. Mays, and I'll take it by Ms. Mays. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Thank you very much, gentlemen. 7 trustees vote in the affirmative. We have it approved. Next, we'll move on to Dr. Cavazos. Consider dual language fine arts academy. Yes. We can do them all together. What are you saying? Dr. Cavazos.
All right, and so thank you, President Hogg. We'll bring forth the Dual Language Fine Arts Academy attendance zones, and Ms. Powell will help us with that presentation.
I'll make the quick intro here. As you all know, we contracted with DeYoung Richter to assist us in planning work for the bond program. And we have completed planning labs for both the Fine Arts Dual Language Academies and also the Career Tech Center just before winter break. And so we have with us this evening our folks from DeYoung Richter, our consultants, and they are going to walk us through a description of the planning process, and then we're going to start with the Fine Arts Dual Language Academy, and then Dr. Wirtz will make a presentation on the instructional planning that is taking place with that particular program. So I think we are getting very close to having that presentation available, but we're going to start with the DeYoung Richter. Mark's working on this. On the DeYoung Richter, there we go. Okay, I think we're ready now. So David Sturts with DeYoung Richter is going to make the first part of this presentation.
Good evening, President Hogg, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos. Good to be here with you as always. I will try to keep it succinct here as we're going to be talking about the programming effort for the Dual Language Fine Arts Academy, the Fine Arts Dual Language Academy. And so here we go. So as a reminder, again, the educational specification, as you saw the two architectural presentations, we are pre-architectural process oriented to build the logic and the, I call it the narrative blueprint, so that the blue blueprint can later come. And so the scope of the work, that was our charge, was to repurpose the Corey and Rockmore Elementary Schools as Fine Arts Dual Language Academies, and to consider within the life cycle condition improvements, all within the budget as scoped within the master plan, which we did. And in the process, we consider the scope of the plan within the budget, and we consider, when we talk about the visioning sessions, we consider a master plan for the facility within which the scope will fit, so that we're making sure that we're fitting the scope of our project within a broader whole that makes sense from a visioning standpoint. As you see, there's our process timeline. We had a bit of a hiccup thanks to Mother Nature in lab number 1, so we had to reschedule that for a later date. As we began all of our ed-spec processes, we start with staff interviews for those folks around the district at the elementary level in both fine arts and languages, as well as elementary core instruction, special education instruction, administration, to discuss vision for not only a current description of current programs and needs, but also vision for the future. That, as always in our ed-spec, led to the Lab 1 in the visioning exercises. And as with Workman, we spent, the Workman Junior High ed-spec, we spent a good amount of time in the beginning discussing program and program design and program vision. And really, I'd like to say more program vision than design, because that's where Dr. Wirtz takes over, and and so really our charge in that part was to, with your teachers, staff, in the planning lab, was to get a clear focus to a vision for the academic team under Dr. Wirtz to refine that into a plan, which he will discuss here in a little bit. The core elements of the plan or the vision rather, as described by your teachers and staff, was that the Envision program here would be accessible to all students, accountable for all, that the concept of separation of teacher and student is more everybody's a learner, it's at different levels. Very data-driven. We wanted to, considering the nature of the arts infusion, the language infusion, very much taking a holistic approach to learning, and considering, insofar as we can, intercurriculum instruction and so forth. Relevancy from a teacher and student perspective, to structure the program so that at every step, from a professional development standpoint and a student improvement standpoint, that we make sure we have special support structures in place because of the unique nature of this program, and that teaching learning mastery to be prioritized over fixed learning within fixed segments of time. And so we discussed throughout the process some ways that we can envision some flexibility there. We talked, these were a further step in the visioning draft mission statement that the folks came out with in the first lab, the statement that the Corey Rockmore Fine Arts Dual Language Academy's learning is infused with art. Art instructionally intentionally relates to the student's academic and cultural instruction. That furthers the student's awareness of and appreciation for multiple cultures through art instruction. That at these academies value equally language acquisition and arts instruction. It is both and rather than either or. Data-driven and individualized for each student and teacher. It's facilitated in relevant ways for students whose needs and interests help shape the instructional context, so that there is a feedback loop between student interest and teacher interest and the instructional context itself. facilitated by teachers and administrators who have the flexibility to adjust their team's instruction and campus scheduling as deemed best for student mastery, and is assessed primarily based on content concept mastery for students and teachers. So you see the theme of mastery coming through again and again, and flexibility, because this is a unique program. The vision to the academic team was that we needed to consider some perhaps different models for this particular environment. In the visioning lab, we followed up with a week in the life scenario where we wanted the lab members, from a teacher's perspective, an administrator's perspective, and a student's perspective, to envision a week in the life in this different model. That helped shape the vision statement and the moving forward to the visioning team. As well, just some conceptual. If you want, I likened it to playing Sudoku with your schedule, balancing within different models to see how we could attain the different learning objectives, but do so in a way that perhaps could add flexibility to teachers. And this is purely conceptual. It is not a formula. It just showed that perhaps something could be done in that sense. And again, that's where Dr. Wertz takes over. We continued on as in our lab with then getting down from the visioning standpoint. We moved on to, okay, what kind of layouts we want to look at, and we looked at a first draft compilation of space that came out of their interviews, and received, as a process always, a variety of spatial arrangements to assess and consider for this particular design. We took the output of this first lab to two community meetings, one at Corey and one at Rockmore. We got the Q&A and questionnaires results in all our community meetings, and got some good discussion from our community members there. We then reconvened for Lab 2 to review the results from the community meeting, provide further edits to the compilation of space, and complete the space requirements exercise, where we overlaid the concepts from the visioning and the scheduling, and took the edits to the COS to then overlay on the vision on the current floor plan to provide the architectural team on this project a starter from the visioning down to some beginning conceptual adjacency models. Now, furthermore, when we consider the master plan for the site from a programmatic perspective, when we completed that through the process, you can see here for Corey, we were spot on as far as the square footage requirements, so we know that conceptually the vision fits, and then we prioritize the project within the budget from there. Same thing for Rockmore. When we did the process, we focused on Corey as the larger site, and then scaled down the program to fit the Rockmore floor plan. However, worked with commensurate percentages of space for the Rockmore plan. So we were able to achieve the scope of work based on the bond within the focus of the master plan, while also envisioning a broader perspective to fit it within. Stantec will review the entire educational specification, of which a draft was provided at the beginning of this calendar year. That included the narratives from all of our labs, the compilation of space, as well as descriptions. We call them program area descriptions of each space, which includes description of the purpose, users, and activities of the space, and the different mechanical, plumbing, furniture, FF&E, and so forth, adjacency concepts for each of the spaces, how they should relate. By March the 19th, Stantec is estimated to take our draft product and print it into architectural drawings to present in a manner that you received tonight. And as mentioned, the district is continuing to refine the instructional program using the vision as a platform to jump off from. And with that, a brief overview, questions or comments?
Okay, perfect. Thank you, David. Maybe let's wait. I know Dr. Wertz is, wherever he is. There he is. Couldn't see you on the corner. If you want to go ahead and start talking. I feel like that was some type of joke staff's making. Dr. Wertz, it's not how short you are. There's a big corner filler right there that I couldn't see through.
No problem.
As you're sitting next to the tallest guy in the room there, right. Mr. Hill. So
It's okay.
Mr. Hill, we can see you. Don't worry about it. So, Dr. Mertz, please go right ahead.
Well, this is a very exciting time for us here in Arlington ISD. This is one of several really unique programs that we're offering our students, and we've spent a lot of time really investigating the best way to go about designing this program for our students so they can have a unique experience. We have been visiting programs in actually 3 states. And we have been to schools that have provided dual language instruction in multiple languages. We've interviewed central office staff, we've interviewed teachers and principals, and interacted with students and really tried to get a gauge for what's the best way to go about this process. I think it's important to note the way that Mr. Sturts kind of flipped the wording around to Fine Arts Dual Language Academy, because what we're not creating, our intention is not to create simply a dual language school. Dual languages programs are happening all across the country right now. What we're really trying to define is a way to provide a fine arts academy for students where we provide core instruction through a dual language model, so that when students walk out of this program and matriculate into the secondary years, they will have had deep exposure and expertise in the area of fine arts while mastering content in 2 and up to 3 languages. So it's a really exciting time. I'm going to share with you a little bit about our process that we went through, and then I will talk to you a little bit about what the application process will be, and then I'll open it for questions. So I'm supposed to, there we go. Okay. So So what we did is we started off with the visioning team, and it was composed of teachers and administrators like Mr. Sturts had talked about, and curriculum leaders, and we really tried to design what the program can look like. And we thought, how can we make this experience feel different than a traditional elementary school where we happen to be teaching content in a foreign language? We intentionally have been collaborating with experts in the fine arts field and at the university level, and here's some examples of the people we've been specifically collaborating with. The Clyburn, which we know is a nationally recognized organization that is focused on the classical piano and has a world famous competition that they do. Casa Mañana, specifically, we were working with them because they provide actually year-round courses in acting, musical theater, dance, and voice, and they provide very specific instruction and exposure to that drama kind of area in our area, in the Metroplex. Of course, you know about the Kimball Art Museum, which has over 350 works that are periodic in nature, and the Ammon Carter Museum of American Art. And we've collaborated with all of them in our design to think about what the space needs to look like so that when students are engaging in instruction, how we can highlight their work, give them opportunities to practice and master their skills, but then also to enhance their learning experience by interacting and interfacing with experts in these areas. We've also been working and collaborating with the University of Texas at Arlington and North Texas. As you know, for example, the University of North Texas has a very well-known fine arts program, and so we called upon those professors and experts as we were designing even our space to consider what programming considerations we needed to think about as we design the space and what kinds of opportunities we could possibly provide our students. Our goal with this program is to maintain and provide students with educational programming that increases the academic rigor, but also at the same time provide intensive fine arts and opportunities for kids to specialize in the areas of their interest. And our goal is that when they leave the elementary environment and get ready to matriculate into secondary, they will have mastered a second language and been deeply exposed to a third for future mastery as they finish through high school. Our dual language model will consist of a 50-50 two-teacher dual language model where 50% of the instruction will be provided in English and 50% of the instruction will be provided in Spanish. The Spanish instruction will focus primarily in math and science as we begin, and the reason for that is because as students enter into the school, in order to foster language development, you start that area in their home native language, and that'll be primarily in English. As you know, Spanish is spoken actually by over 329 million people around the world, and it's the official language of 20 countries. So our goal is for students to master a language that will actually provide them an advantage as they enter into the workforce later on. We also wanted to consider opportunities for students to be exposed to a language that regionally was very pronounced and a significant part of their environment. As part of their matriculation through the elementary years, they will be exposed to a program called Foreign Language in the Elementary School. We call it FLES, and we will be introducing Mandarin Chinese. Our goal with Mandarin Chinese was to give students an opportunity to have access to a language that was very business-minded, something that when they graduate from high school or from college, they would have exposure to a language that's going to have a very prominent place in the world right now. We did some research to make sure that it would be sustainable as kids left the elementary schools and moved into secondary, and we can continue their growth and development in the Chinese language or Mandarin Chinese through our IB and AP programming. Currently in our IB programming, students will have an opportunity to either participate in, there's two strands, AB Initio, or AB Initio, which is for students who have no exposure to Chinese, which would not be our students who matriculate through this program, but they also have a language B path, which is for students who have had significant exposure but are still not necessarily at the mastery level like a native speaker. Right now, as you know, it is spoken widely around the world by more than 845 million people, and Bloomberg report back in 2011 actually reported as the most useful language for business outside of English. For fine arts, our students will receive at least 240 minutes of art-specific instruction each week, and Mr. Sturts articulated our goal to provide flexible scheduling at the elementary level. Typically, we have a very specific number of minutes that we expect students to be exposed to specific content areas over the course of a day, and the purpose behind that is to ensure that our students all receive the same level of educational opportunities, and it also focuses on the possibility of mobility. Since we have over 20% of our students that are mobile around the district, we want to make sure that regardless of which school they go to, their experience is very similar. With that said, we do know that our students at the Fine Arts Academy are going to be exposed to a high level of enrichment when it comes to fine arts, and so that may require us to have some more flexibility with the schedule. So one example that we would do is, instead of looking at 90 minutes of math every single day, we might take what the full sum of that week minutes might be, and we might have more minutes in one day and less in another, so that kids can be accommodated with their practice schedules and their exposure to the fine arts. In K through 4, the fine arts program will consist initially of All Arts for All, and this will provide a foundation for students to really have exposure to all types of art, so that they can begin to specialize once they matriculate to 5th and 6th grade. All Arts for All will have a piano as a foundational piece. They'll also be exposed to general music, choir and preparatory instruments, visual art, drama, and dance. And then when they matriculate to 5th and 6th grade, they'll be asked to specialize, and they'll be able to choose a specialization according to their interests, which could fall anywhere in the area of visual arts, strings, piano, voice, dance, or drama. One of the goals that we have in the academy is that we want to consider the students who are actually at the schools already, who are not part of the academy. As you know, for Corey, for example, we will be accepting a student cohort of kindergarten students next year, but there will be students in 1st through 6th grade that are not part of the academy but are at the school. And so our goal is to give them opportunities to enhance their education, learning opportunities while they're at those schools. And so students that are not part of the academy, our goal is that they also receive at least 135 minutes of instruction in one of the above areas, which is approximately about 45 extra minutes above what a typical elementary student would receive in Arlington in the fine arts areas. We'll also continue to enhance our partnerships with people in the community and give our students access to that, regardless of whether you're actually part of the academy or not, the official academy cohort. And then our goal is to, for the academy students, is to begin to infuse the actual core curriculum with fine arts elements, so that they may use that as almost a springboard to their learning. And a general example of what that may look like is we could insert into our curriculum documents examples of visual arts, and students can write about them, learn about them, and use the fine arts as a mode for learning English language arts and possibly mathematics and science and things like that. Our goal right now, we are expecting to accept 132 students into the program at Corey and 88 students into the program at Rockmore. The reason why we have more at Rockmore at Corey than at Rockmore is we have more space right now. We don't have the same level of space at Rockmore because of we have, obviously the school is full, so we're getting ready to build another one. What we'll do is we will post our applications online. Everything will go live with your approval tomorrow. It'll be online, and as well as paper copies for people who need access to a paper copy. And families will be able to access that application online between January 16th and February 13th. On February 2nd, 4th, and 9th, we will host parent meetings, which will be a requirement for admission into the program. So parents who would like their children to be considered for admission into the program will be required to attend one of the parent meetings so that they can understand what their children will be experiencing, what kind of commitments they will need to make as a parent in order to have some longevity for their child in the program. We will review applications between February 17th and 26th, which will consist of a rubric that we'll be developing to kind of score them, to give a sense of in order for admissions. And then parents will receive notification no later than February 27th. This date is important because the intent behind that is to have that date posted prior, that for a parent to know where their child is receiving admission into the program prior to the transfer windows opening, so that if their child does not receive admission into the program, they also have other options that they can access as parents, so they're not limited because of our timeline. I wanted to provide you with a sample of what the actual application looked like. Hold on, did I do that right? Okay. So this is an example of the application, and basically how it starts off is parents will fill out typical demographic information. One of the things I would like to note on here is an opportunity for parents to list what their preference point is as far as school goes. And the reason why we did that is, as you're going to hear in a few minutes, we did zone it intentionally for a north-south region so that we can provide some equity for students in both sides of the city to have access to programming. However, when we do go through the admission process, if we find that one school has more space left over based on applications or interest level, and one is full, we want to provide people who have interest in going to the other campus an opportunity so that we can notify the parent and let them know, although there's no more room at the current campus, we could either place them on the waiting list or offer them a space at the other site, and then the parent would have that choice. So we did want to ask them whether they were actually interested at all in actually going to another site. One of the other areas that we did at the bottom is we are asking some information simply about their child. We wanted to know a little bit about whether their child, or they would be interested in allowing their child to participate in enrichment and summer programming. And the reason we wanted to do that is because initially in the kindergarten cohort, we don't intend on changing the school hours. We will have the typical school hours like every other elementary school, and we don't anticipate having a long extended day initially because kinder students are very young and it's difficult for them to endure a very long day already. But we did want to let parents know that we have the intention on having extended opportunities for students after school and in the summertime. And so students that are enrolling in the program, we wanted to know if there is an interest level for that. We also were wanting to know, for example, if they have any twins or triplets, simply because we don't want to split and create hardships at families by having two siblings of the same age group sent in different places. And then we also wanted to know some simple information about the child's previous services. Some students will be coming from a pre-K setting who have specific services. And since we are not designing a magnet school, and we will be accepting all students, possibly students with disabilities or different kinds of backgrounds, we wanted to know what kind of programming or special services they had in the past so that we can begin to staff. That won't be a screening priority. We won't consider that in our screening, but we wanted to know so that we can anticipate some staffing needs. And then also just what kind of interest their child has exhibited in the past when it comes to the fine arts area, since that's going to be a primary focus at the school. Once they complete the document that has demographic information, we have 6 questions that we designed that will help us in the screening process. A rubric will be applied to these questions to help us screen through applications, and there's some simple questions, narratives, where a parent can tell us why they want their child to attend the academies, what they expect their child to accomplish while they're at the academy, describing the experiences that their families may have had with languages other than the language that's spoken in their home. We also are interested in knowing how the parent plans to support their child's development of a second language, and then how they plan to support their child's mastery of some area in the fine arts. And then lastly, we wanted to know why they feel that studying the fine arts and other languages and cultures was important, just to get a sense of why they're interested in coming to the academy. Once they complete that last piece, there are some commitments that we will ask parents to commit to. And we list them here on the application so they understand very clearly up front what their obligations will be as a parent of a child who's enrolled in the program. And I won't go through them all bullet by bullet because there's several of them, but basically what it alludes to is we concretely outline for them very specifically what languages are being taught, what the FLES language will be, about the expectation that when you enroll, although we cannot mandate it, the expectation is if you enroll in the program, you will stay the entire 7 years from kinder through 6th grade, and that you'll be an actively involved parent at the school and helping their child progress through the program. We intend to screen using a rubric. We do understand that we might in the end have to do some interviews, so we are leaving space inside our window of application to conduct one-on-one interviews with families should we have to make some determinations between applications. And then once the application process is finished, we will finalize the results and notify parents individually by February 27th. So that's pretty much an overview of the program. Any questions?
Bravo, Dr. Wertz. Great program, great design so far. Mr. Hibbs.
A key to the success, obviously, in this first year, because I think that it's a brand new program. Pending approval tonight, you mentioned that we would make the application process open beginning tomorrow, or
correct.
What forms, maybe Leslie is the one to ask this, but what forms are we going to actually notify the community and get this into all of the parents now? Because there may be a lot of parents not even thinking about kindergarten for another couple of months.
That's a great question.
We're going to be doing a lot of different things, so tomorrow we'll post information online and share it on social media. We have that mostly ready to go. We're adding a few things with Vietnamese translations because we want to make sure that we serve all of our population, so we'll post that tomorrow. We're also making flyers about the parent meetings and the schools and the application process. That will go home with every elementary school student in the district, and we'll be sharing those with some of our other entities, our community-based pre-K centers, and other pre-K centers that that maybe will share that information with us. We'll work with the public library, the chamber, the Board of Realtors. We'll work with all of our community partners to get as widely as we can. Work with the media.
We'll use the rotodialers and things that we've got also, because, I think it's the key of just getting this information out, I think, more than anything else, especially before we get to the time of the transfers,
yes,
because that's going to be absolutely key.
And that's why we have that timeline set so that we can notify people before the transfers start the following week.
Right,
so we want to get this information out as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
so parents have time to plan.
I think everybody's itching to get to that point, and I just don't want to lose any of that momentum. I hate the fact that I heard like 15 commercials last week from a competitive district, and I'd like to make sure that people know that we've got this opportunity up and running.
We'll also have, we'll work with our media partners. We'll have something in Arlington today about it, and some other outlets.
Good.
And Ms. Johnson, of course, the churches, I think, are a key factor. It's your typical approaches
we actually
of where
have
we go.
a pastoral luncheon next week, so we'll be sure to include that information for them to share with their
Mr. Hibbs,
congregations.
someone who knows a lot of kids going into kindergarten, trust me, the talk is out on right now for a lot of different areas, a lot of different groups of where this is. But I think you're right. We've got to make sure we promote it across the board to make sure we're hitting the right numbers. So I agree with you.
Kindergarten's past my prime.
As my wife with a 6-month-old has already started scouting 5 years from now, it's scary where it is. Ms. Mays.
Thank you. At the parent meetings on February the 2nd, 4th, and 9th, Will the parents be able to actually fill out and submit applications at these meetings?
We could arrange for that. Really, it's an information center, but there's no reason that would prevent us from maybe like opening a library and giving them access to a computer or setting some computer stations up so they can do that while they're there, while we're there to help them.
Right.
Our goal is to make this as seamless and as convenient for people as possible, and for some people who don't have computers at home, that might be a need. So we definitely can do that. Yeah.
Okay. And then what will the check-in process be? If they're required to attend one of these 3 meetings, what information are you going to get from them to show that they attended?
We're going to have some kind of sign-in sheet where they acknowledge the specifics of the sign-in sheet we haven't worked out, but it'll probably be at least a name and an address, some way that we can identify them to the application of their child. Maybe the child's name and their address, so that we can link the two together, because their understanding of their commitments as a parent can be really important.
Right.
So identifying information that will help us connect the two together.
Or maybe like the student ID number?
Well, some students won't have an ID number if it's their first year in kindergarten. Yeah.
Okay. And then am I understanding that if they submit an application and their first choice is, let's say, the North School's full, but they've been accepted, that if they choose to go to the South School, they have to provide their own transportation?
Yes, if they choose to go there, it almost would function like a transfer situation. Yeah, it would function like a transfer because they're zoned actually for one of the other schools. I think the thing that we have to keep in mind too is what we're trying to make sure too is that there's some equity as far as the schools go, so that the population and the families that reside in the area that's near the academies, not near the academies, but on the side of town where the academies are, do have equal access or equal opportunity to participate, so that it doesn't become, uneven.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Dr. Rush.
Thank you, President Hogg. Can you expand a little bit more on how transportation is going to work?
I'll let her do that.
Be glad to talk about transportation. And so once the students are selected, what we'll do is we'll take that map and we'll just plot wherever the students live, and then transportation will work on more of a hub system whereby parents would get the kids to an elementary school or a junior high within a network, and then we would provide transportation to the academies and from the academies from those hub stations. But it will happen after we get from the application process, because we don't know where the kids are right now.
And that'll be the same after school? They'll be transported back to that hub from the school?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And well, that's good on transportation. With respect to, it's getting late, I'm getting punchy here. This would be for Dr. Wirtz. The slide that had the number of minutes for that one. Very good. Can you tell me how many minutes the fine arts kiddos are going to have above and beyond the traditional experience?
Well, we won't have fine arts students and dual language students. If you participate in the academy, you're going to be in a fine arts, right? So the average number of students, the average number of minutes that a student receives in the fine arts right now, I would say is approximately 95. Is that correct? 95 minutes, and we are giving them 240. So it's a significant increase at the academy.
Okay. Okay, that's great. And earlier, there was one of the priorities, or the mission statement, I think, was cultural awareness. Are we going to have these children dive into whether it's a Latino culture or Asian culture, African culture, at certain times where they would be able to study the music or the drama
of those cultures all at the same time?
That's
like a once every month it's a different thing, or?
Yeah, our intention is to infuse the core curriculum with that information, with that opportunity for students as well, and then also to bring people from the outside in to give students experiences, and then also to let them exhibit their art that they do, whether it be dance, music, visual arts, also highlighting those, their learning, their understanding. So they'll have opportunities to not only learn that information, but then show or demonstrate their mastery of it, not only through what we would call what we would do typically in core curriculum, but also in the fine arts. Yeah,
That's
absolutely. That's going to be a very critical part of our it's actually what you're describing is the marriage between the fine arts and the dual language academy, the dual language half of the academy. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then the final question, with these tremendous community partners providing their input and expertise, is there something or some things that you can point to that was of the greatest benefit from having them? I know there's other facilities around the country that may have similar aspects, but are there any examples where we can say that besides the collaboration and partnership, the real return on that investment with those partners, any specifics that they brought to the table is like, wow, that's really neat?
Like I'll use the Clyburn, for example, and that one for me really stirred some thinking, because I'm not a pianist. I would love to be. It's on the bucket list, but I'm not anywhere close. And everybody's on the bucket list, right?
And all your free time,
right.
That's right.
But I'll give you a real concrete example about programming, how it really helped us think about our programming. So one of the things we talked about is that the piano is actually the foundation piece for reading music and being and playing an instrument. Well, if students are going to participate in a fine arts academy, they have to have exposure to the piano and practice. Well, if you were actually engaged in all arts for all, for example, you wouldn't necessarily have lots of exposure to the piano on a day-to-day basis if you just went through a rotation. But if we're going to include piano as a foundational piece, then one of the things that we talked about, and this is very high level, we're still high level thinking, is what would be the possibility of having possibly like a weighted piano inside the classroom, so that when students were going through rotations of their learning, one of their stops could be practice time. The Clyburn kind of stirred that in me a little bit, because I had never really considered placing an instrument in the room and having students at the academy have opportunities to embed that right into their instructional time as practice opportunities. But when we were having discussions with the Clyburn and what our programming would look like, that's just an example of how it might impact our day-to-day. The other thing that I think was meaningful with some of our partners is they actually have programs that they are doing in school districts around the Metroplex that we could infuse right into our school day. So I think it was much more than just conceptually, although this was very helpful, about how to design space, for example, gallery space for kids to actually exhibit their artwork, but actually how we were going to embed the arts into the curriculum, that discussion was meaningful. Yeah. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's fabulous. So excited about this. And on the marketing side, Leslie, wonderful. It's hit all the targets. We're going to have a lot of interest in this thing. Final question, let's see, regarding the transportation on the agreement, for lack of a better term, that they'll be signing, the parents, is that one of the things in there that they understand that they will have to drive them to a hub, if not directly to the campus?
Yeah, that's something we're definitely going to be talking about in the parent meetings. The question that we wanted to know from them specifically in the application is if their child, for example, misses the bus, because we know we're going to do a hub system, are they going to be capable of driving their child there? Because, if you're in Corey but you live over by Piercy, that's going to be a challenge. Right. So we are asking that question specifically. When we have our parent meetings, we'll talk very concretely about what the opportunities will be for bus transportation, so that's clear. Yeah, for sure.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Ms. Pena.
When the subcommittee learned of this and got this information, it was outstanding. And I think you even have made it more thorough. You've thought out everything you can. I never even would have thought about twins and triplets, but they do exist in our AISD. They are more and more of them, and so that's great to consider that as an aspect of putting them together. I think this is the most wonderful opportunity we're going to be able to provide for our children, and I'm just really in awe of the capability that's going to be there. and the opportunity that's going to be there for those children. So thank you for doing such great work and thinking this through. I don't know that we'll have any questions that you won't already have the answer, because
Well,
you've done such great work here.
I will say we have a really strong team. Jeremy Earnhardt and Sandy Perez and her team, and the curriculum department, and everybody have been working. Leslie and everybody have been working really hard to put this together. And so we're very excited about the opportunity for our kids. This is very unique. We are intentionally trying to create a program that doesn't look like anything around. Yeah.
And I think successfully so. So thank you very much, all of you, for all of your hard work. It's amazing and fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pena. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, President Hogg, even Dr. Wertz. Will there be a fee assessed for people to transfer into this program?
No, this will be free. If they're living within the boundaries that will be described in a few minutes, their access to the program will be completely free. If they choose to transfer to another campus, then transfer requirements apply. So I'll give you an example. Okay. If a student, if they live in the boundary of Corey, but they choose to transfer to go to Rockmore, that's a transfer situation. So all transfer rules would apply to them as well. But access to the program is free. We're not charging anybody.
Okay. And everybody that's got a kindergarten student can apply?
Everybody who has a kindergarten student can apply, yes.
Are there going to be auditions?
No, we're not doing auditions. And primarily because what we were trying to avoid was the perception that we were trying to create a magnet school. Mm-hmm. We're operating as if students are coming from ground zero. And we do know there will be some students who will come with some skills already in place, parents who have already exposed their children to those things. And so just like in the academic arena, we will take the child where they are and move them forward from that place. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear a mention of tech theater. Can the little ones do tech theater?
Tech theater?
Well, the lighting and sound systems and that sort of thing. Is that part of this?
We haven't discussed specifically tech theater. Do you want to speak to that, or come on up?
Jeremy, of course, wants to speak.
Somebody has to do that.
Yeah.
President Hogg, members of the board, Dr. Cavazos.
Mr. Earnhardt, good evening, sir.
You woke up, huh?
Yeah.
Right. Yes, sir.
We actually collaborated a little bit with Dr. Joe Chapa, who is a theater professor at the University of Texas at Arlington with specialty with our younger grades. And the exposure to this and making sure that we have built into the facility that the cafetorium feel is more like the auditorium, and that there are the lights and the sounds at some level. Mm-hmm. Now, providing them the tools that the secondary would receive in terms of set building might become a little bit developmentally inappropriate in terms of saws and.
My grandson would love to have a chainsaw.
Mr. Sturch?
I'll put that in the requirement.
All right. Thank you. Now we're not in the transfer mode now, so if my child is accepted for kindergarten, that has nothing to do with the rest of my kids going to that same school, does it?
No.
As we did with transfers.
Yes. What would happen is if your child already attends that school, they can stay. If your child doesn't attend that school and there's space available, you can apply for a transfer for your other children to go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my last, I guess, question is a comment really on this form. If we want everybody to apply who feels a need for their child to go to a school like this, mm-hmm. These questions are really daunting. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's going to turn some people off from even applying. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a danger.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good feedback.
And that's all for me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barron. Ms. Sullins.
Thank you. Dr. Wertz, or possibly Mr. Earnhardt, in our elementary programs now, we have strings, orchestra in the 6th grade. Bands moved up, but they're strings. Remind me, are they going to have access to strings in this facility? And how will that work so that they transition into junior high and high school?
Yeah, they will have strings, but I'll let him explain that.
Okay.
With the K4 All Arts for All, so today where we currently offer music and visual art, we're adding in that dance and drama through 4. And we begin strings in grade 5. Will be the year that strings would begin in grade 5. So specifically to your question, as far as strings are concerned, 0 change.
0 change. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solons. Mr. Barron, your comment, I understand the concern. I think that's a little trial and tribulation. I would say if a parent doesn't fill this out, this is probably not the right program for them, would be my answer. But I think it's year 1, and I think staff would need to be able to, during the parent meeting, see how it goes in there as it's moving forward. Mr. Barron?
Well, that'd be a good reason to have help there at the parent meetings to fill out the form.
Yeah.
And the question I always ask is, those forms will be filled out electronically, hopefully?
Yeah, we're going to have electronic. We will also have paper copies for people that are available. One thing that will be helpful too at the parent meetings is because we'll have computers available and assistance for them should they choose to apply there. They will have had access to the application in advance because it's going online tomorrow with your approval, so they could prepare before they come if they choose to.
But of course, the first option is always electronic.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Outstanding. I would hope so on that. I may be jumping the gun, but I have some hesitation over I think it's a great program, everything's right. Over the boundaries, the rules of it being a transfer, or are we about to?
We want to clarify that if you accept it, then you don't, and you want to go to the other one, it's not a transfer. You don't have to pay a fee.
Oh, okay, that was my mistake.
So are we going to take a deeper dive?
We are.
Boundaries?
That's the next part of the presentation.
Okay. Because I have lots of questions over that, because it's not a transfer, that's a big factor.
Yeah, I apologize, that was my mistake.
That's okay. Then I will hold off on that question for the boundaries.
Okay.
If Mr. Hill, if we want to move on, Mr. Hill, let's talk some boundaries right here.
And I think he's switching over to the next presentation on the boundaries. Okay, so you've heard the presentation regarding the academies, and so we just want to kind of get into the boundary process. And so what we want to do is just review the proposed boundaries for the academies located at both Corey and Rockmore. We looked at the boundaries, and as we do with all of our boundary work, we work with Templeton Demographics to kind of give us some preliminary boundaries to discuss. And so one of the things that we wanted to look at was population balance and transportation. And those are the two things that we were considered here in this draft that you'll see. And so what we did here, and you have a better copy of this here, is we use Pioneer Parkway as a divider, and any students that live north of Pioneer Parkway would be applying to the Rockmore Academy. Any students living south of Pioneer would be applying for the Corey Academy. With regard to the transfer process, priority 1 is that if you live in Corey or north of 303, then you would be applying and when accepted to the North Academy. If you don't live there, you live in the south, but you work north, or you that's on your way to work and you want to go to that academy, we would fill all of the slots for the applicants in this area at Rockmore first, and then if there's space available, then you live here but you work here, you can apply for that academy. Transportation will be provided within your zone. So transportation south would be provided to Corey, transportation in north would be provided to Rockmore. If you're in that crossover and you can get your student to one of the hubs, then we'll transport the student free of charge. But we won't come here next to, I don't know, Key Elementary and take a student to Rockmore. But if that parent that lives here gets them to a hub in that area, then they're free to go there. Again, zone residents, then non-zone residents, City of Arlington and non-City of Arlington. Again, all of this is where space is available, as we do with all of our transfers. And then this is a boundary that we recommend, and I'll be ready to accept any questions that you have regarding the boundary of the transfer.
Mr. Hill, usually I go last, but I'll start on this one.
You'll start, oh boy, look out.
I understand the purpose of the boundaries for transportation, and I think that works. If we're going to provide you transportation, here's our limits, here's where we're going to do it and provide that, or get them to the hubs. I don't understand the priority ranking scale of differential areas. I truly believe we're taking applications at the same time for both groups. If you live, and the reason I get into this is then you've got this arbitrary line at 303, which I think is a very logical dividing line to have that. So I agree with that. But then you look at it and say, okay, we're drawing this line, but if you live one block north of that line, and even though it's closer to go south instead of going north, you don't prioritize, and it doesn't matter. Now, I think I understand your equity of where you want to break those in, but if we're doing the applications at the same amount of time and choosing at the same time between the two schools, I think the boundary should just be for a transportation purpose. There shouldn't be a priority ranking scale. I do think the equity needs to be taken into account, but I don't think we should say, oh, you're zoned for the north school, that's got to be your number one priority, when it may not work for a family. When a family may say the south one works better or the north one works better, here's where it's going. Because I think it adds another element when you come into play. So now we've drawn this boundary, and my question is going to be, so now these students that go to these academies, which junior high are they zoned for? Which high school are they zoned for? Because if you look at this boundary right now of where they're drawn, some of these, so now 303, Dunn Elementary right there, right? If you go south, even though that's historically feeding into Bailey and then Arlington I, is that where they're going to feed and go into, or is that a boundary? So that student that lives at Dunn right there, and they historically want to feed up, why would they should be ranked lower than someone that lives 2 blocks north and goes into that same zone? That's where I have some hesitation over boundaries being beyond just from a transportation perspective.
And I'll just address the junior high part as we get into this. The thinking is that we would designate a junior high that's a dual language fine arts junior high and matriculate all the way through the high school as the years progress. And so we would designate one south and one north, assuming we only have one in each of those locations. We may have more dual language fine arts academies in the future. And so that was the thinking initially. So I'll just address that part and kind of let the discussion.
And then I would even say further, so if a parent wants to drive them up there and we don't provide transportation, that's even a lower cost for us. One less student we're transporting and the parent's willing to do that. I think from that fiscal side, I think we need to provide it. And so if you're getting transportation, we would want you to be zoned because the closest hub, that makes sense. If you don't want to drive them there every single day, which I understand. I don't think I would want to make the task of going all the way from the south to the north every single day in Arlington. It's pretty tough to get south and north or north and south in this community. So from a transportation, I fully agree with the boundary, but I don't think there should be a priority based on that. Do I think an element of, hey, we want to make sure we're split within the whole town? Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I don't think there should be a priority ranking for the applications when they're being done at the same time. That's my one piece of hesitation I have on that. I'd love to know why my thinking doesn't work, and I'm okay with hearing that. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work on my thinking. And so I'd ask my colleagues of what the thought process is for this perspective. Mr. Hibbs.
I believe that the process that they're suggesting by putting a boundary at some point, and that boundary line could go up a street, it could go down a street, dependent. I think that there shouldn't allow for a little bit of ability, but you know that's a natural break through the course of the town. The important thing that we need to make sure of is that there's equal access of all residents to be able to get into this. And what this allows for is if you know, and I think one of the purposes of having 2 academies at this time was to ensure that we could access as many children as we possibly could. And, you know, in order to say if you're in that southern sector, you're going to be able to go to the South Fine Arts, and anyone in that section would be able to apply and get first shot at it. North would be the very same thing. The rationale, I believe, is that you don't want to go and say, okay, somebody that's in the southern sector, we're going to allow you to be able to go north, and that take away from a resident in north, because there's only so much capacity. If we had a school of 800, it might be something that we'd be able to do. But when you're only being able to take in a maximum of 135 or 100.
It's 132.
132.
88
you're very limited. So I can see the rationale. Yeah, we've got to have a point where we give everybody as much access as possible. Right.
Well, and that's fair, but I think we're also we're doing this application of which families we feel are the best fit for the academy. So in that explanation, let's say my family applies and we're a better fit for that academy, but we live a block south and we want to go to the north one. So someone from the north who doesn't score as high as we did, we're taking all the applications at the same time, gets in because where they live. I think in the world of school choice, I think you open the boundary for a transportation piece. You have the boundary for transportation only. That is the purpose of it. Do I think the principals that are choosing between the schools, you need to have a balance? You need to have that recommendation of when they're choosing, when their applications. We're doing one common application for both schools. So I think that's up to them to balance, but to say priority, child A is going to be ranked higher than child B, and they're coming in with 5 extra points, or they have 100 extra points. Child B could be 100 times more qualified than child A that we think for that academy, but because of where they live, that's why they're not being chosen. I have a problem with
And
that.
you know what? I think that when you're looking at the top numbers, that could be. But when you're getting down there to the people that are, where if you're doing this arbitrary scoring, and you're getting down to the 70s or the 80s, those applications or applicants are going to be much more similar. And in the southern sector, there's going to be a lot more opportunity probably for access of someone being able to take their child or have that ability to take their child to a hub, whereas in the northern, in the northern area, they might not have that same ability. It just really depends on the demographics of the area that some of these children may be coming from. So, there's certain sectors that we have that there's a lot more children riding a bus into a certain school than at other locations. I just want to make sure that we've got as much equal access. I'm not concerned that we're going to overlook a more qualified candidate because they're in the south section. Because I think that when you get that far down on your scoring system, the applicants are going to be very similar.
But you could overlook because that student in the north that lives in that area ranks automatically higher and way above that other one just because of where they live.
Maybe
it could occur.
Well, it could occur, but then you can throw in semantics all day long, I believe, and say that a person works closer to Rockmore and has that ability to drive from next door to Corey.
But they would be ranked below, and when we're doing the application process, I think that's a perfect example. I live in the south, but I work right off I-30. Someone works for the Rangers, and they live in South Arlington, right? And they drive to the ballpark every single day. It'd be easy for them to go up to the north section. But because they live there, they have less of a chance to be involved in that school. When we're doing a dual application to have them combined together, I think we've got to trust our principals to be able to have that flexibility to decide where they think that child's the best fit for which school.
Well, but you made the point a few minutes ago that you said, where do these kids go into junior high and high school? Well, if they're going to be trying to feed into the junior highs and high school that their brothers and sisters are in at this point, they're probably going to want to keep them in those individual sectors where they're living.
I agree, and I think it's a perfect example because you have it divided, and it doesn't correlate with if they want to go to those high schools or junior highs exactly on that line from how our boundaries are drawn now.
Well, I don't
So-
think that you're going to get a perfect match anyway, just because of the way
I
that
agree.
the attendance
I
is.
don't think you'll get a perfect match. So what a great example of a parent being able to say, I live right here in South. I would like my children to go to Bailey and Arlington ISD because I live in this. I'm looking at this done. It's just an example. And I'm sure
Mhm.
there's numerous other examples on there. But because they're not priority ranked and someone else is ranked priority above them, that child's going to be chosen above my child for that qualification. I don't think that's embracing a school choice model that we as a district have really tried to embrace. I think from a transportation standpoint, it's perfect. I think two principals that are choosing, and Dr. Wirtz, when you're choosing, I think you can take it into account, but I don't agree with the one slide that you had listed up there of priority, priority, priority. I don't agree with that.
Yeah. Well,
It'll
you know,
cause
I
me to
think
not
that,
vote for
I
it.
think it would probably be, and you use that same thing, I wouldn't vote for, and I probably wouldn't vote for the way that you're saying. So I think it would probably be good if the rest of the board would be able to chime in,
I'm all for
you
it.
know, because neither you or I should determine the way that the outcome of this goes. I think everybody should be able to give some type of input on this.
Great, I'd love to. Dr. Reich, I see your light.
The point of clarification, the line 303 was done with Templeton demographic, taking into account our populations.
That's correct.
So it's not just an arbitrary line, that needs to be stated. I don't know how much it would change, and I'm sure Templeton probably looked at that if we made Arkansas the line versus Pioneer as far as our student population. I definitely lean towards the direction of it is related to equity. If we have somebody that has the means to drive from north or from south to north, they're of privilege, and because they have that privilege, then I think that in a school choice situation, that gives them an advantage that's unfair and not equal access to the entire district, similar to our camping out scenario that we just did away with for the exact same reason. So I would definitely lend support towards what Mr. Hibbs was talking about. I'm trying to follow what you're saying, Bowie, but I'm not quite getting it. And what I see is the equal access and equity. I don't know that there's a different way to do it besides creating this north-south zone, and then from there on, based on space. The discussion regarding a better fit for north versus better fit for south, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wirtz, but the criteria is going to be basically the same. I don't see that there's going to be a situation where a child is going to be a better fit for north versus south.
I agree.
So,
It's right, but there may be a better fit in that application when that parent says, I work at the ballpark in Arlington. Here's why I'm driving to north every single day. I work at the Enterprise building, building we just purchased, or trying to purchase earlier this evening to finalize a contract. But we've drawn a line in the sand with that priority slide. I think the priority slide is the one piece that needs to be eliminated and have a school choice. Do I think, Dr. Vassos and I just mentioned, he said the word consideration. Agree 100% with consideration, but when you're drawing a line in the sand, which is what that slide does, I think it eliminates those special case instances. And I know Dr. Vassos can always grant a special case, but why wouldn't you, on a school choice model, where parents are applying of who's a fit for that school, we're doing an application process, why wouldn't you have it where the principals and the staff can make that consideration instead of just a priority structure?
Well, and that's where what I'm hearing is a fit for the school, but the schools should be equal. So it's not a fit for the school, it's a fit for the convenience of the family, which is inequitable. So the family that has a better mobility situation, it's for their choice that the north side would be more convenient. It's a matter of convenience for them, not a matter of the child's fit for north or south campus. And that's the distinction.
That's true, but then they're moving them to the north, where then maybe it opens another spot for the south. And someone from the north. And that's where I think we've got to trust our principals and staff to not have a line in the sand drawn, but be able to grant those special case instances on a combination application, where an application is being brought together. They're applying as one. You're not applying saying, I'm only going to this one. You're applying for this one. And we're even asking, would you consider going to this other school on there? So why not make it a full, truly embrace the school choice model?
Well, I think then we lend our slippery slope of all of our attendance zones at that point, because we have a family that lives right on whatever a boundary line is across the street's the other school. It's the exact same situation. It's just this is citywide versus neighborhood school.
Which some districts have started to embrace.
Yeah, but we're not there yet.
We're not, so
And I don't know
instead
that this
we're
would be
drawing
the
a line in the
starting
sand
model to do
again
it.
with that line that, yes, Templeton did it, but it's also somewhat an arbitrary line because it's a natural fit. It's a natural fit, 303, and I agree with that.
You know, and
from a transportation standpoint.
I would interject this aspect.
That's all I have.
Families have all chosen to live in certain neighborhoods. And well before we even came up with this, the ideas of coming up with these academies, we chose to live in certain neighborhoods, whether we can afford them, whether that's where our families' homes have always been. But at this point, they would be going to those neighboring schools.
Agree.
Okay? This is not, we're giving them viable options to stay in that area. And just like we would do with our normal transfer policy, they would have the opportunity, if there's room, to move into the other school. So they're already in the communities that they've chosen to live. And then, again, if we've got opportunity for them to go from south to north or north to south, then they have that availability. But we can't cut off the individuals that are already in that area from having that access. If they're scoring equally, they need to have that opportunity to be whatever's nearest to them in their community.
So how many of our schools have an application process?
That's not the point. The
It's
point
a
is
part of it, because it's not a comparison to our traditional model of what we have.
The point is that individuals have chosen to live in certain communities, and they've chosen to live in certain communities because that's where they like their schools, that's where they like their homes. And we are providing them viable options for the place where they live. And then we're giving them the opportunity to transfer if there's availability after this very same people in those other sectors have been able to choose whether or not they want to put their child in that type of program. So there needs to be equal access both ways. I'm more concerned about equal access than whether or not a person's missing it by a street.
I don't understand how there's still not equal access when you have a dual application, and I'm asking for our staff to be able to make those equitable choices of which students are attending and which one's a better fit. But having a line in the sand drawn of a priority, here's where you're zoned to go, I think goes back to a traditional model, which is where we have, and what I think we're trying to eventually offer school choice and go beyond that way. So it's obviously something we don't see right on the eye, and that's okay. That's a fair thing.
And I agree, but even in school choice, there are boundaries. There are boundaries for the given communities because you have to make sure that the people that are living around a given school have first opportunity to get in. Because not everyone is gifted or blessed with the ability to have childcare or to have transportation, even down the street, or having somebody to look outside and see if their kid's actually safe at a school bus stop. You know, first and foremost, that child in that community needs to have that access. And that's, you know, that's where I would draw the line in the sand. I'm going to make sure that every child in that community, at least in that sector, will be able to have access to get to that certain school. And I think that it's very fair to say to somebody that's south, I understand that you work very near the school, and if there's an opportunity, I want you to be able to have your child in there. But you know what? You've chosen to live south, and we're giving you access to that school in the south sector. So I think that's a very, very fair thing to say. And if we should ever expand, you know, there may be other opportunities.
Yeah. And I think if you look at where you chose to live, they chose to live in the AISD. And if you then go to a magnet program, which is what they have, most magnets don't have locations. They have, oh, you live in the Fort Worth ISD, here's where you can go. Apply. Doesn't matter where you live in the Fort Worth ISD. I agree with the boundaries 100% on transportation. It makes sense. It's a good, cost-effective model. But most magnets that are true school choice, where people are choosing, they have no boundaries. And I think the line in the sand you draw is you chose to live in the AISD, you have equitable access. Because then if you go, so then let's say we have 7 years from now, 10 programs. Well, here's your now new boundaries for this one. You live in this area. Oh, you now live at Randall Mill and Cooper, and we put a school right there. Well, now we're going to draw another little line around there, and that's where we have priority for that location. I think it goes back to the let's hear Ms. Pena. We'll go to you. Your light's been patiently blinking.
Can I chime on what y'all are saying before she has something new?
Sure, by all means.
You were saying that it didn't sound equitable, but if you turn your argument around the other way, where you said someone in the south has higher scoring points than someone in the north, then why should they not be able to go there? Well, you can flip that the other way too and say, well, a person that would qualify to go to Rockmore now can't go because someone scored higher from another area. Now they're coming in, and now they can't even go to the school that technically they're zoned to go to. And also, when we were first talking about that, I thought the understanding was that we had these in the two locations to say that anyone who lives in that area, we're not saying you cannot attend that school. We want to make sure that you can attend the school that you are living in the area for. So when I think of choice or option, the choice is, as a parent, I'm going to choose to submit an application for my child to be in this school. The option is, if they can't get into the school where they're zoned to be, my option is I can put in for a transfer. If there's no space, then I wait. And when you were talking about if we were to build other schools and have 10 then, well, anytime you add a new school, you got to look at the boundaries. I mean, that's not a special situation for having the school. You'd have to do that anyway. And also, you use the term magnet, and just to be fair, I think we were saying it's not a magnet. I mean, Steve mentioned that earlier. We don't want it to seem like a magnet, so we don't want to change all of that. It is a school within the AISD, and if you are in that boundary, you have an option to go and a choice to submit that application.
So then on our website, are we now creating a listing of, I type in my information, it shows which schools I'm all zoned for? So it shows I'm zoned for Fine Arts Academy in the north and Wimbish Elementary.
Yeah.
You're zoned on both those? Sure. So then we start breaking it down. We have 10, and we've gone back to traditional boundaries from drawing on there. And we're doing a common application.
That'd be a good thing, because that means now we've got more people that can have access to go into our Fine Arts Dual Academy. So that would be a great thing.
Agree.
If that was the case.
I think it's a good thing when you have 10, but I don't think there's a need for drawing a line in the sand. Do I think it should be in consideration? By all means. But to flat out say, on that priority, that slide, it says, here's priority, and then after we're done with all the people that live in that area, we then look at the next group, if there's space available.
And I thought that's
I think
been
it should
the
be
trend
consideration. I think we
since
should
the
allow
beginning.
staff to have some consideration of what's an equitable distribution of where students are coming from. And that's our discussion, to make sure it's an equitable distribution. I agree with that. Don't disagree with that 100%. But to draw a line in the sand, I don't think it makes sense.
I don't know how else you'd make it equitable. Because in the example I just said, if you flip it, it's not equitable that I live right across the street from Rockmore, but I can't go because somebody scored a higher point that's down in Corey, but their parents want to drive them up here, so I can't go to the school that I'm zoned to go to. So
It could
that's
be
not
equitable because you could get more points for living in that zone.
Right, but you're
Right.
saying you don't want it to be that way.
Oh, no, I'm saying it could be that way. Because the way the slide is up there, Mr. Earl, could you go to that slide? That priority says I only look at zone residents first.
Mhm.
Once I'm done with my zone residents, I'll then look at my non-zones,
Mm-hmm,
right?
right.
So if I'm looking at my zones, but there's a point scale, I don't know if, hesitate to use this analogy, we rank matrices for choosing groups. You get a certain amount of points for living in that area. And I think also our staff can determine on an equitable basis of where someone lives. Okay, it makes more sense. Guess what? You live in this area in the north, this is where I should consideration. On special case instances, here's why someone that lives in the south should be going to the north school for that consideration. And Dr. Vassos made the comment of it could be mentioned as the word consideration, and I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't agree with the line in the sand drawn. Here's where we just take zone people, then we go to non-zone people, completely on that.
But how would you get more points for being in that zone? If I turn in my application, and that is where I'm zoned for, I'm only going to get points based on my application. So the top 88 students with the higher points in that zoned area are there. So they didn't get more points for being in that zone, but you have enough applicants within that zone that actually meet the criteria to get in for the 88. So I didn't receive more points than someone did down in Corey.
So then is it equitable because my student scored 95 points, another student that lives in that zone, and they didn't get into that one because everyone had higher scores. They didn't get. I think that's equitable for all people.
Well, that's equitable because we can only take 88 students.
But
So we
you're
have to
taking a
determine
less
something.
qualified for a magnet, not a magnet, a specialty program. We can call it that, which is where it is. We still don't forget we still have our boundaries for our traditional schools, from where it is and where it's focused.
Right.
That's not going away. I'm
Right.
not proposing that go away. So we're still giving that. This is for an application process for a school. Ms. Solons, you've been flashing and waiting. Or Ms.
Yeah,
Pena,
go
I'm sorry,
ahead.
you own Ms. Pena also.
I was trying to be patient. What color am I? You know, we took the color test.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The question, oh yeah, I'm orange. The question was, no, that's John. What are the numbers again? 82 at Rockmore and 132 at,
88 and 132.
so the odds are you're going to be, you can get into Corey more than you could get into,
There are more opportunities.
right, there's more opportunities at Corey than there are at Rockmore. Anyway, so that will bounce down if the opportunity is there. If the applicants don't exceed the 132, then there's opportunity also for the north to go to the south for that 1 year. But the whole thing is I heard mention, well, you know, what is your alignment with your junior high and your high school? You still have that because in the analogy that President Hogg gave, where it was, you go into the internet and you ask where you're qualified to go to. It may say Wimbish and Corey or whatever. You still have the opportunity to go to your network, to those schools that, like John said, you moved into the area because you wanted to go to that network. You still have that opportunity. I am all for equity. I mean, I can see, if you look at this, it's not really centralized. Corey's all the way to the west side, and there's a lot of students on the east side that could be applying for this, and the distance between them is a lot more significant. So Rockmore is more, if you want to look centralized, even though it's not, if you look at the consideration here, it is much more centralized. I think we have to draw a line. We have to. I don't think we have a choice. We have to start at the at a place, and I think that the opportunities for kids to go to the other places are still there in the application form. It still gives them that opportunity. And I heard mention that if these questions were too daunting, maybe they don't belong in the program. Well, if they can't live with the rules, maybe they don't belong in the program. I mean, it could be seen either way.
Well, I agree, and that's why we're writing up the rules right now.
Yeah, so.
I fully agree with that.
So what I like the way this is presented in the fact that if it gives equity, and it still gives that opportunity, much like we did with the ability for them to apply for that school. Now, you gave the example, Bowie, that they want to drive on their way to work and drop off their child. I would have never done that. I could have gotten free daycare for my child as a federal employee in the federal building. I didn't want that because that was in downtown Dallas. I wanted my child to be with the kids she was going to grow up with. So I put her in a daycare that was in our neighborhood. And then she just flowed into the kindergarten and so on in our neighborhood. She's known the people that she grew up with for a lifetime, and that's what I wanted for her. So my take on that is totally different than yours. I didn't care if it was convenient for me or not, because it would have been more convenient to take her to work and just put her in another floor and I'm upstairs.
So then with these students, I keep going back to this Dunn example, because that's a pretty natural line, and I know that line.
Yeah.
Arkansas is that dividing line. Right there.
Yeah.
So with that theory then, okay, so they live there, they're going to the south, but they're zoned to Arlington. Do they automatically get a transfer down south to Young and then Martin?
Is that their network?
Nope.
Okay, if their network is not that,
you're just saying they all go to students where everyone's in the south, so they want to go to that.
No, I said you made the statement that they couldn't even go to let's say they wanted to go to Bailey and so on, and they lived in that area. But they couldn't now because of what we're doing here, putting them in like Corey, which would not do that for them. Well, no, that wouldn't do it for them, but they're still in their network. So if they're going to Corey, they can still go to Young or.
But if they want to go to school with the neighborhood, then I would say 2 blocks north, they want to start going to school with the kids that are zoned in Duff and Hill right there, and they're going to the Rockmore campus. Then they know, okay, the junior high, they're going to feed up to that area.
Right.
So I would say those people that live right there in the south would then say, all I'm asking is for not a line in the sand, allow our staff to be able to make the consideration for where someone's zoned.
Well, they've always had the ability to look at things and make the exceptions reasonably. They also have the ability to accept the transfer application, just like they do for everything else that we're doing. None of that is being taken away from anybody. So I think all that you're asking for is already in place. What we're trying to do is logically determine where we can provide a service, which happens to be transportation, reasonably.
Fully agree with transportation. Never disagree with that one bit.
And also allow them to apply. They can still apply just like we've done for the other schools before. And use this point system here. I think the point system is going to be used just as you're thinking it's going to be used. You just don't see it as black and white yet. But based on the way this form is.
The point system will only be used to rank zone residents and non-zones. And that's the dividing line.
Non-zone residents where space is available, just like it is now. If you want to go to Butler and there's no space, we can't put you there. If you want to go to Pope, there's no space, we can't put you there.
But I think there's a difference because my elementary is not different than Butler that I live in and zone. These are fine arts academies, an application process. It's not a traditional public school. So there is a difference.
But that's for that kindergarten part. You were talking about wanting to go to the next level in junior high or high school. You still can do that if you make that choice. That's not being taken away from anybody. So I think you're getting what you're asking for. It's just not in the words that you're accepting.
Okay. Ms. Sullins.
Thank you. What a great problem to have. What a great problem to have. We have these outstanding, amazing programs, opening up opportunity that we've never had in this city. Awesome. And students are going to get to study Mandarin Chinese in elementary and learn Spanish and explore fine arts. kindergarten students. What a great opportunity. And so this is a really good conversation. I do appreciate everyone's perspectives, but kind of bringing it back, if I go to the goal here is to open 2 outstanding facilities, and you just have to make a decision on how you're going to put them in there. So to me, this is a great benefit that has been provided by the taxpayers of this city that agreed with us that this type of education is important to our students. Now, there's for many, many, many years, maybe forever, and I don't know, Arlington ISD has had a boundary strategy, and it's been based on neighborhood schools. And that's just been the boundary strategy because that's the kind of school system we have. We're emerging and we're evolving into not only a different type of district in terms of school choice, but also of school opportunity, and also of a city where there is a very serious need to make sure that we have equity and access for all students. So, this conversation this evening doesn't surprise me because we're in the process of evolving. So, at that point, you have to just start making some decisions, and you have to look at a reasonable approach on how to enroll these students. Starting with Templeton Graphics, amen. I think that's the way to do it. That is, to me, not arbitrary that line's been drawn. And unfortunately, anytime you draw a line, I so understand where you're coming from, Mr. Hogg, that there's someone who's going to live a block this way or a block that way. Happened to me in high school. I lived one house the other way, that happens. And unfortunately, whether the line was drawn north-south, east-west, that's going to happen always for those people who live on boundaries. Taxing authorities, sometimes people's front yard are in one county and someone's backyard. I mean, there's just, you have to have some way to map it out. So, and I'm with you that across the nation, we're seeing so many new emerging boundary strategies that are things that we haven't seen in public education before. And I think things that could be very interesting for us and for our district. I believe that we are a district of choice. I believe that we have long been a district of choice, and now we're just providing a lot more choices. And I liked, I think maybe Ms. Mays' words, that sometimes with the school choice then come options. Because we have to, maybe we can't provide every permutation and combination of opportunity to every student. We'd love to. But this is, to me, a very reasoned strategy, a very reasoned way to go. Is any boundary strategy perfect? I don't think so. And boundaryless school districts are very interesting to me. I don't know that we can emerge into that this evening with this school, but it may be something very important as we talk about visioning, down the road. And I certainly understand your point, especially when we're talking about those people on that line, on how that goes. But to me, this is a pretty reasoned strategy, and if this is this an action item this evening?
Yeah.
Okay. Then,
I would say we need to take action no matter what on this tonight so that we can hit our timelines.
I thought so. So with that being said, and I appreciate everyone's point of view and everyone's ideas, and I think they're all very important, but I think this is a very reasoned strategy. I'm very excited about the kindergartners that are going to be joining us next year, and so I make a motion to adopt the boundaries and the as presented. Is it just the boundaries we need to vote on this evening? The boundaries as presented by the administration. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Barron, your light's still on. Would you like to discuss? Would you like to discuss? Perfect, Mr. Barron.
I would love to see the rubric that we're going to use. How many applications do we anticipate? Have we done a survey of any kind that figures that out?
No, we have not done a specific survey. All we can gauge really is interest from our parent meetings that we had when we were introducing the concept. But we'll have a better sense of that when we do our parent meetings. We did talk about that, but no, we don't have any concrete number.
So this could be a moot discussion if we only get 100 applicants.
I mean, that could be true. I'm not anticipating that being the problem, but it's a possibility.
So are you confident that we'll get more than 220 applicants?
I expect there to be a lot of interest, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I do expect there to be quite some significant interest.
And Mr. Mayor, even if we don't get them this year, I think this is for future years also.
Yeah.
So I think as the program grows, more interest will come with it also.
In the selection process, what happens if all of our best applicants are from one tiny part of town?
We did discuss that, which is partially the reason for the boundary, because it's important. In our discussion, we talked about the need for there to be some equity, that we didn't have one side of town filling up both schools. So we don't anticipate that being a problem where one specific area has one specific section of, say, the north or the south has all the applications come in, but we wanted to make sure that there were opportunities, as you all are discussing tonight. That was some of our thinking.
Yeah, I think it's critical that we have equal opportunity and equity across the entire school district, not just in more affluent parts of town where people can write a better application. So I'm going to support the program and vote for the district recommendation. Thank you.
I think we're good. We have a motion and a second. At this time, any further discussion? Let's vote. And the motion is for the boundaries, to accept the boundaries and move on with the application. Yes, sir. 6 trustees present, or 7 trustees present, 6 trustees vote in the affirmative, 1 vote in the negative. We can post tomorrow. It's tomorrow. We can post today. So, sorry for the... next, we'll move into consent agenda items. We'll be considering items listed on your agenda. Consent, Ms. Powell, is there to present, and then we'll also accept a motion for the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
I hear a motion.
Second.
I hear a second by Mr. Hibbs. Any discussion? And Ms. Powell, please.
We have one bid on the agenda this evening for your consideration, and we are recommending the lowest bids, the bids that represent the best value to the district.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Powell. And before we vote, please let me be remiss. Is there any items to be withdrawn from consent to just check? I didn't think there were any on there. So we have a motion by Dr. Reich and a second by Mr. Hibbs. Any further discussion for consent? Dr. Reich?
I was just curious on this School Dude software. The name just jumps out at me. Is there?
Yeah, it is a suite of products that a number of school districts use. We use it for utility management and facility rentals and our work order system. It's become a very, very valuable tool for us in plant services and operations and managing work orders, and then the utility direct management. So this is for that entire suite of products.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. 6 trustees present, 6 trustees voting in the affirmative. 7 trustees. Lost count, Ms. Pena. Thank you. 7 trustees present, 7 trustees voting in the affirmative. We have consent agenda. Last discussion item for the evening, planning new and renovated facilities for 2014 bond. Dr. C.
Thank you, President Hogg. And this is a continuation of the part of the other presentation, but now we're going to move into the Career Tech Center. Ms. Powell.
I'll just very quickly turn this over for the second presentation from DeYoung Richters on the planning lab work that we've done on the Career Tech Center, and Carrie Ann Wolf will make that presentation.
Good evening, everyone. It's my
Good
pleasure
morning.
to be here. Good morning. Yes, actually it would be, wouldn't it? Very excited to be here and very proud to share the work that the committee has done, not the committee, the planning lab participants have done on the work that we're going to present to you this evening. A few of the slides at the beginning here are slides that you've seen in the other presentations that DeYoung Richter has presented. Specifically, David shared back in November on Workman and this evening on Corey Rockmore. So I'm going to flip through these couple first slides about what is a specification, what does a specification contain. You're familiar with that, and how an ed spec typically follows a facility master plan. The work that was delineated specifically out of the bond was for the career in technical education was to create a district-wide technical and district-wide career and technical education center. Students will remain enrolled at their home campus and attend CTE courses at the center. Technical and trades courses will be offered, including technical dual credit courses, and it will be located on the current Hutchinson Junior High School site. There are a number of community partners that we've had conversations with throughout this process and will continue to have conversations with as potential partners moving forward. Before you is a list of those potential partners. We went through a process similar to the process that we went through for both the Workman Junior High and the Corey Rockmore facilities. However, there were a few different steps in the process. There was some homework, so to speak, to be done in this process. One of the first pieces to occur was to take some area center tours. So many of the staff, as well as the teachers, administrators, David and myself, along with a few others, attended some local CTE centers to gather as an information gathering piece. As I click through the other few slides, you'll see our typical process and timeline outline. These are some of the area career center that we toured, and you'll see those listed here. As was typical with our other processes, we also conducted teacher interviews where we had the opportunity for teachers to present what their current program is, how their current facility functions, and the spaces that support their current program and their vision for their program moving forward. As part of our process in data gathering and doing our homework, we also had a meeting with some area workforce organizations, some area chambers of commerce, the Tarrant County Work Advantage, Interlink, and so to give us an idea of the kinds of workforce opportunities that students have beyond high school, and to envelop that in the planning moving forward. In addition to that, there have been a number of interest surveys created. The current 8th and 9th graders use the career cruising software in their classrooms currently, as well as if we hearken back to the facility master planning, there were some community surveys done, and as part of the community surveys, there was questions asked at that point about potential interest in CTE programs as part of that bond package. And then in our process this past fall, also the month of October, we created a survey for students to take, and you'll see the results of that survey here. Keeping in mind that we surveyed students grades 7 through 11, so we're talking about interest of students who are ages approximately 13 to 17 answering that survey. So here you see each of the potential programs that that the district was considering at that point, and we wanted to gauge two pieces of information as a result of this survey. First of all, we wanted to gauge, were they interested in the program, and then also, were they willing to leave their home campus in order to attend that? It was felt that it was important to gauge that piece of the component and not only were they interested in it, but could they leave? So as you look across, for example, the very first line item to use as an example, we asked the students to evaluate animation in and of itself, not animation in comparison to the other options that were on the list, so that we had the clear delineation for each program as we moved through. The next slide then shows those same programs. I think there are 22 listed here, from animation through welding, and we asked them then to do a little bit of a comparison. Originally, we were thinking that we might have the students rank their interest in each program, but that would create a ranking of 1 to 22, and I don't know any of us that can rank in that selection. So instead, what we ask the students to do is to rank their top 3. And here you see some of those programs that kind of rose to the top as having some top interests of the students. So healthcare rising to the very top, as well as gaming and simulation, engineering, also cosmetology, culinary arts. Some of those highlighted in yellow rose to the very top. We asked specifically, what about the CTE programs are interesting or attractive to you? Being a hands-on program and maintaining or obtaining, a career goal were most attractive. And then we asked students what their post-secondary plans were, and most of the students, 76% plus, indicated that a 4-year anniversary where their, 4-year university where their, it's after midnight, where their post-secondary plans. So moving into our first planning lab, we took the student survey information as well as the other homework that had been done. And we identified, first of all, that healthcare was a greatest area of interest in the student survey. And it was also indicated by the workforce organization meeting that we had that it was a high demand career field as well. It was also indicated that the healthcare covers a vast range of career pathways and could also provide an overarching specialty at the Career Tech Center and a possibility for all of the Career Tech programs to connect to. So with those pieces of information at our disposal at that point, we went into the first planning lab with an overarching visioning question, and you'll see that question laid out here. What would it look like for the health sciences offerings at the CTE Center to be the most innovative in the country while making all program offerings engaging and developing industry leaders in those disciplines? So we knew that we wanted the healthcare program offered at the Career Tech Ed Center to be world-class, and we do intend that that's going to be the case. We also wanted to ensure that all of the programs that were offered at the Career Tech Center are world-class. We wanted to also be able to create some connections between those healthcare offerings and the other offerings. So as we begin to brainstorm, I personally asked the question, well, for example, if I'm a cosmetology teacher, how in the world might healthcare relate to me? If I'm a welding teacher, how in the world might that relate to me? And so we went in with that very question as I've outlined it here, and I'll quickly click through the next 9 slides, but what you see here are some graphics that we posed that question in that first lab, and it was like lighting a fire. Immediately, they were so excited about the possibilities for how these connections might get created. So this is just one example. How might welding, for example, or emergency vehicles be connected to healthcare? So instead of just focusing on any kind of vehicle technology or mechanics, instead we're going to focus specifically on emergency vehicles. How might the Fire Academy be connected to healthcare? And you see some cross-training in patient care, both in the field and in a potential clinician setting. Again, all the different areas, and I'll just quickly go through a few of these others, but it's very exciting to see all of the possibilities of the way that these programs can be really world-class in their own right and have those cross-curricular opportunities among. So as we moved through those conversations around how we could be cross-curricular and standalone, that began to lend itself to a conversation around how might we organize the building then. And so we talked in that first lab about some opportunities that we had seen in other districts and the ways they had laid out their career tech centers, and talked about the potential benefits and challenges of adopting some of those layouts for our program here. And we also had some other unique pieces that were part of each of the programs. For example, cosmetology provides services to the public, as does automotive care, as does potentially a bistro for the culinary arts in some other program. So we wanted to provide an opportunity for those programs to be public-facing. We wanted to provide an opportunity for those programs to cross-collaborate. And so in this first planning lab, we had conversations about how might we set up a situation where you can have a fine facility for your own program, but also create opportunities across the district to collaborate with other teachers in other disciplines. Because right now, all of the teachers are spread across all 6 of the high schools, and we want to be able to reach back and make those connections to those schools and continue to make connections at the center itself. And so that was a concern when we talked to the teacher in the teacher interviews about we want to maintain some type of an identity connected to the home high school, as well as continue to create a unique identity with the CTE Center. And so as we move forward, and I think as this project moves forward and into schematic design through the architect, that's something that they're going to want to continue to bring out as well, or those connections to both the center and the home school. This is an example of a conversation that we facilitated around potential shared spaces. As we talked to each group, we kept hearing over and over through some of the conversations about typical spaces that they might need, office spaces and locker spaces and so on and so forth. So we asked them about how they might be willing to share those spaces and what it makes sense to downsize or combine some of those spaces together. So in the end of our first planning lab, we asked folks to begin to put the facility together from a facility-wide perspective. Which programs might need to be up on the upper floor and on the lower floor. And because health science is going to be, groping for the right word here, integral, thank you, integral part to the programming. Again, it's after midnight, thank you. Yeah, this is the way we work in our labs too. Integral part to the facility, we wanted to ensure that here on the first floor, for example, it has those access to those programs that are most directly related. And then on the second floor, those programs that may not need direct outdoor access or those that may not need second public access. This is another example. You'll notice there are a couple different entries to this facility. Those red circles with the arrows indicate possible entry into the culinary and cosmetology areas. And this is an area, an idea that came up was the beehive area and how those programs might lay out. About midway through our planning process, we had a community meeting. We addressed the same questions that we had of the student surveys. There was an online questionnaire that was put online for about 2 weeks. And actually the results of these surveys closely paralleled the results of the student surveys. And among the top programs selected were also healthcare, engineering, culinary arts, and gaming and simulation were also indicated in that. As a result of our first planning lab, we worked through a first compilation of space in that first lab. In our second lab, we worked through the details to call out specifically which programs, the numbers of spaces, the sizes of those spaces, and worked pretty diligently within the parameters that were given to us to create, and this is the listing of programs here, that at this point we're looking at moving forward through into the schematic design phase of the project. Which allows for approximately 164,000 square feet, approximately 200 or so square foot per student. A sweet spot for Career Tech Ed Center is anywhere from 175 to 225 square feet, so we're hitting right in that sweet spot. And during any one time of the day, you would be able to serve anywhere from 950-ish students to about 810, depending on the utilization of the facility during that time frame. The next 2 slides I'm going to share with you are simply a draft facility illustration. David and I are not architects, we're actually educators by degree. And so the next 2 pictures are simply, you've heard the phrase, pictures worth 1,000 words. And so when we deliver the educational specifications to the architect, they'll of course have our 300-page narrative, but it's a lot easier to simply take a look at the. So take this for what it is, simply a first attempt at taking all of those things that you see in the compilation of space, taking into account the conversations that we had about what's important to have on a first floor versus second floor, what's important to have outdoor access, public access, those kinds of things, and potential conversations around potential adjacencies. And so you'll see that the black arrow, for example, indicates entry into the facility. Those kind of muted green areas there are not only administration for this facility, but also potential CTE department administration, and then some shared areas that would be common among those. The yellow along the right-hand side are the culinary arts spaces. That light gray along the right-hand side is the data center that's going to be part of this facility that's not direct student instruction necessarily. However, because there are some engineering technology pieces within the center, students may have some real-life opportunity to utilize that space. Cosmetology is along the left-hand side, again, having some exterior access for some deliveries and those kinds of things, but also some public access. The black spaces in the middle are indicating health science. We also have that on the second floor. Also on the left-hand side there, you see some broadcasting spaces, as well as some law enforcement. Up in the upper left-hand corner, fire academy, welding in the back, construction in the back, and automotive in the far right. So jokingly in the lab, we kept saying large, loud, and smelly in the back, and so that's how those ended up back there. And they were okay with that. They actually referred to themselves that way. So this is a quick example of potential of how we might begin to conceptualize the layout of the facility, and then moving to the second floor for those areas that, again, don't need high ceilings or don't need public access or quick exterior access. So some of the things like business and marketing, animation, architecture, graphic design, photography, those types of programs, as well as some of the health sciences that would not then need to be on the first floor. So the next steps moving forward is the district will continue to engage the community partners that I indicated earlier in the presentation. VLK will start to develop architectural drawings, and in fact they're having a meeting tomorrow with Bob and Javier and others to start working through schematic design. I think we have some great momentum going here. They actually were part of all of our labs and sat through the last revision of the compilation of space, so are intimately familiar with the details of that, and have seen our draft illustrations, so they're chomping at the bit to get going to move on the next step. The anticipated delivery of schematic design is April 2nd. They will also continue to work on estimated construction costs, and the district will continue to work to define the instructional programs, keeping in mind that the programs that I have listed here are simply the overarching programs and not necessarily the individual courses that will be offered within those. So thank you very much, and with that, I will entertain questions.
Dr. Esch.
Thank you, President Hogg. Thank you for the presentation. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, we're very
a lot of
excited.
work. Thank you for everything that you guys have done. I only have one question. If it was early in the night, I'd probably have a bunch more, so consider yourself lucky, right? If you could go back to the first floor diagram.
Yeah, sorry. I do know how to do this.
Right back there.
I'm going the wrong way. Am I going the wrong way?
Yeah, no, you're
Oh,
good.
no, I'm going the right way.
You're getting there.
Okay. I'm sorry, the first floor diagram?
Yeah, right
Yep.
there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, as what we have in our handout's a little bit different. I just wanted to clarify that bottom right.
Bottom right.
That's the data center?
It is.
Where computer technology stuff will be?
Mm-hmm.
I would throw out there something to consider. I don't know if this is valid or not, but it would seem to me that that's a very, should be something that's a very secure area for our district.
Mm-hmm.
And that perhaps, whether it's from storm damage or just outside penetration ability, that maybe that should be moved more into a central core of the facility versus out there on the exterior.
Okay, and we'll make a note of that too.
And I don't know if that's valid. It just seems that that would be a concern if a tornado comes by and wipes out. I mean, we don't want it, obviously.
But there's a greater chance of our resources being protected if it's more inside the core versus out on the exterior.
That makes sense.
So,
Thank you for that. We'll make that note.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Let me ask one question, see if there's any others from colleagues. The question I always ask is, some of these programs I think are long-term. Some I think we got to build this building for 40 years, 50 years. Are you making the recommendation of flexible walls to have really size differential rooms? I think is a critical factor for this.
Yes, and to the degree possible, have as much of the facility flexible as possible.
Right.
Not only the furnishings and equipment that are contained within, but also the actual facility itself. So that to the degree possible to have mobile walls and other pieces that can be reconfigured over time as potential programs change.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. I want to make sure when 20 years from us, when none of us are on this board, hopefully.
A very simple comment to that.
Yeah.
No desks. The furniture fixing, we talked about envisioning that the furniture will make, the furniture itself will make or break a room. That we can design, and in essence what we're looking for is designing a core space that can be move in and out different programs over the years. And so the euphemism of loud and smelly has a certain caricature to the room, more open space, higher bays, and different kind of electrical and mechanical equipment that are in essence in the guts of the facilities that have a standard that could be flipped in and out depending upon what needs to go in loud and smelly, and then in a little quieter,
That's the key.
that kind of concept.
It's just where you don't want, I mean, there's some, I think you've got to make some commitment, but
Correct.
you don't want to
Right.
commit too much on a major structure where for them to remodel, it's taking complete walls down, restructuring. I think we've got to build it with that flexibility for the long-term potential of a CTE, because of any programs we offer in this district, that's a program that can change constantly, and we have to rely on Craig Ride and our whole CTE program to work with TCC as their instructors and say, what's the new program we need to be offering at this? I think it just has to be a very flexible building.
Right, and VLK has had a lot of experience in, planning career tech centers, and
Perfect.
Saginaw being.
And I think
the
you're right.
most
It comes to FFE,
recent.
but I look at that as what's put on the walls. Furniture can always be a little flexible, and
Right.
repurchasing FFEs can get expensive, but it's what's on the walls, what's built in.
Correct.
Is it tech center? And Dr. Reich, I would say the media tech center, where it is. I agree. It's maybe not as bad. I think it needs to be a little bit of a showcase to watch and have some focus. And also, is there much discussion on meetings areas or display areas or
Yeah.
Yes,
maybe
there's-
I don't know the word to say, it's example areas where they can come in and we can have a big group and show them that without having to go just to the smelly area. You can come out to the front area.
I'm
Or
sorry.
for our culinary arts program, is there a big reception area where they can host small banquets where we already have culinary arts students working in that facility?
And that was talked about during the lab, and you'll notice that there is and I don't know if you can see it either, what you have in front of you or on the screen, there is a professional development area there, so in a space where large groups could meet.
Okay.
And the thinking is that would provide some gallery-type space
Okay.
where we could showcase some of the photography, some of the video, some of the animation pieces that are coming out, that would be a showpiece for that. And then the bistro would be close by, and it would allow
Perfect.
for that kind of restaurant gallery situation there.
That's perfect. I see Mr. Carlisle.
Yeah.
He doesn't get up unless he has something to say.
Let me chime in a little bit. What we've got up here is kind of the adjacencies and what proposed
Here's what
to be
we
on the
need.
first. But as VLK starts their process tomorrow, and as we develop all of that, all these questions that are being asked by you tonight are also going to be asked by them.
Okay.
And so, where particular things are located, we'll pay special attention to, like the data center, we'll pay special attention to what Chad's input is. So this process is just beginning. So as we develop that, we'll bring that schematic design back to you, and we'll show you that, and then if you have questions about that at that time, we'll be able to address those. But
That's perfect.
it's real premature right now to start talking
Very
about
early stage.
space specific items.
Okay. Dr. Reich?
I was just curious, on the culinary side, are we going to incorporate any type of a a restaurant type of atmosphere where it actually could be something open to the public?
Yes, there's a bistro there, and there's been a lot of conversation about
Good.
that, and, you know, and actually creating some advertising for that. And at the same time, I know that for some of you, bells will go off. Safety and security is a top concern as well. So yes, well, we're going to balance the educational piece with that, but yes, absolutely.
There was, in addition to that, there was discussion about revenue-generating programs that could have money that would plow back into the program. That was one of them. Cosmetology, of course. And then also photography studio as well.
Yeah.
And so some of the adjacency models had to do with what needed outward-facing rooms, spaces to allow for folks who would come in to pay for the services. So that was considered for multiple programs.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Mays.
So along that line, the health services patient care lab, is that kind of along the lines of what you're talking about? For allowing the public, on the second floor, there's something called health sciences patient care lab.
The health sciences wasn't an area that is under consideration for public access to at this point to provide, because I don't know the legal ramifications behind all that, but I don't think students of this age are allowed to provide health care service without, I know that they have their practicums outside of the facility and they're there with trained professionals, but if I'm misspeaking, somebody in the room, please correct me, but I think that within the facility, the intent is to not have direct public access to that program.
That was just my question.
In general, the second floor facility, the programs there were deemed not public interface facilities, and those on the first floor would be possible for that.
Perfect. No more lights? We'll take that as, right.
It's decided it's bedtime.
I understand what it's doing, so.
I just want to thank you so much
guys.
again for the opportunity. This was a great project for us to work on. We were so excited. I just can't even hardly contain myself.
I'm sorry
So
for keeping
thank
you
I really
keeping
do
you up
appreciate
late,
it.
especially with the meeting with the VLK in the morning, so.
Thank you.
So thank you. I think it's some really good content that's in there. Mark, something else?
It just shut down.
Oh,
but
that's okay.
It's coming back up.
It's run out. We've got a couple more items.
We have a
So,
superintendent's report.
Not yet. Now we come to open forum for non-agenda items. This is the second open forum segment of the meeting. Provides citizens with an opportunity to address the trustees. I thank everyone for waiting tonight. I know it's been a long night, which is sometimes typical of a January meeting. When we come back, we have a lot to tackle, and we only have one meeting for the month, so it always makes it a little longer in January. This is an opportunity to address the trustees on any subject except personnel. This is not intended to be a discussion or debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at individuals will not be tolerated. I have 6 cards from our audience. When your name is called, please step to the podium. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. A lighted timer on the podium will assist you in pacing your presentation. A yellow light will illuminate when there is 1 minute left for you to complete your presentation. When the red light comes on, the buzzer sounds, please end your presentation. I'm going to read the 6 out in order just so folks know what order, and they were turned in by their turned in. So first we have Dave McElwee. Second we have Kristen Hudson. Third we have Kathy Stein. Fourth we have Cheryl Till. Fifth we have Debbie Moore. And then sixth we have Mark Schretzman. I may be mispronouncing the last name. I apologize. Up first is Dave McElwee talking about youth violence. Good morning, Mr. McElwee.
Morning. Ni hao. For all those who don't make it through the dual language program, join the Navy and go to Hong Kong. I'm addressing you tonight not as board members, but as leaders in the community. About a few months ago, I had the opportunity to be shopping in one of the big box stores, and I observed an adult, presumably a parent, purchasing an explicitly violent video game for the youngster that was accompanying her. A week earlier, I had completed reading Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman's book, Stop Teaching Our Kids How to Kill. In that book, Grossman, who was a trained psychologist and a seasoned combat veteran, posits that kids killing kids isn't normal. Kids killing adults isn't normal. Right under our eyes, we've permitted a social environment where young people are involved in violent behavior has almost become the norm. Adam Lanza of Sandy Hook fame was an avid video game player. Compared with the past, such behavior is not normal. Grossman places most of the blame on the TV, movie, and video game industry. Video games currently being marketed are of a graphic quality that makes things look real. In the violent video game world, everything you don't like can be solved with a blast from a shotgun or a burst from an automatic weapon. The issue of protecting students, faculty, and other school employees by voluntarily arming qualified school personnel has already been addressed. Unfortunately, the proposal fell on deaf ears. But there's another avenue also available, and that is of educating community leaders on the dangers involved with the promotion of violence on TV, movies, and video games. There is now some evidence indicating that some of the youth labeled as lone wolf terrorists have been heavily influenced by the video games. As community leaders, I have for you tonight a copy of Colonel Grossman's book. I suggest that you read it, reflect on it, and hopefully pass the word on to other teachers, parents, PTA members, and other influential people in the community. The projection is that violence in the schools especially, in and around the schools, it doesn't have to be in the building, but in and around the schools, takes several hours away from the learning process. And that's learning 2 hours lost because of a fit of violence takes away from learning. That's learning is lost forever. It'll never come back again. It's gone. So I would hope that you would read the book, reflect on it, and then pass the word to other members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McElwee, and we're always willing to read a book at any time. Up next is Ms. Kristen Hudson discussing the wellness policy. Good morning, Ms. Hudson, and good to see you again.
Oh, one of these days I'm going to stop being nervous in front of you guys. President Hogg, Dr. Cavazos, ladies and gentlemen, gotta get it right. I'm going to start with a joke. So what did the math teacher say to his therapist? I have lots of problems. Yeah, groan, right? Terrible. Really bad timing after midnight.
That's all right.
I am definitely here in support of our wellness policy, specifically the recess provision. This policy went overlooked and unimplemented for more than a year after its completion. And once it was brought up to light, it has now been immediately brought up for review by the administration. Myself and the members of the community that I represent today are concerned that we might be putting the cart before the horse. Federal guidelines call for this policy to be viewed as a set of wellness goals created by the community. It's to be implemented with wellness representatives at each school, reporting to a central administrator. Our local policy sets that as the campus and district athletic directors. That's in the policy. These representatives then oversee implementation and create wellness reports to be shared with the community, showing how close we are to achieving our goals and what issues may have arisen. Our community is requesting that this policy be fully implemented with a public posting of the wellness policy as well as the local wellness representatives so that parents can know who to contact with questions and concerns. We're also requesting a report on the implementation before any changes to the policy are considered. It's a really good policy. It reflects the recommendations from the Texas Student Health Advisory Council as well as the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I have 3 good reasons for us to double down on this policy. The first one is that absolutely it is, bar none, the best decision for our students, period. The benefits are undeniable and they're proven by science. Number 2 is that teachers have options. There's a great system already in place in every school for team and individual review of disciplinary tactics and of sharing ideas and effective methods with each other. It made for a very smooth and quick adjustment at Rockmore when I took it to our administration. And third, this will show a strong commitment to our students' holistic wellness, and that will set our district apart and provide benefits to our students that may not be available in other districts yet. Points to consider: we're a district who's striving to be a globally recognized district. Finland outperforms every single country on the PISA exam, evaluating reading, math, and science, and students there get 75 minutes of recess per day. I'm here to ask you to please commit to this policy. Let's educate our teachers about the benefits of recess. There's academic, behavioral, social, and physical benefits. It literally helps every student in the district, and there's not a single one who's immune to those benefits. Let's help the teachers explore alternatives. Our teachers are passionate, they're talented, and they have a lot of experience, and I know that they want what's best for our students. They're looking to you guys for guidance as to what is the best thing for our students. And that's why this recess policy is so vital. One last thing. I want the bare minimum for my child. Said no parent ever. CDC recommends 60 minutes a day of moderate to vigorous activity. State requirements are only 135 minutes per week, and that's less than half of the 5-day requirement of 300, 60 times 5. So that's 100 extra minutes of recess, that's 20 minutes a day, weather permitting, still leaves our kids with more than a 1-hour deficit in the school week to be made up at home. For many in our district, our schools provide the best or only opportunity for nutritious meals and exercise. This is too important to leave to individual discretion, and I really support our district's protection of the recess policy and fully implementing that in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Up next is words are not coming out. Miss Kathy Stein, speaking over later high school start times. Good morning, Ms. Stein.
Good morning. As one gets older, one's eyes go. I would like to thank you in advance for your attention to and consideration of my following comments regarding high school start times. As a scientist and educator, I am keenly interested in the subject of high school start times since I first heard the report on NPR about the landmark Minnesota study focused on high school start times versus student achievement in the mid-90s. I am aware of the history as to why AISD split up its bus runs and picked high school to start first. Staggering of the bus runs allowed for financial savings, which saved taxpayers a great deal of money on transportation. The district made a guess as to which group of students would fare the best, getting the short straw of the earliest start time, and high school got it. All of this was done prior to the completion of the Minnesota study, so I don't fault AISD for initially picking high schoolers to start first. However, I do fault AISD for continuing to adhere to a policy that has been shown in study after study completed after their decision was made to make it more difficult to educate high school students to their fullest. I appreciate that there are budget and other concerns to be considered when scheduling bus runs and school start times. If AISD were not in a very small minority of school districts in Tarrant County who start high school classes before 8 a.m., then I might be more open to the thought that budget, sports, and constituent concerns make it impossible to rectify the district's original decision to start high school classes first. However, since AISD is such a minority in its own backyard on this, I can't fathom why it would continue to adhere to a policy that's been proven to be diametrically opposed to the purpose of collecting taxes from citizens, to support a school system, to actually educate all of its students in a way that gives them the best chance of excelling when others have found that way. I witnessed firsthand changes in the behavior of my high school tutoring students after the staggering of school start times at AISD was implemented. Once upon a time, if a high school student napped in the afternoon more than very occasionally, it was most likely a symptom of something that needed to be addressed, such as health issues or drug addiction. When I first started encountering students who self-reported their napping, I was very concerned about what might be going on in their lives that could derail their bright futures. Little did I know at the time that this new napping behavior was a direct result of when school now started for them. I also witnessed firsthand the struggle that an adolescent goes through as he encounters the natural circadian rhythm changes that are totally at odds with trying to get a good night's sleep and be seated in his first period class by 7:35 a.m. This was someone who had been taught the importance of sleep to be able to perform at his best, who asked me for suggestions as to what he could do to actually fall asleep at a bedtime that would allow for the correct number of hours of sleep before needing to get up to go to school, instead of staring at the ceiling until past 11 p.m. before any feeling of sleepiness came over him. The reasons behind both of these observations became clear as I paid more attention to the mounting evidence in study after study of adolescent sleep patterns caused by real biologic changes in their circadian rhythms. Please, don't put a barrier to achieving their best in front of our high school students' final leg of education at AISD. Student performance has been shown to be negatively impacted by sleep deprivation. The current AISD high school start time greatly adds to the chances that AISD high school students will be sleep deprived and therefore unable to learn as effectively as if they had gotten enough sleep. Do the right thing and start on the path of correcting an innocent mistake that now has been proven scientifically to jeopardize the very reason we send our kids to school, to get the best education possible. Please commit to finding the way that I'm confident does exist that will allow AISD to start high school classes after 8 a.m., preferably closer to the current start time of junior high students at AISD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. Up next is Ms. Cheryl Till discussing later high school start times. Good morning to you also, Ms. Till.
Good morning. I come before you not only as a parent of an MHS junior and a 2011 graduate, but also as a former AHS educator, to say that I, too, have witnessed the ill effects of early high school start times on my children and my students. The last year that I taught at Arlington High School was the year the district changed the high school start time from 8:30 to 7:35. My first period algebra class was like a tomb, and although I know algebra may not be the most stimulating subject at 7:30 a.m., I firmly believe the words of Dr. James Moss from Cornell University. What good does it do to try to educate teenagers so early in the morning? You can be giving the most stimulating, interesting lecture to sleep-deprived kids early in the morning or right after lunch when they're at their sleepiest, and the overwhelming drive to sleep replaces any chance of alertness, cognition, memory, or understanding. After a decade in the classroom, I opted to begin a private tutoring service from my home. Over the last 20 years, I have worked with hundreds of students, and a large percentage of them have struggled with issues that I believe can be traced back to sleep deprivation. The most obvious sign of sleep deprivation that I have observed among my students and son is not being able to hold their head up during a tutoring session due to exhaustion. Many of my students admit that they are unable to concentrate and stay alert in their classes at school. Many fall asleep during their classes. We have lots of pictures and photos to prove that. Fortunately, the students that I see have the luxury of a private tutor, and I reteach what they missed in class. The same cannot be said for the majority of their peers that do not have the means or the motivation to hire a private tutor. My students and their parents have also shared stories of the morning struggles to avoid tardies and absences. My own son has difficulty keeping his tardies to 3 per class per semester in order now to be exempt from finals. The transition from 8th grade to 9th grade was nothing short of a nightmare as we struggled to adjust to the hour and 20-minute start time change. Science backs up my son's and my students' need for additional sleep. Doctors, PhDs, and researchers have proven that early high school start times are detrimental and inappropriate for our teens. Many informed teachers, students, and parents know that early high school start times are toxic and putting our teens at risk. When I served on the committee that was charged to evaluate AISD school start times, I had several private conversations with administrators, teachers, and students that were in favor of a later high school start time. Unfortunately, many are not willing to come forward and express their opinion. My guess is that they don't want to be on the wrong side of the issue. As an educator and a parent, it literally breaks my heart to see my children and students suffering because it's impossible for them to get the required sleep their bodies need. Sleep is as important to their health as nutrition and exercise. We must meet those fundamental needs before we can expect learning to take place. In August 2013, Arne Duncan, U.S. Secretary of Education, said, "Common sense to improve student achievement that too few have implemented is to let teens sleep more and start school later." If AISD truly cares about students, and I know you do, and their education, not just adult convenience, then my hope is that this board will step up and do right by our kids. The research is indisputable and overwhelming. Most districts in our metro area already start high school after 8 a.m. AISD's administrative offices do not even open till 8 a.m. Our high school students should be as fortunate. Please stop this torture of our teens. Do what the American Academy of Pediatrics has recommended in their position paper this last September, and move the high school start time to at least, well, the American Academy of Pediatricians said 8:30, but at least 8. Dr. William Dement from Stanford University School of Medicine said that sending kids to school at 7 a.m. is the equivalent of sending an adult to work at 4 in the morning. It's almost abusive to them. Let's stop this abuse.
Thank you, Ms. Till. Up next is Ms. Debbie Moore, speaking of high school start times. Good morning to you also, Ms. Moore.
Good morning. President Hogg, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cavazos, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight or this morning about the high school start time. It's ironic that I have to talk about adolescent sleep deprivation at such a late hour to a board who obviously doesn't exercise good sleep hygiene. When my daughter was an infant, the girl next door was a student at Martin. She drove an old Volkswagen Bug that needed a new muffler. Every morning when I was getting my daughter out of the crib, the high schooler drove by loudly. I remember asking my husband, "What time does that high school start in Arlington? We are just getting up, it's pre-dawn, it's 7 a.m., and she is already up and on her way to school." I knew nothing then about adolescent sleep needs, but common sense told me it was too early to be going to school. Today, I know there is 30 years of adolescent sleep research that irrefutably indicates that early high school start times undermine the health, safety, and academic achievement of adolescents. That children, once they reach puberty, require 9 hours of sleep and experience a 2-hour sleep cycle delay. In '92, when you tiered the bus system, you didn't know that starting teens first would result in sleep deprivation that would lead to lower academic performance, increased automobile accidents, increased tardies, absenteeism, and a higher dropout rate. Mental health issues such as depression and suicide ideation. Physical health issues such as obesity and diabetes, and high-risk behaviors such as drug use, overuse of stimulants, lack of impulse control, and crime. But now you do know. In 2012, Start School Later, Arlington was promised that adolescent sleep needs would be considered as part of the strategic plan, a plan that strives to make Arlington a premier district by ensuring every student reaches his potential through a fostering, caring school environment that promotes wellness and academic achievement. After 2 years, the School Start Time Committee was finally formed. Despite the limited scope of the committee of only examining the pros and cons of the current bell schedule, there was still a recommendation from the committee that supporters of high school start time were able to convince them through the research that all schools in the high schools in Arlington not start till after 8 a.m. The chair of the committee and the district's public relations director have stated that you have no time frame to institute a return to healthy hours. A district administrator has informed me that changing start times for teens is just not a high enough priority. With 30 years of adolescent sleep research, 500 petitioners, and the recommendation of a 40-member committee, it is time to make it a higher priority. The National Start School Later has compiled a reference list of over 250 research studies and reports. Here are what some of them say. 70% of teens are sleep deprived, according to the CDC. 1/4 of all students fall asleep in class each week, National Sleep Foundation. Delaying school start times is one of the most potentially cost-effective ways to boost academic achievement, the Brookings Institute. Early daily school start times is the most critical contributor to the epidemic of sleep deprivation among adolescents, the American Academy of Pediatrics. If you believe the research, then it is negligent not to change. It is not about parent convenience, athletic practice times, community babysitting, supplying workers for the fast food industry, or appeasing those fearful of change. It is about doing what is in the best interest of all 17,000 students, high school students. Changing start times is a complex task, but it is time for the district to move past the why we should change to how we can change and make this change for the next academic year. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the CDC, the National Sleep Foundation, the American Psychological Association have all provided research that show that healthy school start times for teens matter. The real question is, do you care enough to do something about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Up next, speaking over school start times, is let's see which week. Mark Schratzen. There he is. Mark?
I would have been jumping up, sorry, I thought I was last.
I think you are.
Oh, okay, good.
Unless,
I'm not.
Did I? Let me just check real
Sure.
quick, Mark, to make sure. Don't start his time yet. Did I? I didn't miss anyone, did I?
No.
I'm sitting there saying I think I have all the cards. Just make sure.
Okay.
You are last. Go ahead.
I'm not schmoozing you guys to begin with, but thank you for passing the bond issue. I've got a daughter as a junior at Arlington High. I've got a daughter as a freshman at Arlington High. Both are in the band. Both are going to Region this Saturday. Proud as all get out. But the bond issue is just spectacular. I walked up and down my street, pounding on doors too. So I just wanted to say thank you to start. And a little schmooze, I suppose. I was on the 40-person committee as well. A lot of smart people on that thing. A lot of smart people in that room. And we looked at studies left and right, and we couldn't find out of the 200 and something studies and Google searches and all kinds of searches, we couldn't find one single study that supported an early start time for high school. Not one. Over 250 that show the other direction. Just that stat alone is pretty amazing. I was on the extracurricular subcommittee. 70%, that's another 70% one, athletes. You find a decrease in athletic injuries by 70% when you move the start time back an hour. Which is, it's ridiculous to even think that. But that's what's going on. The kids' brains are working that much better. They've got all the statistics. We can actually see it through all these studies that athletes perform better. You don't have to sell coaches on this because the coaches actually win more. The stats are out there. It's really kind of crazy. And this is not snake oil, and it sounds like it. That you move a start time back 45 minutes, an hour. We're not talking 10 o'clock. But you move back 45 minutes or an hour, you're going to see amazing changes. The big one for me, though, are the disadvantaged kids. I couldn't have picked a better night to be here. And I know it's ludicrous to say that based on the time. But the Texas Academic Performance Report that was up there about the disadvantaged kids, it plays directly into what we're talking about. I mean, directly. Okay, the American Academy of Pediatricians, 62,000 of them. This is not just a handful of fellas. 62,000 men and women are on this, and they supported this policy statement. 70 of you guys coming up here to support a policy statement, you know how tough that is. 62,000 supported this thing. The disadvantaged kids, I want to hit that. That's the big one for me, because personally I believe I just don't have my 2 girls at home. I got the kids across the street. I'm a taxpayer, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I really want our kids in Arlington to be the ones in the state that really, you know, that they work at NASA and they go to IBM or whatever computer is going on right now. But in the American Academy of Pediatrics, they say, students performing in the lower end of the test score distribution seem to benefit the most. Not our kids, but the disadvantaged kids benefit the most, with gains roughly twice those in the above average students, and the efforts persisted into high school. In a more recent middle school study by the same group, the results suggested that moving school start time about an hour or so later can have impact on standardized test scores comparable to decreasing the class size by 1/3. So you move the start time, and it literally is like decreasing class sizes by 1/3. Put them in the, what, 20, we're 26, put them in the 16 range. It's crazy stuff. I've got all these things. I put them up here so you guys can take a look at them if you want to. Finally, in a recent 3-state study, 5 of the 6 high schools in which grade point average was assessed showed a significant pre-post increase in grade point average in core subjects of math, English, science, and social studies, so all the basics. The Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics says, the Brookings Institute reports a 0.175 standard deviation increase in test scores with benefits twice that in disadvantaged students. Again, the disadvantaged students, the 70% of our kids, twice as good. Just with sleep, it sounds crazy. It does sound like snake oil, but that's all it is. And we're going to see all those numbers next year if this were instituted. Those numbers are all going up. We're going to be in the green zone all over the place up there. The last one, this just came out in October from across the pond in England. They're doing the same thing over there. They did an experiment, and hugely effective, disadvantaged students went from 12% achieving these certain scores in English and math to 42% achieving the A's in science and math. And
You're good, Mark. If you need to finish your statement, please go right ahead.
No, that's it.
Okay.
I mean, it's for me, it's the disadvantaged kids. We got way too many, and this is a simple way to fix it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And I'm glad you guys make the 7-figure salary for being here.
That's right, overtime. We all get paid the same. Well, most of us get paid the same amount. Our staff members, our 7 members, and our speakers all get paid the same amount for the work we do for the district on that. Next, we'll move on to, thank you all speakers for staying this evening. I know it's late, and once again, it's a January meeting, so I do apologize. It does run a little late every January. With that, I would move on to Superintendent's reports. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Hogg, and we'll keep it brief here. And just want to share a couple of slides here thanking our staff for their donations to Mission Arlington all across the district before the holidays. And you see some of those pictures there from different schools. Even the administration building here donating to Mission Arlington, and I want to thank all the staff for doing that. throughout the district. We had Cowboys defensive end Jack Crawford and mascot Rowdy at Fitzgerald for Fuel Up to Play 60, an event there unveiling some paintings that show healthy food choices, and also accepting a grant from Dairy Max and the Dallas Cowboys for $10,000 for Fuel Up to Play 60 at Fitzgerald. So I want to thank them.
Looks like the mayor's there also.
He is there as well.
Yeah.
That's right. Good job. Next, speaking of the city, I do want to thank the City Council for recognizing our school board, and that's Ms. Sullins there, speaking in front of the council, and for their recognition of our school board, and we appreciate their partnership as well. And finally, we unveiled the UNT Eagle Advantage this week, and I want to thank all the students that were there and the principals, and certainly the president from UNT for the automatic admissions to UNT for our top 20% juniors in AISD, another major partnership for our school district and our students. That concludes my report.
Thank you, President Hogg. Just a quick moment to congratulate one of our teachers that has been, will be receiving an award later today as the Outdoor Adventure Educator of the Year for the entire state. So that's exciting when we see a statewide award like that. So congratulations, Sabrina Harrington, Martin High School. Can't wait to visit your class, Bean. Congratulations.
That's worth it this time of the evening. Next, Ms. Pena.
I just want to report one event, and that was the event at the Webb Elementary for Reading Oasis, in which the United Way participated, and so did the Peters family. Lisanne Peters, which most people have come to know, was a great contributor toward ensuring that this occurred, and we had the opportunity to visit the Oasis, the Reading Oasis room at Webb Elementary. I know that they're planning on doing another one at Adams Elementary, and the contribution from our community is so awesome, and to give that opportunity for the students to have a place to go sit and read. I was kind of jealous because they had these really cool chairs that the kids can sit in as if they're in the home environment, to encourage them to do all the reading that they would like to do. But I just felt like it was something that we should talk about, the contributions. This, in particular, the Peters family have been wonderful to our school district and provided, they don't like to tell you because it's anonymous, that they do some things for teachers, and this is one of the type of things that they do. So we want to thank the Peters family and the United Way for making this opportunity available to our students.
That's perfect, Ms. Pena. Ms. Pena, Adams Elementary is actually live. And the interesting story is the Peters family found out about it by reading an article, and another district does it, and they said, how do we do this? And got connected through United Way helps organize them. So it was a true win all across the board. So thank you for bringing that up. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, President Hogg. I got to go to Webb also for the Reading Oasis. That was pretty neat. Eagle Advantage, top 20%. That's a big deal for our kids. Mm-hmm. And today, before I came here, along with Dr. Reich, we did the ribbon cutting at Tarrant County College Southeast Campus for the Smithsonian's traveling display called Changing America, the Emancipation Proclamation 1863 and the March in Washington 1963. This is a traveling Smithsonian exhibit that is going to 50 different locations throughout the United States this year, and you're certainly welcome to go to Tarrant County College Southeast and check this out. It was very, very well done. And that's it.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm going to go through a list of everywhere I've been. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go through that tonight. At 1:22, I will ask Dr. Reich, as Secretary, do we have anything that needs to be addressed?
Just the Kinder TA financials.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's it.
Perfect. With that, it is now 1:22. We will not be going into closed session unless we need to. No, I'm kidding. We'll be adjourned.